Welcome to a special debate edition of the Whatever podcast. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Mick, can you pull that top one up on StreamYards? It's streamlabs.com/whatever.
Imagine having like a second IRS. That's what that's like.
Mick, are you able to? It's in. Never mind. Okay, we do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. TTS is $200 and up. There is a slight stream moderation delay with the TTS. You can see the description for all details. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us and no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. The link for those are in the description. That's going to be Whatever Pod on both. And I'll give you guys a little shout out too at regular intervals. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Also, guys, drop a like on the video if you can. We're also live on Twitch. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. You can also follow us on Instagram. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that is in the description. And we do have a Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. Now, let's see if that's, yep. Guys, we post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Here's our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. And we posted on Sunday's episode, we posted the behind the scenes of this girl attacking, assaulting, and arguably battering Andrew. I don't know if there's any criminal defense lawyers in the chat who want to weigh in on that as it pertains to California statutes relating to...
Uh-oh.
Bro, holy fuck. Uh-oh. Stop that, dude.
Oh my God.
No.
Good job. Okay, discord.gg/whatever. Guys, you can check out the behind the scenes there. I was capturing it, like trying to kick her off. She refused to leave. Can you stop talking? We almost had to call the police on her, and she was just saying a bunch of totally unsavory things. So you can see the behind the scenes of that on our Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. Mick, can you take it off the fade? No. Okay, right click on center, please. Hello? No, dude, stop, Mick. Yes, right click, transition override. You just had it.
There you go.
Hit none. Okay. All right, so I apologize, guys. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, actually, do we need to have the guests introduce themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, any education, and your political or social leanings. Starting with you, go ahead.
My name is Savannah. I'm 24 from Tucson, Arizona. I am a social worker at a psych hospital, animal rehabber, and I do OnlyFans. And I'm kind of independent in the middle, so.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Honey. I'm 27. I have a mental health care background. I currently work at Bella's Hacienda Ranch. Bit of a career change there. I would consider myself leftist.
What do you do at the ranch?
I'm a legal courtesan, which is the best way that I can say that on YouTube, I believe.
Okay. Got it. All right.
Be really careful with
Andrew, what about you?
What is that? I don't know what that is.
A courtesan? A woman of the night.
Yeah.
She's a woman of the night.
Okay.
A
courtesan. Okay.
A courtesan.
Yeah. My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I engage in conversations, debates all over the world. And I'm happy to have this debate today with you two. So I appreciate you guys coming.
All right.
Thanks
and
for
I'm
having
Brian
me.
Atlas, 35, host of the Whatever podcast, washed up, over the hill, has been YouTuber. That's pretty much it for me. All right, so I guess we're going to get into some of our first topics here. You guys seem to have specific disagreements with the podcast, it seems.
Do we?
That was my impression, but
Oh, like us with this podcast?
Yeah.
like the dating talk podcast.
Oh, I mean, I did initially, but since the last time I was on, I realized that you weren't that terrible. So
Not that terrible.
Yeah.
Slightly terrible, though.
Yeah.
What are the things I'm terrible about? Or in terms of my views or whatever?
I don't think that you're that bad anymore. I think that just
Okay, what about this guy
Can
next
you
to me?
speak up a little bit, though?
Yeah, sorry. I guess our disagreements would probably be about the whole women's voting and some political stuff. I think religion as well. It's kind of hard to disagree on that, but I think we could have a conversation about the morality behind religion.
Sure.
So,
Sure. And then what about you?
I don't have an issue with either one of you. We've never met or interacted. My initial impression of the podcast was simply through clips I've seen on like TikTok and Instagram, but of course those can always be taken grandly out of context. But after watching a little bit of it, it's a way different than I imagined. So
Okay.
I'm happy to be here.
Do you both describe yourselves as feminists?
I've never described myself as a feminist, but yeah, I like women.
Uh,
So I'll
maybe
say-
quick definitions like feminism would be the movement towards an egalitarian society, deconstructing the patriarchy.
No.
No. So do you think women are an oppressed class?
Not in America.
Okay.
I'd have to agree with her, yeah.
Okay.
Not in America.
Not in America.
So you think men and women have perfectly equal rights? Or at least women have as many rights as men?
I would say so, yeah.
Same for you?
I don't disagree.
Okay. And you don't categorize either of yourselves as feminists, is that correct?
I would have to say no. There's a lot of corners of modern feminism that don't like me based on what I do for work. So
Okay.
that's kind of tough to navigate in itself.
The sex work conversation. And what do you guys think about, do you think there is a patriarchy?
She had an opening statement, actually.
Oh,
that
really?
She wrote.
I did. I wrote.
Oh,
I
yeah,
wrote-
we can, sure,
I'd
we
like to
can,
hear
we can,
it,
we
yeah.
can do that.
All right. Okay. I said that I think morality should evolve with society, and I think that empathy is the foundation of a just world, and I think that Trumpism is rooted in division, cruelty, and a lack of accountability. And I think that religion is used to justify harmful and outdated beliefs, especially about women in other countries. And I don't reject the idea of a higher power, but I don't think that a text written by Bronze Age nomads should dictate modern morality. And my stance on politics is about what I believe is right and wrong based on reason and empathy. So I just would like you to consider whether it's truly moral or just convenient for maintaining power when it comes to religion.
I see. Okay.
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 All right. Do you have an opening statement or?
I would keep it very brief. I didn't write anything out. My perspective on religion is that I actually find it slightly delusional in most senses. I would consider myself an atheist, to keep it simple. I actually grew up in the Catholic Church. I know that's a little bit different from Christianity in some aspects, so that's totally fair. However, I think whether you're questioning or unquestioning in your belief of a God in a traditional sense, I personally find it unrealistic, and people don't question it enough. I think delusional is the best way that I can describe it. I'm interested to hear your perspectives, because in what I've learned about you, just in my research before this, I'm actually really interested to talk to you. And I am coming at this from a non-aggressive, non-argumentative way. I hope to portray that at least.
Probably going to get pretty argumentative. Just not going to lie
And
to
that's
you.
okay. That's
It's
okay.
probably going to be pretty argumentative. You had views on immigration too, right?
I had some, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder
had
Let's
some.
start there.
Yeah, I
with
would like to.
immigration. One really quick thing I do want to do a quick secondary thank you to Ogle, who popped a crystal ball for us in our debate just about an hour ago. So
Do it
thank
again,
you again.
Ogle. Do it again, Ogle.
Thank you again, Ogle. I do appreciate your patronage. Let's just get into the immigration thing now. What prompted that conversation in your last appearance? So Mick, are you able to pull up the tweets? But can you go to the one that's about immigration? Do you know how to do that? So here, remember how I showed you on the other monitor, there's going to be a bunch of tweets? And how if you just minimize the Discord, can you show, here, Mick, tell me what is currently up on the monitor, please? Okay, can you minimize the Discord and tell me what you see on the monitor? And then I'll be able to tell you where to navigate to. Sorry, guys. Just Matt, thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate it. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, like I said, $200 TTS read is 100, TTS is 200. Do you have it? Do you have the Discord minimized? Okay, that is definitely not. Can you just pull up the Chrome tab? So remember how it was visually before, where it was everything? No. Okay, here. Okay, just stay there. So minimize the Discord tab now, okay? No. Here, go up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go up to the Discord box.
Go up to the Discord box. And do you know how the minimize feature? Yes. Okay. Now hit F11 on the keyboard. Here, actually, before you do that, no, here, hit F11 again. Okay. Click. Remember how I showed you the tweet? The tweet? No. The tweet beyond the Instagram tab, like I showed you before the stream. Yes, click on that one. Okay, go F11. No, yes, hit F11. Okay, and then Control Tab until I tell you we get to the right thing. Next. Okay, next. 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 What the fuck? Next.
There was quite a few.
Next. 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 I apologize to the viewers. I know this is okay. Next. There it is. Okay, this is what started the conversation as it pertains to immigration. Elon Musk on February 18th posted, haha, wow, in response to the White House posting, ASMR, illegal alien deportation flight. Scroll down a little bit on this, Mick. Scroll down. Okay, and to which you responded, you have no empathy for men, which led off to a conversation you and I had about immigration. So are you in favor of illegal immigration?
Didn't you say that morality is based around empathy?
Yes, I did.
So wouldn't that be an immoral position? Or is it just a moral position because you don't have any empathy for this group of people?
What do you mean? I said you have no empathy talking about Elon Musk just because, I mean, I'm not for illegal immigration. That's not something that I'm advocating for, but I think that posting it in that way as if it's funny to do that to people and just pick up their whole lives. I don't think that that's funny. I think it's tragic. And I understand that we have to do it, but I think that it could be done in a better way that's not immoral.
So your problem was that he was just laughing about it?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do have a problem with that.
But I mean, it is kind of ironically funny, right?
How?
Well, because if you break into my house,
right,
and then the cops come and take you out, I'm probably gonna laugh at you, right?
Okay.
Would you laugh at somebody broke in your house and then?
I do think that's a little bit different, though.
But would you laugh at them?
Sure, yeah.
Well, where's your empathy for them then?
Well, I think that's a little bit different because those people aren't breaking into my house to live a better life. They're breaking into my house probably for a bad reason, I would assume, anyway.
Well, I mean, it's a good reason for them.
Right.
Like their reasons for breaking into your house is they want your stuff for a materially better life, just like the immigrant, right?
Right. Well, I guess that's subjective based on scenario, but I don't think that it's right to laugh about that in particular when it comes to immigration.
So you're not for illegal immigration?
I'm not. No, well, obviously not. I mean, I don't think that it is what it is, though. You know, if we could stop it, then I think that would be great. But that's just not. I don't think that that's possible. I don't think that'll ever be possible.
What about deportations? Is that okay?
I think that depends, really, for me, morally. I think obviously criminals, that makes sense. That's been in place for a long time. But I think when it comes to kids like in the DACA program that have grown up here and have never lived like in their home country and they don't speak that language, I think that deporting them is immoral. I think that's wrong. And I understand that it's their parents' fault, you know, when they bring them over here. It's a selfish decision. But to put that on the kids kind of just seems unfair to me.
Doesn't it seem unfair to me?
It's an unfair situation all around. But
so how come, this is what I don't understand about the empathy is morality crowd. I really don't get this part. You say, well, Andrew, we really got to be empathetic towards these people and their plight. And it's like, but at the expense of me and mine, where's the empathy towards me and mine? And then it just kind of becomes, well, their shit's worse.
right.
Right? It's like, but isn't there supposed to be empathy on both sides?
I totally think that there should be, yeah. I mean, it's really hard to pick a side when it comes to stuff like this because I agree with I agree with that. But I think that the implications for deporting somebody that's lived here for their whole life and they don't speak the language of their home country versus you having to deal with that person in a Walmart, I feel like it's a little bit of a different situation when it comes to.
Well, I understand it sucks for them.
Yeah.
Like I get that. They're going to have a lot of readjusting to do. You know what I mean? But for, not every DACA recipient is under that, by the way.
No, not all of them.
But the thing is even for the ones who are, right? If you are to, this is one of the big kind of like primary problems maybe we can dive into with your empathy is morality thing. What about looking forward 30 years? Okay. So it's like right now we can be empathetic towards these people, right? That's true. But what if you send the signal that this is now okay? And so more illegals come in, have children here, understanding that, well, these kids in 20 years can make the same claim as the former DACA recipients. And now we have to make all of them citizens as well, bypassing all of the other people who are in line. Not much empathy for those people, right?
Right.
And creating now a perverse incentive for more people to come and do it. Seems like it's the least empathetic thing to do.
Well, what would your solution be then when it comes to deportation and legal immigration?
I would kick out every single illegal immigrant who was here and everybody here who wasn't a naturalized citizen.
Okay.
Gone. They have no business being in our nation. Nation is, from my perspective, it's culture, borders, language. That's how a very famous talk radio host, Michael Savage, used to frame it. I largely agree with that assessment. Culture, border, language. Right. So in this case, illegal immigrants who come in, they don't have the same culture. They often, like even at the hotel I'm staying at, half of them don't speak English, right?
Right.
And they've already violated the borders. So like for me, that's already criminal. So when you say things like, let's deport the criminals, I'm like, well, there they are.
Okay.
Right? They're already criminals from my perspective.
Right.
They've already broken in here. So
when it comes to parents that come here and they have a kid here, though, and they raise that kid here, obviously they made a choice to do that. It's a selfish choice because they know that that could be a possible implication. Do you still think that that's fine to?
Well, the law of the land is that if you're born here, you become a naturalized citizen.
Right.
So
that's not, so that would be.
I want to repeal that.
Okay.
I would like for there to be a different interpretation that says that a naturalized citizen, you have to have a mom and a dad, and both of them are native to the nation, and then they have a child, that child becomes native to the nation.
Right.
I would get rid of the soil policy altogether, but that
Okay.
natural born would require your mom and your dad both be citizens of the nation, and then you become a citizen. That's like my ideal citizenship
Okay.
policy.
So when it comes to immigrants working here, do you not think that they are good for the economy? Do you think that they are harming it?
Sure, slave labor is good for the economy.
Okay. It's different.
Well, not really. So it's
it's
because they have no documentation, they can be paid under the table. They send
Right.
remittances back to their home nation, which is untaxed, right?
Okay.
Totally untaxed remittances in the hundreds and hundreds of millions. If not, I think it's billions actually that they send back in remittances, but don't quote me on that. It's at least hundreds of millions.
Okay.
They're sending back to their home nations. That's non-taxable. The employer is able to squeeze out American citizens for the jobs because now they can pay under the table.
Right.
And then they do work visa programs, but they're totally rigged.
Right.
So the work visa programs are totally rigged for various companies. The whole thing is a massive clusterfuck when it comes to that. So
Yeah.
I don't think that that's good policy. I think that you're just kind of promoting slave labor essentially by giving people perverse incentives to have people come across the border, and then they have children here, and now we have a conundrum, right?
Right.
Like, oh, what do we do now?
Well, I definitely am not advocating for slave labor. Or people getting paid under wage. I don't advocate for that, but just for an example, like let's just say that you have a construction company and you have 100 illegal immigrants working for you. You're paying them under minimum wage, and then we deport all of them. So in what I think logically is, I don't think that these businesses would be hiring 100 American citizens and then paying them a just wage. I think that they would be spending the same amount of money but hiring less people, which would just make everything less efficient.
Then why don't we just bring everybody into the United States?
Well, I don't think that's really an argument.
It's not an argument, it's a question.
Well, I am not advocating for that. That's not.
Yeah, but why not? If it just is going to perpetually increase the GDP and it's going to perpetually increase the amount of cheap labor that businesses can get, why not just bring everybody here or bring hundreds of millions a year here?
But do you understand my point, though? Like, do you?
No, not really. You're just saying if you have a business and the business has 100 employees, right? And suddenly the business owner had to pay a fair market competitive wage, he would have less employees.
Yeah.
That seems like it's the advocation again of slave labor.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that this is how I think it would go. I don't think that these businesses would hire American citizens at the same rate and pay them
agree.
a higher wage. I think that it would.
But isn't that why we want to get rid of illegals, so that businesses have to hire our citizens at a competitive wage?
But do you see how it would make things less efficient? And again, I'm not advocating for paying people below minimum wage, but unfortunately it is what it is. So just thinking about it in terms of that, would that not make it less efficient?
Yeah, so if you want to understand the implication of your argument here, what you're doing is you're advocating on behalf of rich industrialists. So if rich industrialists can pay people who are not American citizens less money to do jobs that then they make more money off their back and they don't have to actually employ the American public, they gravitate towards that. You actually have created a perverse incentive for illegals to come here, be second-class citizens, and get paid less than the normal American.
Right.
Like that
Well,
seems totally like contrary to what you actually want.
Well, I'm not advocating for that. I think that just thinking about it logically, like that's how these people run their businesses. That's why they hire illegal immigrants so that they can pay them less.
Sure.
Which
People violate the law
I
all the
don't-
time in order to make more money.
Which I don't agree with, but I'm saying like, would that not make things less efficient if you had less workers?
Yes, it would make things less efficient
Okay.
if you had less workers. But however, this could easily be applied to slavery. Ending slavery is bad because it would be less efficient because we would have less workers.
Right.
Right?
I do find a big distinction between slavery and illegal immigration, though, because those people
Yeah, but
are here by choice.
Sure,
getting
but
paid.
the consistency of the argument is the same. So that your value that you're arguing is about efficiency.
Right.
So it's like, okay, great. Yes, it is more efficient, but also here's another scenario which would also be more efficient.
Well, sure, but that's a comparison that just
So it seems like efficiency is not really what you're trying to argue then. You must be trying to argue something else. Because if you take efficiency and you say, well,
I think
this will hurt the efficiency of the business, it's like, so is taking black people out of cotton fields. That hurts the efficiency of the
Okay.
cotton field, right?
Well, in that scenario, in
Yeah.
a slavery scenario, obviously I'm not advocating for that, but I think illegal immigrants, they want to be here, they came here, they want to work, they want to make money, they're contributing to our system,
So did slaves.
but not by choice, and they're not getting paid.
That's
So
true,
there's
but
a
then
very big difference.
Then the value here must be something that's not efficiency. You must be arguing something that's not efficiency then. Because you keep on saying, well, it's less efficient. It's like, I can grant that, but
That's
then...
just an example of how I think that illegal immigration has done something good for our economy, whether I think it's morally just or not. I think that you can say that it's
I
made
agree.
things
Illegal
more,
immigration can be super helpful to the economy in some aspects, but it can also be very draining in other aspects.
Yeah.
For the instance, these people are not paying into the tax system for basic things like government subsidies for emergency care. Right, it happens in emergency rooms. California had some of the finest hospitals in the world, which were bankrupted by illegal immigrants, using them basically as the emergency room as a health facility. Right.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of net drains also that they get, including fraud for Social Security, fraud for stealing people's identities, all sorts of fraud that drains the system, not to mention remittances, which aren't taxed. So the thing is like, if you're making the moral argument based on efficiency, I think that's not what you mean. You
That
don't
was
mean
just-
efficiency. You're just pointing out an example of how they can be a boon.
Yeah, that was just.
But
an
I would just
example.
agree. I would just agree there can be cases where they definitely help the economy.
Okay.
They're just in net. Even if you made the case, and I agreed with it, that they mostly assist the economy, that's not the only dynamic of the problem we're looking at. Right?
Yeah, definitely not. That's just an example of why I think illegal immigration has been good in some ways.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead.
Like specifically where I live as well.
Where do you live?
I live in Tucson.
Oh, in
So-
Arizona?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's right on the border. And obviously we have a lot of illegal immigrants.
And the people who live in the border towns hate them.
They sure do.
Yeah, they sure do. Why do you think that is?
'Cause they got there legally.
Well, because they destroy their property. They butcher their cattle. They do all sorts of horrible things to their private property. They do a lot of theft on the way over. They just loathe them. People in border towns are always demanding more and more security inside their towns. They can never get
Right.
enough. Because, I mean, you can imagine how unsettling would it be if you go out for your nice, Starbucks frappe or whatever it is in the morning, right? And it has the double shot of espresso or whatever the shit it is that girls get now. And you sit out and you're in your like little stocking, whatever, your blanket and shit, and you're on your deck and you look out and there's families of illegal immigrants crossing your backyard destroying shit.
Okay, I'm sure that has happened to someone. I've lived there for a very long time. I've never seen that happen. I've never heard of that happening. I live on the northern side, so Nogales, I think
So not the border side.
Yeah, not the border side, but Nogales, the crime rate over there is a lot higher, but I think that it's very community based. They don't really leave that. The crime stays in that area. I think it's a lot of
Which is also
cartel
bad.
crime.
It's also bad. So it's like all the arguments that you can make as a pro for illegal immigration, You just have to kind of bite the bullet that you want to concede our sovereignty, because that's what it does. It concedes our sovereignty. I cannot go to Mexico tomorrow, absent paperwork, and work there illegally, right? And do whatever I want.
I mean, you wouldn't want to, though.
But even if there are tons of Americans who want to, especially rich ones, because the power of the dollar versus the peso is so high. If you're a multimillionaire, you go down to Mexico, you can live the high life, right?
Yeah.
Mexican government, though, they want their money. They don't want you to come into their country without sufficiently greasing the palms of the Mexican government, which then is supposed to trickle down to its citizens, whether it does or it doesn't. You can't do that with them. Why is it that we should have the expectation they can do it to us?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think that I don't think that we should just open the borders and let everyone in, but I think that you have to recognize the pros and the cons. There are both. We can't just say that illegal immigration is bad, period, because they have helped the economy.
Let me ask you a question. Would you say that slavery is bad, period?
Yes.
What about the pros?
Well, the pros are very one-sided when it comes to slavery. I think illegal immigration,
Nope, they're not. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
So you have two nations at war. One's an aggressor nation, much larger than the smaller one, right? And they attack, like let's say Russia attacked a smaller nation like, I don't know, Ukraine, let's say.
Okay.
Right? They attack. And the Ukrainians, during a counterattack, they're able to take over a large swath of Russia with tons of civilians who are all loyal to Russia.
Okay.
They have three options. Option A, imprison them, right?
Okay.
Option B, kill them. Or option C, let them go so that they can continue to assist their enemy in making weapons to kill your side.
Okay.
Those are your three options. Would it be more morally just to go ahead and imprison those people rather than kill them or have them run back to make weapons that were going to kill you?
It's a tough question. I think I'm not really sure what I would do in that situation, honestly.
Now, let's say you did imprison them,
Okay.
but you only got so much food and so much resources. You're fighting a war.
Right.
Is it just then to have them assist against their will?
I think I would let them go.
You would let them go to assist the enemy in killing you?
I'm not. Here's the thing. I am not a war leader. I don't belong in war. I'd make bad choices because
Right.
I don't want anybody
Because empathy.
to die.
Because empathy.
Okay.
That's the thing, right? It's like, what I'm giving you is an example of if you were to have two nations, they're at war. One's an aggressor nation, attacks a smaller one.
Okay.
It seems to me like they would be totally justified if they counterattack this other nation rather than letting their men go and continue to come back and fight another day, to
Right.
imprison them and then force them to work against their will.
Okay. So in that scenario, you would say that slavery is just.
Sure.
Okay.
Wouldn't you?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say that maybe it would have to be done, but I wouldn't be happy about it.
Well, I mean, maybe, but you're not happy to be in a war.
Well, no.
So what I'm
but-
saying is that there are just times to enslave people.
Okay.
And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't see. And so when people say, like, you got to take the pros and the cons of something, but then they make an unequivocal moral statement like there's no pros to slavery. It's like, yes, there is.
I mean, but
But there's way more cons why we shouldn't do it. I get that.
because wouldn't that just be cherry picking in a way?
Which one?
I mean, trying to find a good outcome of slavery when there are so many bad ones. Trying to find one good one just seems
Well, it's just showing that the principle is not consistent.
Okay.
So like we're just checking the consistency of the principle. So I abhor slavery, hate it. I think it's god awful.
Okay.
But I still need to be consistent enough to think, is it always under all circumstances, right, that are realistic? Like you can come up with bizarre hypotheticals where it's like, would you enslave two people to save the world? Okay, fine. But that's unrealistic.
Right.
What about realistic things that happen with slavery where you're like, actually, like, if I was in that, I'd probably do that, right? And so I'm just checking for the principle, the consistency of the principle is all.
I mean, it's tough because I mean, my moral is just I don't want that to happen in general. So that would be a hard situation for me to deal with. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I guess that would be the only solution. So
Yeah, empathy does not always provide the answers.
no, it doesn't, but it can lead you down a good path, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, I think one of the other disagreements that we had when we were discussing immigration was the question of feasibility. Is it feasible to
Right.
deport the millions of illegal immigrants that are here? You had objections from a economic perspective. It's going to cost a lot to do that, and you also didn't believe it was feasible. I don't know if you have more to add to that, or Andrew. I mean, do you think that there's...
Yeah, it's totally feasible. Absolutely.
Okay.
We can deploy the United States military right to the border, orders shoot to kill.
But
I would do it
isn't
right
it-
away tomorrow.
Wait, shoot to kill?
Oh, yeah.
The illegal immigrants?
Yeah. It's
All
our
of-
kind. It's our no. If on the
All of
border,
them?
if they're trying
on
to
the
cross,
border.
yeah.
I thought the ones who are currently
No,
here.
no.
Isn't it wrong to
just
kill
chilling.
though, based in
It's
your
wrong to murder.
religion?
It's wrong to murder.
Is that not murder?
No,
Killing someone's not murder?
no. Murder definitionally is the unjustified killing of someone.
Okay, so if you can justify it, it's fine.
If you have good justification for it.
Is that subjective? Can I kill anyone and justify it to myself?
Well, I
and then
would
it's fine?
consider justification. Well, I would start with the idea of what justification is.
Okay.
And then with the idea of is it an objective or subjective justification? But either way, I would be justified. So if you say, well, there is no objective morality, it's only subjective, right? And it's relative between people,
Okay.
then you really can't give me any reason why I shouldn't do that.
So, just example, somebody breaks in your house, you shoot them. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. That's justified. But you're walking down the street, you see a family of illegal immigrants, you don't like it, you shoot them all.
That's not what he was saying.
Is-
No.
He
Okay.
was saying
That
at
would be
the border,
unjustified. Yeah.
At the
if they're
border
trying to
crossings.
cross
Yeah.
illegally.
Okay.
So if they're trying to break in, just like they're trying to break into your house, I would view it the same way.
Breaking into the country.
Okay. Well, I don't have an argument against that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So
I
Wait,
understand.
You're in favor of it? Or-
I'm not in favor of
Okay.
it. I just personally wouldn't.
Well, do you think that illegal crossings would significantly go down if the United States military was on the border and said, if you try to cross the border illegally, we open fire? Don't you think that? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, then it sounds like I solved the problem
Okay.
by not using empathy.
All right. Well, then let's put that into play.
I agree. Totally.
I don't know. I don't know if I haven't even thought of that as a solution. I don't know if that's my position, but I would agree with you insofar as, Andrew, it would be a massive deterrence.
Yes.
It would be a
Yeah.
massive deterrence. Okay.
Just
if I
like
cross
nuclear
the border-
bombs.
Right.
Why do you have nukes? It's not to use them, right?
Deterrence.
It's to stop people from using them. So the idea isn't actually to send them down there with orders to shoot to kill. The idea is that because they have orders to shoot to kill, they'll never have to.
Okay.
That's the idea.
I mean, if nobody has to die,
Well, we hope. Probably some will.
okay.
Yeah. Probably some
Well,
will.
I don't think that there is a flat, simple way to fix the immigration problem. I
Pretty
feel
sure
like
that would
it's,
fix it.
That's a way, sure. I just I think that would be really hard to pass.
Yeah, that's
Legally.
true. I think you're
So-
correct that it would be difficult to pass through Congress, an act of Congress which mobilized. But, well, you know, the president's the commander in chief, though. He doesn't, I'm not sure that that would be war authorization. So I think he could actually unilaterally just order the military
Didn't he
and
try to
order
do
the
that?
border states to mobilize their National Guard with orders to shoot to. I think he actually could do that.
Didn't he try to get the military over there though?
The military's there now. They just don't have orders to shoot to kill,
Right.
unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
He says, unfortunately. What do you think?
Well,
Is that unfortunate? Do you
I-
think it's unfortunate?
that they can't kill them, I don't think that that's unfortunate. I'm not advocating for the killing of anybody.
Well, it's not an advocation of, it's an advocation to make sure there is no killing. I believe in force doctrine. So the idea of 5'1" men attacking 7 foot tall, 300-pound men doesn't seem that likely to me. It seems like they
Okay.
generally won't do that, right?
Right.
So it seems like if you're a 7 foot, 300-pound, buff, yoked out dude, you're probably not going to get attacked. And the whole idea behind that is because the person is worried that if they do attack you, what happens? They get messed up real bad, right?
Right. So if you think if this is something that Trump could do. Why do you think he hasn't done it?
I just don't think that he would be able to justify it politically.
Okay, why though?
Because I think that there would be an outcry, a general outcry against it, and it could stress his powers. Like, yeah, I think it could be argued that this, I'm not sure on this, right? But it could possibly be argued as like you would need congressional authorization for this because of some reason. Possibly they could defund it, or there's any number of different reasons, or there could be some type of like humanitarian crisis that it could be presented as that would cause a bunch of problems for him. So there might be a bunch of practical reasons, but I don't think that there's anything morally wrong with taking your army, putting it on your border, and telling people who try to cross that border that there's going to be dire consequences if they do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. It's within the confines of reason. It's logical. It seems within force doctrine. It would actually prevent more crossings, and it would prevent more deaths ultimately.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a solution, my own solution when it comes to immigration. I think that topic is far too complicated for me, and I don't know enough about how things work or politics to really come up with a solution. But
I think the only other disagreement we had pertaining to that was that there were flights. They were flying the immigrants in. You thought that this was dubious, that there was no evidence of it. You didn't think this was actually a thing. I don't know if you still think that's the case, but
I still think
there were in fact flights flying in
hundreds of thousands.
illegal. And I don't know the precise number, but there were flights.
Have you ever heard of the migrant caravans?
The what now?
Migrant caravans?
I have heard of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's tens of thousands of people whose entire objective was to go through South America and Mexico, collecting as many people as possible in order to break into the country to single point, make a political statement. The Democrats assured them that they would have hotel rooms, that they would be taken care of. They actually had Democrat liaisons who went to South America and would coach these migrant caravan leaders. It was a big clusterfuck, but yeah.
What we were talking about is, I think it was hundreds of thousands of immigrants being flown over into New York, and why would they do that?
Because it switches voting demographics.
But they can't vote.
Well, that's funny that you should mention that, but I'm not going to get into that on YouTube because of the terms of service. But the thing is they can't work either, but they work, right?
Right. But voting is you need a social.
You're supposed to need a social to work.
Okay, but to sign up to vote, though, how do you do that without social?
You take your fake-ass social that you got out of... So what happens is, here's what people do. They go to a cemetery, okay? Well, maybe they don't physically go, right? But what they do is they look through obituary records for somebody, like, let's say your name is Javier Juarez, right? And you're roughly 25 years old. And so you go through the obituaries and you find somebody whose name is like, I don't know, Rodrigo something or another, and he's 22, right? And he has roughly the same types of features that you do, right? You can apply, get a death certificate, you get the death certificate, and then you can manipulate that in such a way to get a birth certificate. You take the birth certificate down to the Social Security office, say, I lost my Social Security card. They give you back your Social Security card. Then you go get a normal, real state ID. You have now assumed somebody else's identity.
Are there statistics that show how many people that have passed away have voted in this last election?
The problem is, right, is like they wouldn't count them as passed away, because this is an active person who's not dead, right?
But they did die, though.
Yeah, they did die, but that doesn't mean that they've been officially counted, one. And two, when you're talking about the assumed identification, they're also going to be counted as a living person. You can have conflicting records inside of our record-keeping apparatuses, and this happens often. Now, how many there are? Liberals will tell you that there's very few cases like this, but it's very, very difficult to determine how many there actually are of cases like this. Very difficult because they've already assumed the identity. The person is dead.
Okay.
Right? But it happens a lot more than people let on.
Well, it's one of those things. I'm sure it happens, and I'm sure it's happened, but there's just no stats on it. There's no way to get stats on it, so it's hard for me to.
Though there is a way to get a stats on this.
Okay.
That every single year, 1 million legal immigrants come into the United States.
How many illegal immigrants do you think are here?
I think probably 5 or 6 times the estimate that they say.
Okay, what do they say the estimate is?
Brian would have to pull it up officially.
It's 11
Couple of
million.
million.
11 million.
Yeah.
No. So Mick, in the StreamYard, it's in the actual browser. Do you see where it says private chat? It's on primary monitor. It's on your primary monitor. It's selected. Do you see where it says private chat? No, hold on. So just switch this back to comments. Do you see that comments tab? No. Okay, yeah, we're on private chat. Look, 4 up, it says comments. Hit there. Okay. Now, here, I'm going to pull this up. I don't think it pertains to how many illegal immigrants are in the country, but this is from homeland.house.gov. So this is Department of Homeland Security, I believe. This is their source. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm multitasking a dozen different things here. So, Mick, I'm going to have you scroll down just a little bit. New documents reveal airports used by Secretary Mayorkas to fly hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens into U.S. via CHNV mass parole scheme. Scroll down.
What's CHNV mean?
Scroll down. Washington, D.C. Today, the House Committee on Homeland Security revealed documents obtained through subpoena of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, that identified over 50 airport locations, including our nation's capital, used by DHS to help process into the country more than 400,000 inadmissible aliens through the administration's unlawful Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelan mass parole program. The program was officially launched in January 2023, and the documents obtained by the committee cover the period from January to August, accounting for roughly 200,000 of these individuals. According to these documents, as of mid-October 2023, there were 1.6 million inadmissible aliens awaiting travel authorizations through this program. Scroll down quite a bit more. Keep going. So according to these documents, scroll down. The top 15 airport The top 15 airport locations used for the program and the number of inadmissible aliens who flew into a port of entry between January, August 2023 were Miami, 91,000, Fort Lauderdale, 60,000, New York City, 14,000, Houston, 8,000, Orlando 6,000, Los Angeles 3,000, Tampa 3,000, et cetera. Scroll down a bit. The other airports used for the program, okay, that's fine. And I mean, that's pretty much it as it relates to the flights.
Yeah, and you can point out too that there was a time period here during C-19 when COVID was going on, right, where most of the ballots were mail-in.
Right.
And the mail-in ballot system is like the worst fucking idea ever conceived by man because the proofs there were very slight to have those votes counted. So having thousands of unsecured ballot locations, right?
Yeah.
They can definitely participate in the political process whether they are supposed to or not.
Okay.
So those are the arguments, I guess, there.
Do you have a position on this at all, or?
I don't think I have anything to contribute that hasn't already been said. So I don't feel like it's necessary for me to jump in on that one.
Are there any other topics that you feel more?
Religion is her thing.
Religion? Is there anything? Okay, we can do that, but any
I'm
other?
going with the flow, though. So
Yeah.
Are there any other things
People often lose interest on the religion topic. Right? I'm just being honest with
we
you.
can keep it quick too. Also, if that's a concern. Sex work is a topic that, I'm passionate about, but I'm not sure if that's a tired topic on this podcast.
Why are you
or not.
passionate about it?
Well, I think there are a lot of different viewpoints from different kinds of sex workers on several different topics, whether it comes to legalization or what's the word I'm looking for? kind of like a control over that industry that we may or may not have, depending on what the circumstances are, such as places where it's legal, like Nevada, or whether we're looking at protection for people who work independently, not necessarily on the street, but like online and things like that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're making a distinction between legislating it in multiple ways, right? So you're talking about, are we talking about protecting sex workers or this or that, or?
Yeah, there can be a lot of opposing viewpoints.
Yeah. I
among
have
sex
the
workers.
100% number one way to protect sex workers.
Ban them.
They don't be sex workers.
Okay.
It's 100% effective. Wouldn't you agree?
Not necessarily.
No?
No, I don't think I could answer that with just a yes or no, because I think there's slightly more nuance to it. I can only use where I work currently as an example, where we are very well protected.
Is there a chance, though?
A chance for...
A chance for you to in some way be assaulted or something like this through the fact that you're a sex worker?
Well, there's always that chance.
Is there? But there's 100% chance that you're not going to be assaulted as a sex worker if you're not one, right?
Well, I think as a woman, there's always a chance.
Right, but it's not going to be based on the fact that you're in an industry where this is much more common than when you're not in the industry, right?
I couldn't give you a percentage, but that could be a fair statement depending.
Oh, yeah, it's much more common. Assaults of sex workers,
For sure.
of course. Yeah.
Because I can only speak on where I work. The security is great. We all have business licenses. We receive testing once a week. We're background checked by the county, whether that be a sheriff's department or a police department. It depends on your
Is this one of the ranches?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. So the thing is like, my understanding in those places, they have like literal guard dogs that they patrol the perimeters with. They have armed security. I don't know if that's true or not. This is just what I'm told, right? So I'm sure security there is, bar none, fantastic. Do you ever go into a room with a John alone?
Yeah.
Do you do that as part of your daily course?
I don't understand.
When you go into a room with a John alone, right? Is that part? Would you consider that a routine part of your job?
Yes.
Yeah. So then do you usually know these Johns?
No.
No. Okay. So then what you're saying is that yes, this place is really well guarded until you go into a room by yourself with a John, right? And then you engage in sexual activity, and your chances there of being abused obviously are significantly higher than if you were not in the room with the stranger having sex with them, right?
Yeah, I would say it also depends on what kind of services you're offering as well. That can make a big difference in
Just
what I
being
would
in the
consider
room.
the odds.
But just like being in the room with the John, doing anything sexual is going to increase your chances of being assaulted, right?
That chance is always there.
Yeah. So I have my 100% foolproof way to make sure that you, because I care about you, never get assaulted again, is that you never do sex work. And then I can guarantee that you'll never be in a room with a strange man again, unless it's by some volition of your own, not because you need money, where that man will assault you.
What about OnlyFans, though?
What about it?
So, I mean, obviously there is a point, in-person sex work, you're alone with a random man. That can be scary. OnlyFans, though, how can that be dangerous?
Parasocial relationships. So,
Okay. But that
so
can
let's see if we can
happen-
untangle this, right? I'm positive, right, in my streaming career, I have at least some people who probably have a parasocial relationship with me. You know what that term means, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing I can do about that. That's going to come with the territory. So the only thing I can do is be as responsible as I possibly can do or be by, if such a relationship bubbles and I can see it, by putting the kibosh on it, right?
Right.
Saying things like, I'm not your friend, I'm not your buddy, right? I'm just an entertainer. You happen to be a fan, right? This parasocial kind of relationship. Not that I haven't had fans that have become friends, because I have.
Right.
But I'm just saying, generally speaking, I try to put the kibosh on that immediately, right away. From your angle, though, right? a parasocial relationship is going to be way, way more likely because of the nature.
Sure. Yeah.
Because of the nature of what you're doing.
But
So that puts you at a higher elevated risk in comparison to even other people in similar
Definitely.
industries.
But I also I don't use my my name or anything, my real name. So
And do you think that would stop people?
I think it would make it a little bit harder.
Sure.
Sure. But I mean I've been doing it for a while. I think some people definitely do have a parasocial relationship with me.
I was just watching a story this morning. There was a guy, I don't remember his name, but he was like a bald dude, and he developed a parasocial relationship with an OnlyFans girl, and he began to spend his family's credit card money.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah, started spending his family's money on her. He became completely obsessed. He became totally irate, and when they tried to put the kibosh on the relationship, he was so invested that he actually murdered his entire family in order to continue this relationship.
Right.
Now, I'm willing to grant, right, that there are musicians and other people out there who are so ridiculously famous that there's deranged fans who would do something similar with them and they're not in sex work. I'm just stating that the chances of it are way higher in
Okay.
your industry.
And wouldn't that be part of my responsibility as well, though? Like being on the internet to make sure these people don't get connected to me in that way or attached to me in that way? Because I do try.
Well, I think the
to-
nature of what you do is to try to create this kind of relationship literally on purpose. So, and this
Okay.
is all by the nature of the work itself. It's not saying, so I'm going to try to be charitable here. I think you try to divorce yourself. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Savannah.
Savannah?
Savannah.
Savannah. That Savannah, the person's trying to divorce herself from Savannah, the sex worker. These are two different people. When Savannah, the sex worker, is doing sex work, that's not really who she is. She's this whole other person who likes flowers and unicorns and pretty nails or whatever the fuck it is, right? Like whatever that person is not this person. But this person who does do the sex work is being provocative, trying on purpose to be seductive, trying on purpose in order to make a person feel a certain way, a certain connection so that they open up their wallet and give you money.
Okay.
Right. And I think that is part of the nature of that work. Whereas for most other types of work, on camera, film, things like this, that is not the case.
How is this different, though?
Because this is not designed to seduce. This is not
Okay.
designed to introduce the parasocial aspect in. It's much more straightforward. So like, assume a Hollywood actor is really straightforward too. I'm providing you entertainment. I get paid, right? I'm not really here to, I am trying to elicit emotions in you, but the emotions aren't specifically the idea of I'm seducing you and creating the context that there's something here between us. That's the feeling I'm trying to introduce. Like in your sex work, for instance, do you ever moan really loud? Do you ever pretend that you're really into it when you're not? Do you ever, the answer is likely yes, right?
I actually do a lot of different kinds of services that actually lean far more towards, trying to be careful with my wording, kink-centered, I would say.
Sure.
It's far less of, the standard stereotypical
But
stuff for me personally.
But are you pretending on purpose to enjoy things maybe you don't enjoy? You're pretending to be into those things when you're not really into them because you're trying to elicit a response from the person that gives into whatever their fantasy is, right?
Me personally, no, because I don't offer any kind of service that I wouldn't enjoy delivering on. I do have that luxury. I don't speak for everyone. I only speak for myself.
So
on
you've never
that.
pretended to be more into it than you're not?
I
Than
don't
you
have
are?
to.
Oh, okay. Well, you would agree, though, that at least in your industry, that women are going to be moaning. They're going to be like screaming at the top of their lungs. They're going to be doing things like this, even though
I'm
they
sure it does
ordinarily.
happen. Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it happens with you too, whether you admit it or not. But that aside,
Yeah, no, it
coming
does,
coming back
totally.
to this, the idea here is that you're specifically trying to get those responses.
Right.
Whereas I think that other forms of entertainment specifically are not trying to develop
Yeah.
the parasocial aspect.
I totally agree about the safetiness of it, but I think taking measures to make sure that in case anything happens, you can protect yourself. I think, regardless of if I did sex work or not, I would want to have that protection.
Yeah.
So, I don't feel any less safe doing it, but I get to be at home. So,
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, these are tiered arguments,
Yeah.
right? So the first tier is the safety of even the prostitute in this case,
right.
and of the John are paramount. We got we have the overarching STDs, which are in this industry, which including OnlyFans have an overrepresentation of STDs against the general public. Why? Because they do GG content.
Right.
And oftentimes they're not as rigorously even tested as the people in the porn industry
Yeah.
are when they do that sort of content. So then we have to compete with that. With the amount of STDs that come in, then we have to deal with the trafficking that comes in with this. And then also, I mean, the list just is like endless of the societal ills that come with sex work. Whereas banning it, what bad happens when we ban this? That there's a black market potentially that opens up for it?
Well, I think South Korea is a good example of what happens when you do ban porn.
It's not really banned there. I know officially it is, but it's not actually.
But I think they have higher rates of grape and sexual assault, and they also have the law there that...
Then what, the United States? Definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong because we're talking about stats off the top of our head. But can you look at the...
It's hard to pull things up.
Yeah, I see. I see.
Okay. Well,
I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong on that, but I would find it like kind of stunning if it was the case, or
Okay.
if that was the case and there wasn't at least underlying reasons for it that aren't as obvious as what you're portraying, right?
okay.
So, but yeah, it is true that in South Korea it is banned, but it's not IP banned really.
Right.
So people can still access it when they want. It's a very westernized nation, right?
Yeah.
And I would even argue that absent feminism and the various herbivore movements that are going on in these Asian nations, what do they call it now? Not herbivore,
Isn't that the term, herbivore?
well, that's
Herbivore
for
man?
Japan, but whatever, where women are
say?
checking out and men are checking out of the Department of Relationship, period, because they don't want to be with
Okay.
these feminists. That you probably wouldn't
4B?
see that sort. Yeah, you
Oh,
probably.
the 4B,
Yeah, there you go. That you probably wouldn't see that sort of consumption. Even the IP ban consumption, you probably wouldn't see that. So there's other things that are going on in South Korea, which I would contribute to other crises which are happening there, not because of
Not just because
corn
of
being
porn.
banned.
Oh,
Yeah,
corn.
that's actually a very popular position there, by the way, to keep it banned.
Right.
Like people
I'm
reintroduce
sure.
trying to get it approved again, and it just gets smacked down every time. So
Yeah. I think that there could be some regulations when it comes to corn in America.
okay, well maybe we can get agreement then.
Okay.
So maybe we can find some agreement here. Here's my perfect compromise plan, right?
Okay.
You have to show ID.
Yeah,
You have to upload ID in order to get on a corn website.
I agree.
Have to.
I agree.
Okay. Period. And there needs to be some sort of verification there
I
for
agree
that.
with that.
Yeah, you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
What do you think will happen to the market though? when
Well,
that
the
happens?
thing is that OnlyFans already does that. So nobody can get on to my OnlyFans unless they upload their ID that says that they're 18 plus. So,
Mm-hmm.
but as for Pornhub and that, I don't know. I've
the
never really
age,
looked
the
at-
next thing I would implement is that at the very least, the age of sex work needs to start at 26.
26.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we began alcohol, if we raised the age of alcohol to 21, this is arbitrary, but we just think, well, you're probably not responsible enough to have a drink or a cigarette until you're 21. We can kind of arbitrarily set it forward from there, right? I think
Yeah.
that this is a huge decision that 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds probably shouldn't make. So let's make it 26.
Okay.
Would that work? No.
Oh.
No, not gonna like that part.
Well, I see where you're coming from, but I I do think when it comes to stuff like OnlyFans, like that has not been detrimental to my career, my schooling, or anything. And I started that when I was 20 or 21. I
Yeah,
can't
but it's not
remember,
about
so.
you.
Well, yeah, but obviously this is
It affects you,
my example.
but it affects me. It affects him. It affects everybody, right? All societal ripples are that way. So
Right.
the question is like, should I have a say? Yes. And so my say is like, if we can't outright ban it, which I would prefer, right, then we can set in such rigors to it that it greatly reduces the consumption of it.
Okay. I agree with the ID verification.
But not the age going up.
No, but I do see where you're coming from though. You know, people that get into it the day they turn 18, it's
Yeah, no problem.
but you know, people are allowed to make their own choices, and it is what it is, you know.
No, we don't let people make their own choices if they're bad for society. We regulate shit all the time.
Okay, I don't see a 21-year-old making OnlyFans content. I don't see
if
that.
you
as
knew a product was poisonous, but it just killed a person slowly over time,
alcohol.
right? Well, sure, let's even take that,
Okay.
right? If your like 18-year-old son, right, wanted alcohol, would you tell him he should have it?
Yeah, he can have a little. I mean, yeah,
You can have
he can
the
have
non-poisonous
a beer.
dose, right?
Well, you can have a beer. Well, sure, but my rebuttal for this is that every person that consumes corn, they have the responsibility to consume it in a decent amount.
Totally
it's their
agree.
responsibility to not get corn rot.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's funny. It's like I can agree with you and at the same time still be right. So I'll explain. So I agree with you that the
Okay.
consumer also has a responsibility, just like the producer, right? But which one's way more easy to regulate? The millions of consumers or the few producers?
Right. I mean, that's true, but it's all the same with alcohol, though. You know, people are alcoholics, but it's their fault. You know, we're not going to ban alcohol.
Well,
because
but what
people
happens? Well, what do we see with alcohol?
Well, what
We
happened?
see
when
national
we
campaigns everywhere. Don't drink and drive. Don't consume this. This is poisonous. This is bad for you. We're not allowed to advertise it on television. You're not allowed to, you know what I mean? You can't advertise it here. You can't put it on YouTube. You can't, you know what I mean? There's all sorts of various things and all sorts of restrictions and massive national campaigns. You got Mothers Against Drunk Driving. The penalties for drunk driving are through the roof. You know what I mean? You get additional penalties you wouldn't even get if you were perhaps stoned or something else in certain states.
Right.
We have huge campaigns against this. Where's that for corn? Nowhere.
Well, the examples that you're bringing up, drinking and driving, people do die from that.
People die from this as well. I just gave you an example of a person who had a parasocial relationship.
Okay,
He doffed
right.
his entire family. But not only
Yeah.
that, these behaviors ultimately aren't just for drinking and driving. The national campaigns against the behavior themselves. Drinking's not great, right? It's not something. There's open container laws everywhere. Like everything that you see in society is stigmatizing alcohol, except in a small case use specific type of thing. You know what I mean? And that's at the national level. Now, maybe there would be a good point from prostitutes if they were like, look, this is stigmatized at the national level and people still want to do it. At least there would be some resistance, but it's like it's just glorified. Where is the state glorifying alcohol? Nowhere.
Well, I don't know if I would say that it's glorified. I think it's heavily censored. Like,
It's totally glorified.
You can't have people making corn on the side of the road. Like, that's not allowed. That's not legal. Like, there are things put in place.
Yeah, there's
this.
restrictions which existed pre the corn industry for public decency. That's true. But when you're talking about what are we doing on a societal level to push back against it, societies use stigmatization and things like this in order to push out behavior that we don't like. We do this at the national level all the time. So if you want to see more LGBTQ people, what do? You have LGBTQ Awareness Month, and you have all sorts of like pro-propaganda or, again, negative connotation on the word propaganda, but everybody knows what the word means, right? You would have tons of propaganda towards LGBTQ. You'd have tons of propaganda towards those things, reinforcing that they're good. They're good. This is good. We want more of this. Good, 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 good. You see it all over the news. It's good. It's good. That helps propagate that into the ethos as this is behavior which we consider to be acceptable and decent, and we want to see more of it. The opposition to that would be if you had like pro-family and pro-nuclear family and pro-patriarchy propaganda or stuff like this, right? You'd see a lot more of that. So we adjust our conditionals based on what we see as stigmatization or not. When I look at alcohol, it seems like everything moves towards stigmatization. Everything moves towards don't be a drunk, don't be doing this. This is not good.
Right.
I have to read a couple chats. So we have, guys, if you want, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Spawny, we do these at intervals, but I appreciate your message. Yours is coming up first. Okay, Spawny. All right, CBP1 app was allowing illegals to bypass showing up at the border and flown in directly into the country. Biden was worried was worried about the border optics. That is how Haitians overran Ohio and ate cats and dogs. All right. Thank you for that, Spawny. Appreciate it. We have a super chat here from Kenneth Goudreau. Can I have you read the super chat for me?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
From the Crucible here, Brian, can I get a shout out to my son Maverick? Andrew loved seeing you on Piers Morgan. Sorry, off topic here. Respect.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Kenneth, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I shout out to Kenneth, his son. Let's see, I'll do it into this camera. Yo, Maverick, you're a legend. Thank you, man. And your dad's a legend too. Kenneth, you're also a legend. Glad you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you. Could you read this one from Nathan?
Hey, Brian, this is my first time super chatting.
Thank you, Nathan.
Big fan of the show and of you, Andrew, Rachel, and Jake the Rattlesnake. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yo,
everybody there
thank
is
you,
good except for Jake. He's scum.
Oh, wow.
And he's
Australian.
Well, he's the fake king of Australia. As younger, he usurped the title from his brother, who is much more base than he is in every way.
Okay. There you go. Well, Kenneth and Nathan, thank you guys for these super chats. And let me see if there's no. Okay, we're good on that. You know what, chat? Me and Andrew were. Do you guys want somebody to crash the stream? So. We were going to try to do this Thursday, but unfortunately we were going to just have to postpone it. But since we have a bit of time tonight, do you guys remember, well, of course you remember, Priscilla, the girl who attacked Andrew? We were going to do, I'll just spoil it. So on what we were going to do was going to be a tag team 2v2. Me and Andrew, this was going to be a super degen panel. Me and Andrew and Desiree. Me and Andrew, Desiree, and Priscilla. That would have been bonkers.
Yeah.
I don't know what you even call that, a Royal Rumble or something.
Call that divine punishment.
Something like that. But Desiree's in LA, but Priscilla's in Santa Barbara. So, chat, do you want to... This is a redemption episode for Priscilla. You want her to come and crash, and then we'll have her join the panel. And what do you think, chat? But I think in order to do that, Andrew, do we need a champagne pop, or what do you think?
I think we should get one.
At least one. At least one champagne pop. The chat is mixed. So I'm reading the chat now. They're saying, hell no.
Don't listen
hell
to
yeah,
them at all.
Yes, yes, no. Yes,
It's
no.
It's not a democracy.
No, yes, yes, no.
It's not a democracy.
Well, guys, so it wouldn't be Desiree tonight, but it would be Priscilla. So, and then there's also the girl with the dyslexia. The girl who was sitting right there on last episode. She's also still in town, so maybe we could have her.
Good Lord.
Have her. What do you think, chat? Should we have Priscilla and then what was her name? What was the girl? Jen. Should we have her just
The
crash?
IQ of like 140.
The
or
140
something?
IQ.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have her. But we're gonna need a champagne pop. Doesn't have to be Cristal, just regular champagne pop. I think we're gonna need a champagne pop for that one. So if you want for if you want to see a confrontation, us confront Priscilla on her assault of Andrew. Of her,
It's pretty bad.
saw it.
It's
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
oh.
Pretty awful.
For a champagne pop, we will bring Priscilla here right now and spice up the Tonight Show a little bit. Spiro, can I have you read this one for me, Sav?
Speaking of immigration, there's one country that will never, ever, ever be able to send illegal immigrants Australia because it's not real.
Correct.
Rattlesnake in shambles.
Rattlesnake in shambles.
Shambles. All right. Thank you,
Fucking
Spiro.
lying round earthers.
Can you read this one too? He sent in another one.
Speaking of immigration, I'm surprised Brixan is against it. Think of all the illegals that could make burritos
Well, hold on now.
for him under the table.
So I'm actually, listen, Andrew's not going to like me for that. Or maybe, I'll know. I'll know his position on this. I am in favor of illegal immigration as follows. Women between the ages of 18 and 29 who are athletes, gymnasts, pole vaulters, swimmers, nuts. I won't accept softball players from other countries, but I will accept.
What about yoga enthusiasts?
I will accept yoga enthusiasts, but track and field is acceptable. Not the long distance chicks. Not the long distance.
This is the most
chicks.
degenerate immigration policy I've ever heard.
What are you talking
Ryan.
about? They're not sex workers, Andrew. They're athletes.
Just bring them all in.
Female illegal immigrant athletes, I'll accept from all Eastern Europe would be good. Some Eastern European gymnasts, very fit. I will accept from what we're going to prioritize Eastern European. We're going to Asian countries, Western. We can even Western European. Why not?
I know what you're thinking. I can see it in your eyes. You're thinking that's racist. No, it's not. He specifically ruled out Western Europe. Specifically ruled it out.
That's not what I was thinking.
I'm okay with Western Europe, but Eastern Europe first.
Okay. And you're also okay with like Mexican chicks.
Latin America, acceptable.
Yeah. Okay, see.
But I'd prefer,
It's not a racial thing.
let's start just to make things a bit more fair. The South American first.
Well, you want Eastern European first, right? Because
Well,
the South
in terms
Americans,
of-
South Americans are already coming in droves.
Yeah, so
we want to make
what
it
I'm saying,
fair,
I'm
right?
saying like if Mexico's Central America, right? Is it part of North America? Is Mexico Central America or North America? What? Isn't it Central America?
I can't tell if nobody's answering. 'cause
No,
they
it's
don't
definitely
know.
Mexico's North America. Wait, hold on, let
It
me
is
Google
North
this.
America.
No, I know where Mexico is. I just don't know if it's categorized as Central America.
Okay.
Is Mexico Central?
Well, it's still going to be a part of one of the two continents, right?
It is North America.
Yeah, it's North America.
It's not. I know it's not South America, but I was wondering if it was the distinction if it was Central America, because Central America you got like Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, Guatemala. What's the other one? I'm
terrible with geography, man. I wouldn't.
Honduras, El Salvador. That's like okay.
Okay.
That's gonna get clipped. So yeah, but I'm thinking like Argentina.
You win.
I'm
beat
thinking,
himself.
I'm thinking like Argentina. Let's bring some gymnasts, pole vault, like Argentinian gymnasts. And then we move our way up. We get to like Costa Rica. Then we can get to Mexico with their female only athletes and gymnasts and so forth.
Makes sense.
So there's that. Okay, let's see if there's. Okay, so guys, really quick, read 100 TTS 200. If you want Priscilla, if you want her to come, we're gonna have a sit down with her. We're gonna have a convo. We need a champagne pop for that. Like the video.
Like we do, yeah.
Like the video, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever, Discord.gg/whatever, and then let's see here.
So you don't think Brian's too mean to the girls on the show?
They love the
No,
show.
I think
They're
it-
big fans.
I think it does depend on if they're mean to him.
That's true.
Which I guess I've only seen clips of like them yelling at each other. So I was like, oh, he sucks. You
Well,
know?
I've noticed
but-
this. I've noticed this really funny thing, right? So, I've been working in industrial circles my whole adult life, right? So when I go in to do a job, that's just what I'm used to. So Brian, you'll see Brian, he kind of is very sharp with his language. Like, can you be quiet right now because we're doing X, right? Things like this. For me, right, I just think of it as this guy is the foreman. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I never took, but I've noticed that women have a really hard time with that.
Well, I know you're gonna hate it, but it's tone policing. It really is.
Totally.
It's the way you say it. If you say it with like a little bit of oomph.
Do you think that that could be like possibly what the pay gap is? The gender pay gap is because women can't handle fucking tone. Like they just can't handle it. And so employers
be.
are like, you know, I think we're just going to hire men for this shit and pay them more and incentivize them because then I can talk to them how I need to talk to them without them fucking like crying and whining about tone.
Totally.
That's what I think.
Okay.
I'm memeing. I don't really think that, but I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny.
Yeah.
You got anything for us? You got, because you're like DM'd us. I want to be her debate partner. I'm waiting for a little.
I felt like it would be a little bit unfair for her to be on here by herself.
Yes, that's true.
Well,
I-
originally it was just going to be a 1v1. So I doubled it up because
Yell at him.
I offered to, and you never responded.
wait, what?
I said we could yell at each other if you want, but I'm not just going to do that for no reason.
Wait, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
When I asked for the address, and I was like, also, we can yell at each other if you want. Like, we can have beef.
Yeah,
For
we don't
entertainment
stage.
purposes.
We don't stage
No.
stuff.
We
It was a
really
joke.
don't.
All the beef is
Yeah, it was a joke.
natural.
Okay,
Yeah.
but originally you were like, hey, I want to be her debate partner. What do you want to debate?
She's good with religion. She knows a lot about.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how the structure works, given I could only watch so many episodes at
Well,
a time before getting here,
well,
so
in
I'm
this
just kind of
format-
waiting to be prompted.
Yeah, in this format, it's open. It's an
Okay.
open debate because, like during a panel, it's not because there's so many people and you're getting to, you know, and
Those are
it's
most
not.
of the
It's not
episodes
even
that I
designed
saw.
necessarily to be a debate. There's going to be some debate that happens, but it's not always designed for debate at all. It's just
Okay.
designed for
I
people
think
to have an
most
open
of the
convo.
clips I've seen, it was with the panel, so I think I got a little confused, and I don't want to interrupt anyone either.
Yeah.
Like letting your conversation.
Yeah,
with
yeah, that
her.
was fine.
I didn't feel the need to butt in on that because I felt a lot of good things were being said. So
Yeah.
Is religion something we can discuss, or
Yeah.
is that boring for you guys? We don't have
I mean,
to talk about
I'm
it.
not a religious debater.
Okay.
Andrew's probably a bit more well versed in that. What are your criticisms of religion?
You said it was delusional.
yeah, I would definitely say so. I think it is wildly illogical to me from my perspective. I don't understand personally why a God that seems to glorify suffering to earn peace and eternal life, why? What's deserving of worship?
Yeah,
What's
but how do you?
deserving of?
But this is a problem. Is like you use religious terms in order to criticize religion. Like when you say words like suffering, how do you account for suffering? Suffering just means shit that you don't like. That's it. That's all suffering means.
Like, and narrow it down a little bit. I mean, if I
You're
could
going to
use-
narrow. You will, but you're just going to narrow it down to subjective experiences I don't like or don't prefer.
I think
And if
it's-
that's not what it narrows down to, I'm going to be stunned. But I'm going to let you narrow it down. So what is suffering?
I would say the suffering I was more referring to would be suffering that I believe is more unjust, not just because someone made a bad decision or messed up. I'm more referring to children and cancer and horrific things like that. The most common thing that I've ever been told is everything happens for a reason, and if this terrible thing happens to this young child, leukemia, things like that, that it was all God's will.
Oh.
And I personally don't understand that whatsoever, because what has such a young child done to deserve any kind of
That's
test
really
from
strange
God?
that you were raised Catholic
Yes.
and they told you it's in God's will
Yes.
that people get cancer.
It's all part of God's plan.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, the problem is, again, so all of the criticisms that you would come up with for religion, right? You have to account for all of them. So when you say words like just, it's loaded. Like, what is justice? Well, I can give you two forms of justice. There's a Christian form of justice you're probably more used to, like empathy. Oh, you came in and you stole a bunch of shit from my house. Is it then just for me to go and steal a bunch of shit from your house?
No.
No. That's really weird, though, because I can give you a completely alternative view of justice that seems like it's totally within the confines of reason. If you steal from my house for me to be able to steal from yours, that seems completely within the line of reason, seems totally logical to me. There's nothing illogical about it. There's no violations of the laws of logic, right? It's well within reason. What's the problem? The problem is you just don't prefer that kind of justice, right?
Sure. I'm also not 100% clear on some of the differences between Catholic and Christian teachings. You know, I can say
Catholics are Christians, I would say.
I've been told by a few people that there's like some different teachings or how they're interpreted personally. So I'm totally...
People will not consider them to be Christians. Yes, that's true.
Okay.
Non-denom. So
if there's...
I would just largely chop it up to three. There'd be... I chop it up this way, okay? Most Orthodox would just say everything that's not Orthodox is Protestant. But I just chop it up to there is Protestantism. These are all of the branches of Christianity which came from Martin Luther after the schism. And then there's Catholicism, which came from Orthodoxy after the schism. And then there's Orthodoxy, the original Church of Christ. So that's how I would view it, right?
So how do you, I mean, I've read most of the Old Testament. I haven't finished it, some of the new one. But when it comes to science and religion, I know that's always like such an annoying topic, but how do you justify the Bible through that?
Well, science can't make claims about the metaphysical. Like science can't tell you if there are or not ghosts.
No.
It can only test whether or not there are or not ghosts here,
But
right?
it can
but
tell
it's
you.
not going to make ought claims, right? It's not going to make any. It just doesn't test for that. So
Right.
if I wanted, so if you're doing a scientific experiment, it's got to be falsifiable, right? That's what makes it. So the thing is we're going to start with an observation. In this case, you're going to observe. You think there's a ghost. Let's say you think there's one, right? So then your hypothesis is like, I don't know, there's an ethereal realm and this person hasn't passed on yet, right? Something like this. And then you're going to conduct an experiment. Let's say you go and you get equipment and you come up with electronic voice phenomenon, right? And you're trying to catch the spirit's voice on that or some shit, right? So you can even say like ghost hunting could be a rigorous scientific endeavor. It doesn't sound like one though, does it? You know what I mean? It's not really designed to answer those kinds of questions. That's not what it's there to do.
I just mean in terms of like, it says the earth was created 6,500 years ago or something.
Well, that's young earth creationism. But
Isn't
the thing
that
is,
part of...
the thing is like there are people who fight over young earth or old earth
Okay.
creation. I've always considered it to be a silly fight to have because it really has nothing to do with the point. So the Bible warns us not to adhere to endless genealogies so that we don't get bogged down in nonsensical questions like that, right? It's just not that important from the Christian purview, whether the earth is 6,000 years old or not.
Well, maybe not, but the point is that it is older than 6,000 years. So
Okay.
there is really no argument when it comes to that, which is just one example of something in the Bible that, I mean, when they wrote it, they had no understanding of like geophysical sciences. So they
Well, they understood a lot more than people think. Like, I hear people say they didn't really understand things very well, but and one of the things I hear all the time is like, well, they didn't understand where babies came from. It's like, but the whole Old Testament is filled with his seed will go
Right.
into her. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I think they kind of got where babies came from.
But what about like when they said that plant life was made before the sun? That was before we had an understanding
You
of
mean in Genesis?
of photosynthesis.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact verbiage is in Genesis for which in the creation story, which thing came first.
Is plant life and then sun.
Okay, sure. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to pull up Genesis in
Okay.
order for me to contextualize it. But I'm just saying that, again, these seem like the least important questions. Like, let's even say that the accounting of that was incorrect or just an allegory or something like that. I don't believe it was. I think it's both actually true and it's allegorically true. And it is also trying to convey like various lessons and this kind of thing, right?
Right.
But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that that was not actually the case. How does that really contradict with Christian ethics ultimately?
I don't think it contradicts the ethics, but I think that it makes the Bible like illogical. Like it makes it not as I wouldn't trust it for anything. I mean, more morality wise, I think that it had some good ideas. Maybe the new one.
Yeah, but when people are making moral claims about religion, they're not referencing whether or not you think it's logical what happened in Genesis or the parting of the sea or things like that. They're not. It's not really what it's testing for when it comes to Christian ethics, and Christians are making moral claims, right?
Then what is it testing for?
Well, Christians are taking the virtues and the teachings of Jesus Christ, and what they're doing is they're taking these concepts and combining them into an ethical system called Christian ethics.
Okay.
And they're making ought prescriptions on that.
Right.
So even my argument would just always be, because I'm not a Christian apologist, there's people way better at that than me for the accounting stories and things like that. But my argument is always just like, even if morality is subjective, Christian ethics clearly has a ton of value. Even
Right.
to consequentialists, it seems to have a ton of value. So even if it is the case that Christians were delusional, like you said, it seems like you would want them to be, because they're super charitable, and
I don't think they're bad.
yeah, exactly, and they
people.
keep
That's not
society
what I
they
meant.
keep society rolling, right? So even if it was the case that you thought they were living in a delusion, like, who cares? From your view, it's like they should probably live in that delusion. It's probably better that they live in that delusion.
See, I think that religion can be really good for people, give them a sense of purpose. But I think that something I've said before is that I think it's like a betrayal of intellect to not let yourself question the how or the why of the creation of the universe.
Yeah, but I mean, in the skeptic tradition, you should be questioning skepticism too, and the fact that you can't give an accounting for any of the things that you actually care about, like justice. Justice is your preference, right? The idea of justice is your preference. The idea of fairness is your preference. The idea of basically everything is your preference. Shouldn't you be skeptical of that too?
I don't think you answered my question.
What's the question?
What was my question? What did I say?
I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't. I'm not trying to deflect from any questions.
No,
so,
I lost it.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm just saying that I think ultimately, even from the viewpoint of the secularist or the subjective atheist or whatever, the secular humanist, that the most amount of value that people get is from Christianity anyway, because they
Right.
can give you objective, unchanging accountings of things, and you basically necessarily say things need to change.
Well, I think that it's just important. Sorry, go ahead.
Here, Mick, can you pull up the tweets? We're going to switch topics.
What happened? Yeah, religion's not a thing that we get bogged down on too much.
Oh, okay.
Pull up the tweets, Mick. It should already be on it. Are you on the first tweet? What? Here, I'll switch it, but do you have it up on that monitor? I do. Okay. Hit F11, please. Oh, did you control tab over?
Uh-oh.
Huh? Mick, hit control shift tab. What the fuck is that? Hold on. What in the actual fuck? Okay.
I hit control shift.
Go out of F11. Here, go here. F11, please. Okay, yes, my favorite place to see a man is on the floor in front of me. Great question, Andrew. So this is, she actually responds to one of your tweets, Andrew. Should
Who?
men be the ones sitting on the floor,
did?
Anna?
You did? Oh.
That's me.
And Nick, can you click on, what, do you know what, before we click on it, do you know what that tweet leads to?
No.
From Anna's? You sent this March 14th, like 4 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
Is it TOS?
No, that's a post that she had about a woman or being on a train. The woman was on a train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
There's
think
nothing bad on that.
yeah, I
tweet.
think it should be fine.
Okay, can you click it, Mick? Just so with the mouse, click on the tweet from Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up. Yeah, click that. Yep.
No, I'm on a train and men are sitting in seats while women stand or sit on the floor. The declining birth rate is an mystery.
Was that originally your tweet?
No.
That's a
No.
different Anna. Okay.
Okay, let's do control tab over.
Yes, I
next.
thought that was a really stupid tweet.
Grown men who pursued.
What was I talking about? I don't
I mean,
remember
is this
that.
is this related to age gap, like men who date like 19-year-olds because they're technically teenagers? Or are you talking like about under like minors?
Yeah, I would assume, I don't remember exactly what post this was on,
Okay.
but I'm talking about like
Stones.
minors whenever
Okay. Next, we're gonna get into next. Yes, my dad knows I do OnlyFans. The incels are gonna hate this, but the loves me, supports. Okay. Next, these were just some of the tweets from last time. Who we talking shit about today? Men. Next. Telling sex workers that nobody will love them because their job is so cruel. It's a fucking job.
I don't think that's cruel. I think I don't think that's a cruelty. I think that that's a descriptive reality.
I don't think it is.
I think it is. Well, it's not nobody. I wouldn't put it in a monolith. I would say less people.
Okay, that's fair. That's
a
totally
lot,
fair.
a significant amount of people less. So like,
Sure.
I think that it'll limit the amount of romantic partners in the future that would be available to you.
100%.
I think it would limit the types of family dynamics that you would normally be able to have with people that you wouldn't be able to have. It creates stresses on parents, and it creates stresses on siblings, and it creates stresses on all sorts of people.
I agree, but to say they're unlovable, I don't agree with that.
To say they're what?
They're unlovable. I do not agree with that.
Well, no, I mean, there's going to be people who love, like, your parents are probably going to love you, even if they disagree, even if they disowned you, they probably would still love you. I'm just saying I don't think it's cruel.
Okay.
I think it's descriptive to say, like, maybe not all, that's maybe fair, but it's descriptive to say that way less people are going to...
I think it's a cruel thing to say just because sex workers are aware of that. I mean, I've been very open about the fact that it is harder to date with an OnlyFans. But I think it's unnecessary to point those things out. It just seems like berating for no reason.
No, well, there is good reason for it.
Okay.
The reason is the promotion of stigma. So again, society only has so many ways that it can push behavior or not push behavior. And I think that everybody's essentially always trying to push their worldview all the time. For the most part, I think they are. I just think that the religious are as justified as anybody else in doing that.
Okay.
And when it comes to stigmatization, I think that stigmatizing things that we don't like is perfectly acceptable, and we do it constantly. Here's a good example of that: smoking. Now, I'm a smoker, and that's heavily stigmatized, right? You're not allowed to smoke in restaurants anymore. You can't smoke on planes. Now, you never could when I became a smoker, but you can smoke in restaurants and bars, and you can smoke basically wherever the hell you want. Now you can basically smoke nowhere. You know, you can smoke a couple of places away from everybody. That's it. The whole behavior is stigmatized, right? And it's based on your effect of other people and their perception of it. It's the same thing with sex work. It's based on the effect and people's perception.
Okay.
So I think it's totally fair for people to do that. I think it's open game, right? Stigmatization.
Well, I think they can do that, but I do think it's cruel. So.
I mean, I guess on that, I mean, you do OF. You're not doing like traditional adult content. You're not escorting. You're not a courtesan. You are. Do you? How long have you been working as a courtesan?
Mid 2022 or 3. I can't remember off the top of my head right
So you've been
now.
at it for a little bit.
And
Yeah.
And how old are you again?
I'm 27.
27. Were you doing any other kind of sex work before 2023?
Online stuff. Like there's
Online, like
cam sites, things
did
like
you do
that.
adult content?
I've never done corn before
Corn.
recently. Like there's like live cams.
You're
That was
doing,
more
like,
of a thing a couple years
Personal
ago.
cam, solo cam stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Like chatterbait or whatever.
Yeah, like that.
And so when did you start doing that?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
I
Did you
would say
any
20
stripping?
22
Have you stripped?
No.
Okay. So you started,
Don't they strip inside those things? Inside
They
those?
can, but not everybody does.
but you weren't in a strip club. Okay.
No, I
so
was not.
you've been doing
I don't really know
escorting. Well, it's not escorting. Have you ever done
It's
like
just like straight up
Have you done
prostitution,
street
right?
walking?
what to call it. No.
Like where you're on the street corner? You haven't done that or anything. But you do work at a ranch. How many? And you said you started in 2023.
I believe so.
Do you recall which month?
Summer.
So like two.
I couldn't tell you the exact month off the
2
top
to
of my
3.
head.
You've been doing it for 2 years, about.
Yeah, I'd say
Fair
that's
to
a safe
say.
bet. Sure.
Okay. And how many? How often do you work?
It can wildly depend. I would say usually once a month or every other month.
You only
depending
work
on the
once a
time of year.
month. Wait, you only work once a month?
For 2 weeks at a time.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, I
thought you meant
misunderstood
like,
your question.
You stay on site?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. When I'm thinking like in terms of days.
Yeah, you
So it's a
got to
weird
change your
schedule.
mindset slightly because this is a legitimate brothel.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
But okay. So you work 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, or
Pretty much, yeah, ideally. It depends on the time of year.
Okay. And that's been your pretty consistent schedule for the past 2 years.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. How many people do you see per day?
That can wildly depend also. It can be 0, it can be 1, 2, 3. It's not a crazy number
What's the
per
most
day.
you've ever seen per day?
Oh, I don't know. For wildly different things, maybe 3 or 4 people, but
And-
that's not all the same services.
And do you ever do any group stuff? Like a couple comes in, they want to sleep with you. A group do they allow like groups of like they want to do a gang?
Well, something like that, I think you would probably have to talk to the manager about. I've never had that request
Okay.
before, so I
But
don't
have you
think
done
I can speak on
couples?
it. Yeah.
Okay. Have you done a throuple? Like 3 people come in and you sleep with all of them?
No, I've never had that happen to me personally.
Okay. And so some days you don't work at all, and I'm assuming you get paid per encounter.
We're independent contractors, so we can set our own price for what it is the person or
Okay.
people are looking for, and that price is what you specifically
Is it
set
like a
to be.
barber shop where you basically just rent out a room there? You pay them a fee to rent out the room, and then you get your own clients, or do they take a cut? How does it work?
There's room and board, but there's also like specialty rooms that have like a hot tub in it or something that you can also utilize for bookings that would require such a thing. So you have your own room, but there's also rooms you can use that are on site, if that makes sense.
But do they procure the clients, or do you, or is it both?
It's both.
Okay, and they get a cut of the total price?
There's a percentage that's a cut, but it
What-
goes
sure.
towards to keeping the lights on. It's a giant building, and the water bill. It's like paying utilities and rent, basically.
Okay, and what is the, like, what do you charge Is it like 30 minutes, or how does it work?
I can't give like an exact number. It's just a legality that I have to follow
Okay, that's
working
fine.
in a place like this. But it can totally depend. There are people who come in and they say, I only need 15 minutes. And that's totally fine. And there are some people who say, I want to spend 3 hours.
Do you have
doing
discretion
XYZ.
negotiation?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Do you have discretion with negotiation, or is there a set minimum that the house requires?
It's completely up to me. There is like a small standard when it comes to certain things. Like if you want to use one of the big specialty rooms with the hot tub, they prefer it to be over a certain dollar amount simply because you're utilizing that and then blocking off for anybody else.
So when it comes to the tweet, I'm just asking some questions here. Are you currently dating anybody?
I am
You're in a relationship with a man, a woman?
a man.
A man. Okay. Is he also a sex worker?
He appears in some of my online stuff, but he does not work
You have
as
an
a
only-
porn star or anything.
You have
like
an
that.
OnlyFans.
I do, yeah.
Has he ever worked with another girl on her OnlyFans, or is this the first time he's been involved in sex work?
I believe this is the first time.
Okay. Is he a what's it called, a gigolo, or what is it, the male
gigolo.
Gigolo?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Is he a male prostitute?
No,
Like, does
but
he work
at the ranch I work at, there is one.
There's a male. Okay.
Separate.
Sure.
Yeah, but aren't
I've
they
never
usually
met him,
gay?
I know.
I've
Oh, that's
never
it, yeah.
had the opportunity to
Wait,
ask
so
him.
so you're in a, how long have you been dating him?
About almost a year, I think.
A year. So
Yeah.
you had been doing the courtesan brothel stuff for a year when you met him, basically. Okay. How did you meet him?
At a bar, I think. It was
At a
like
bar.
a bar and grill.
And did you guys like hook up that night, or?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a
And-
nice conversation. but-
Yeah, and he like got your number, and you guys set up a date for another day.
Yeah.
Did you disclose to him that night that you were a prostitute?
I did.
You told him?
Yeah, I've been very lucky to never struggle with dating throughout any of my sex work endeavors.
You don't-
So,
Is he
Wait.
significantly older?
no.
No, same age.
Only
Roughly?
like, he's
Oh, yeah, roughly.
30.
Wait, you've never struggled with dating at all?
No.
And
Being a sex
your
worker,
opening
no.
line is BTW. I'm a prostitute.
Back when
They
I,
don't-
back when I had
there's
like
no
a dating app.
there's oh, when you had dating apps.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. So you were on a dating app, and would you write it in your dating app like BTW, like?
Carefully, yes. I
Right.
don't remember exactly how I worded it because I believe it was
Yeah.
Hinge, so I had to be kind of careful because
Sure.
they would try to ban me for soliciting, even though that's not what I was doing.
I could see you how you
Which
have
is
to be
fair.
careful. Yeah, but you would tell the
I would
people.
literally put it on my profile
Right.
in abbreviated terms
Sure.
and say I'm super upfront about it because
Okay.
I don't have to waste anybody else's time. If that's a deal breaker for them, that's
see.
completely fine, and I don't judge people for that being a deal breaker at all. That's why I'm super upfront about it.
Question for you: how many girls work at the brothel that you're at?
It depends. I would say it's usually between maybe like 5 to 8
On a given day?
on an average, I would say.
But like maybe there's dozens in total throughout the year. Is that fair to
Oh,
say?
yes.
Perhaps even more.
There's like a rotating schedule.
It rotates.
I would call it, yeah.
And I mean, of the girls that work there, are they married? Are they in relationships? Have you heard from them?
I don't go out of my way to ask everybody that I meet. We're all about minding our own business and not crossing professional and personal boundaries. I am aware of several that are in happy relationships. I can't tell you what gender
Sure.
those relationships are, but
Yeah.
not
and-
at all uncommon.
Okay. Because it would seem to me that the majority of men don't want to have romantic or sexual relationships with a active prostitute. But so your boyfriend, like, do you work? Is it like 5 days a week? How does it work?
Well, the place I work at, Bella's Ranch, is open 24/7. So I can take a day off or a night off whenever I please. I kind of make my own schedule and
But you said it was like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off.
yeah, I'll travel up there to where it is and I
Okay.
will stay there for 2 weeks at a time.
Sure.
And work whichever days I feel like, while I'm
I
up
see.
there, and then I leave and go back home.
Okay, and so go back. Do you live with your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay, and so you go back home after a day of working, back home to where you and your boyfriend live.
Yeah, after the 2 weeks that I've been up there, I go back home and we live together.
Oh, wait, so you stay there. I'm saying, like, he doesn't live in that region, so you'll be apart
No.
from him for 2 weeks.
Yes.
You'll stay at the location, at the brothel.
Yes.
Is
And
the
then-
relationship open?
Open, what do you, like a completely open
Yeah, like you guys
relationship?
can just sleep with whoever you want. He can sleep with whoever he wants.
I wouldn't really know what to call it. We're both very open people. We're very comfortable, very confident people. Communication, trust, and honesty is key in a lot of relationships,
Yeah.
but especially in
Is
one
he
like
allowed to
this.
bone other chicks? Is what I'm asking.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so it's an open.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
With communication, of course. It's not like you can just be like, I'm going to the store.
Do you? But it is overtly open relationship. So it's ethical non-monogamy. So he'll tell you, like, has he told you, BTW, babe, I'm gonna go fuck Becky?
No.
I thought you said you
I
have
mean, it
open
just hasn't come
communication.
up yet. It's
So
completely
wait,
on the
has he?
table, but
So I understand that he can sleep with other women.
But has he?
Has he slept with other women?
no.
But you
Wild.
said there's open. So it's do you sleep with other men in a non-work
Work.
capacity?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you?
But that's by my
Do you
choice
sleep with him?
personally. Yeah.
Okay, and you guys have a sex life, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's okay. Like, does he need like a 24 to 48 hour window after you fucked a guy? Like, maybe we can pause on the kissing. Maybe we can wait a little bit for sex, or
It takes me like 2 days to get home, so we've never really had a conversation like that before.
but he'll kiss you. Does he kiss you when you walk in the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Do you get
brush my
tested?
teeth. Oh yeah, we get tested every single week.
But do you, like, for example, let's say you, like, is there a specific day of the week, like Wednesday, or it varies?
I think it just changed recently, but it's one of the earlier weekdays. Routinely,
So
every
Monday.
single, like for example, every Monday morning at 9 a.m. And that's, I can't give out the exact
Yeah,
schedule of
we
when we
understand.
actually do that, but
Yeah.
every Monday morning, at 9 a.m. a doctor comes
Gets the
and we do
test.
all of our testing. There's blood testing and there's swabs. very
Sure.
thorough.
So, you might work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Subsequent to the test, right? You'll have sex subsequent to the test, and then you'll go home and then have sex with your boyfriend.
I overlap the testing. I will usually leave on,
You leave.
you know, before I leave, I'll just do the testing again because it's just convenient.
So just to be clear, every week you work, you'll have sex, then you'll take the STD test, and that'll be the last thing you do. Then you leave to go home.
Yeah, I make sure to include one in before I go.
Which, of course, though, even if you did do that, STDs can take days, weeks, or even months to show up. So even if you did the STD test, you did one, that was the last thing you did, and then you waited for the results. That's kind of an interesting component. But so he's okay, your boyfriend's okay with you having sex with other men for money while in a relationship, and he doesn't fuck other women.
He's more than
Even-
welcome to. He's just
But you don't.
busy.
He's busy. But okay.
Wait, can I ask, do you guys have to wear
I don't know.
protection?
Oh, at the brothels, protection is required for absolutely everything.
Okay.
There is no kind of any
Even
kind of
like
service.
oral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Required.
This is earmuffs, Andrew. You know, I'd rather, if I had to wear a condom during a BJ, I'd rather just not get the BJ.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's kind of like with hand jobs. I'd rather just not even have a hand job.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what I mean? Andrew, do you want a fucking BJ with a condom on? It's like, look, hey, you know, for the brothel shit, of course.
Legally required.
But
What is this debate,
wait,
Brian? What is this
Andrew,
debate?
I don't even, never mind. Hold on. Okay. So anyways, well, we have, Mick, can you go ahead and head down? Okay. I'm going to read some super chats. We have Kenneth Goudreau. Thank you, Kenneth. Second time super chatting. The lady missed the Brian before respect. Leave it. Hang 1 second, Mick. Leave it to a woman to mess it up. Once again, from the Crucible, love whatever pod. Thank you. This is how I found Mr. Wilson. Brixan, don't know how you do it. You're the legend, my friend. Kenneth, thank you, sir. I really appreciate your super chat. You're a fucking legend yourself. Appreciate your very generous $100 super chat, my friend. Guys, Reed 100, TTS 200. Andrew's going out for a smoke. Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, why don't you guys entertain the audience for 30 seconds?
They don't like that.
Oh, you could tell them about your special things.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh. This is fun. I thought it was going to be worse. He's actually
Yeah, I'm
quite
having
nice,
fun.
by the way. Even though his opinions are bad, he's not bad to talk to.
It's always fun to answer questions.
Also, I was on the pod that Priscilla was on the first time. Is she coming back? Is Priscilla coming?
You weren't on that pod.
Yeah, I was. No,
wait.
not last time, but last Sunday.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you were on that. That's true.
Is she coming back?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So she's joining.
Should I scoot over a little or?
Yeah, actually, if you want to take that chair and then just move it, so you're taking that mic now, and then yeah.
If she tries to hit one of you guys, do you want me to protect you?
Oh, you're gonna. Wait, do you want me to what?
Do you want me to protect you?
Yes, protect me, Sav.
Well, I just Are you
going to be my bodyguard?
Sure.
If you see her get up and try to come over here, you got to jump on her.
All right.
You going to protect me?
I'll protect you.
How much you weigh?
100 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah, got
All
it,
right.
dude.
Yo, chat. Sav is going to be my bodyguard. I need it. You're going to be my bodyguard. That's crazy.
I can do 4 pull-ups.
Yeah, let me see here. I'm probably going to have to adjust the camera angles a little bit. Guys, Andrew Wilson's just out on the balcony doing a little smoke break. Guys, if you enjoy the stream, like the video, twitch.tv/whatever. If you're watching on Twitch, drop us a follow in the Prime sub. Also, the BTS, before Priscilla comes in, she attacked Andrew on Sunday. If you want to see the behind-the-scenes footage of that, you can go to discord.gg/whatever. Join our Discord, guys. We've got a great community, so be sure to check that out. Also, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards the podcast. Thomas donated $3. Thank you, man. Colin donated $15. Thank you on Cash App. Jasper, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Noah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Randy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Really appreciate you guys. That's whatever pod, Venmo, Cash App. 1 sec. And then let's see if there's anything else. No, that's it. Reed is 100. TTS is 200. If you want to get it in, this is going to get. It's going to be interesting. Oh, can you scoot to that chair, please?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to adjust you a little bit, but scoot over to that chair for the time being. And then we have another individual joining us here in just a moment. Oh, Andrew's still on the balcony. Lovely timing.
He's going to love it. It's like
All good?
Christmas.
Yeah, she's all clear.
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah, just grab a new release over there. Hey, can you turn that off?
Yeah.
All right. So, welcome everybody to the Whatever Podcast.
I'll protect you too, Andrew.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good times. Good times. So, yeah. Oh, and honey, you said that you do fetish content like waterboarding.
Are you looking at the list?
I'm looking at the thing you sent
okay.
us.
Yeah.
Wait, but here, let's do a bit of adjustment with the microphones here. So what I meant by sit there. So Sav, can I have you scoot that way just a teeny bit? Okay, let me see if I still have you in frame there. That should be good.
Okay.
Okay, and then you scoot that chair that way, scoot that mic that way, scoot that mic that way.
Okay.
And then can you like get into the side, please? I'll try to get everybody in frame here. I'm trying my best to get people in frame. Yeah, Priscilla. Oh, can you not have, here, you got to take that thing off if you can. And just like, you can leave it anywhere, it's fine. That's going to be, yeah.
I keep getting the urge to like bite the microphone. Do you get that or no?
Go ahead. Or well, don't bite it, but you can.
You don't get that?
Go ahead, show us, but don't bite it.
Well, that's what well, if you're telling me to bite it but not bite it, how does that make sense?
Never mind.
Can't do both.
Never mind.
Okay.
All right, Priscilla, please, why don't you join us here at the table? Well, why are you going that way?
I don't know why.
That, the first open seat would be good.
Hello. Nice to see
Good to see you again.
Okay, welcome back, Priscilla. So, do you want to introduce yourself to the people?
I am Priscilla.
Sweet. That's dope. Okay, welcome. All right, so Priscilla, you wanted to come back for a redemption episode. I guess where do we start? Do you want to say sorry to Andrew, maybe?
No, but I do want to say I do want to admit that I am ignorant of the YouTube rules and all of that. And so I do feel bad about kind of pooping on the show. And so I do apologize to you, Brian.
Oh.
For that.
Wow.
Because that I'm very ignorant about. The YouTube stuff, I'm learning slowly. So.
Yeah, there's just certain words like the platforms don't allow, or it'll like demonetize the video. So we try to avoid saying certain words, slurs. There's certain topics that we go over before the show, like, hey, don't bring this up. So, yeah. But you did kinda, get in Andrew's face a little bit. Do you want to apologize for that?
No, I had it coming apparently.
Did this monster here, did he have it coming?
That was the first time I've ever met you.
And it was love at first sight.
So why did you try to dress me down?
He's a married man. I'm sorry.
You really, that all happened because you came back. I didn't say a word to you. And then he came back and started trying to dress me down. That's when I made fun of you.
I thought it was interesting that I presented a thought about an argument that you made in the past, and then instead of having a proper rebuttal, you just attacked my character.
Oh, wait. So, well, first of all, I didn't attack your character. I made fun of your voice. But the thing is
that's part of my character.
When you came back, no, that's not what happened. When you came back, who the hell are you to do X, Y, Z? That's not an argument.
I didn't say who the hell are you to do X,
Yeah, you
Y,
did.
Z.
You said that's her culture. Who are you to question her culture? So you weren't making an argument.
I said you don't know about her culture.
Yeah, you were trying to take
I think that's laughable.
Yeah, you were trying to take a shot at me on your way out the door, and so I took a shot at you back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have engaged at all. And by the way, up until that point...
That was not about you. That was about...
No, you were getting into it. You're like, and you, Andrew, blah, 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 blah. And then I made fun of you a little bit. But before that, I was totally respectful to you, as long as you were respectful to me. Is that not true? Did I say something before that was disrespectful?
I was on my way out, and I want to say it's like the equivalent of punching someone while they're turned around.
You came back
And I think
to
it's-
yell at me.
I did not come back to yell at you.
Yes, you did. You were leaving, and then you came. You said, "Brian, you're a small
and I
man." And
said
then, as you were
sorry.
leaving, you came to take a shot at me. So then I made fun of you a little bit.
Yeah, me directly. Not any of my ideas, not my philosophy.
So
not,
it was warranted for you to personally attack Brian.
No, that was rude, but that is between Brian and
Oh, I see. So the thing is like you weren't turning around to take shots at me. You were just turning around because you wanted to make an argument on your way out the door. That's very strange.
I guess I felt unheard and I wanted to feel heard and I wanted to get my say, and I felt like my voice was being sort of.
How was I didn't have anything to do with that. I was just sitting here. Yeah, I was literally just sitting here. I didn't do anything to you. Then I made fun of you slightly because you
slightly.
decided
I think
to.
it's really weird
You
how
decided
you keep downplaying it.
you decided to dress me down. Yeah, I don't think it was that bad.
No, I do.
Yeah, it was get in your face and shove the chairs, and
I did
it was
not
that
shove
bad.
the chair.
You pull up the video.
I moved the chair. Not shove the chair and move the chair in my direction so that you can look at me in my eyes, because I think that in order to have proper empathy, you should probably look at someone in their eyes.
It was definitely a bit of a shove.
It's not funny. It's true. I was like, okay, well, if he wants to look at me in my face and mock me, like, okay,
Yeah.
like at least you're
Well, you
looking
were-
at me, not while I'm
you
turned
were-
around going to leave.
Well, you were doing things which were mock-worthy, and no, you weren't turned around to leave. You were
Just being
standing.
myself
You were
is
standing there
mock-worthy.
yelling at me, and I mocked you to your face. You weren't leaving, and I mocked you. You forget the part where you turned to me. And,
I was
and
not
started
yelling.
started to
I was
lay,
not
You
yelling.
started to lay into me, and so I mocked you. And then you
You're
flew
right.
around the table, shoved the chair, got right in my face.
Right.
Right. Put
Clenched
your face
fist.
down.
I did not clench
Right.
my fist.
The fist
Losing
might
your
have been
minds.
clenched. Sorry, go ahead.
Losing your mind.
I was
right?
not losing my mind.
You were losing your mind.
And
you
then I
were
thought it was
hysterical.
interesting how when
This is like woman revisionist history.
I thought, no, you know what's funny is that if I was a man, you would not be so audacious, because
no, you're right. I
you
would have thrown you out the
know,
window.
you know,
right? That's true. I would have just thrown you right
you
out
would
the
have thrown.
window.
No, okay. So no. If I was a bigger man than you, you would not flap your mouth
Do you
like that,
think that-
because you know that I am less powerful than
It's
you
really
physically.
funny. Most men.
That's why you're doing that.
Do you realize that I was in an ordeal kerfuffle in Miami, Florida, with a guy who was
Shocker.
a guy who was massive, roid raged out of his fucking mind, and he was threatening to do bodily harm to me live on a stage, right next to me. I didn't back down an inch. I don't give a shit if you're a man or you're not a man.
No, I'm not saying
Arguments,
that.
arguments are arguments. When people go crazy and try to make them physical,
I did not go
you
crazy.
went crazy.
I got to vouch, and just to vouch for Andrew, the man in question was a large man, bald. I'm not saying that to insult, but he was blasted in tattoos, and he was an ex-convict.
and he was massive.
Massive, huge dude. I'm not talking shit, but I'm just saying. And Andrew looked him in the face. I don't even know if you looked at him. You're just like, whatever. I'm not even scared. And Andrew wasn't scared at all. To be fair, it was Florida, and Andrew was armed with a firearm.
And I'm armed with a firearm everywhere
So there is that.
because it's just generally speaking a good idea.
Especially for women.
I don't disagree with that. Except usually they don't get sufficient training, and so their gun gets used against them. But I don't disagree. I prescriptively think that women should probably carry firearms. I think it's a good idea. But that aside, I didn't run and get in your face. I didn't run over to you. I didn't go into your. Now I want you to view it this way. If you were sitting there and I did the same thing, how would I be viewed?
No, but I do want to say that you are stronger, and there is that power.
Oh, I see. So you can do whatever you want to me because
Not
I can't
whatever I
do harm
want.
to you.
But I did not touch you, so I think
Yeah.
it's weird that you
You're-
framed it as assault.
Because you're banking on female.
I did not throw anything near you, so
You're banking
there was
on
nothing.
female privilege. The idea is I can do whatever I want to you
No.
because the public appearance is if you do something to me, right? You would be viciously attacked for hurting the poor little girl who didn't do nothing except run over and get in your face and talk about shit.
If I wanted to play victim, then I wouldn't have asked you to come outside with me and to talk about it. I wasn't trying to play victim.
No. Do you understand how it sounds when somebody says, let's go outside when they're upset?
That's fine.
Do you think that sounds like they want to have rational discourse, or do you think that sounds like they want to physically tangle with each other?
We would have talked about it, and then if you felt that was appropriate and that's what had, then there definitely would have had to be consent on both sides.
It just sounded to me like it sounds to me like a bunch of excuse making.
I think it's very.
You deserve it.
Okay.
It's totally appropriate. If the roles were reversed, that wouldn't be okay, but I can do it to you because you're stronger than me. Therefore it's okay.
Did I hit you? Did I
You definitely shoved my chair. Yeah.
I shoved it, or did I pull it?
Yeah. If I walked over here to where you are and pulled your chair and got in your face, but didn't actually touch you, what would the perception be?
That's because the argument earlier was that you are stronger than I am,
so
right?
therefore you're justified where I'm not.
No, so you are using that against me because you think that
I ran over to you?
No, you think that I'm not going to say anything because, of course, that's emotion is important. You can't just
who said you couldn't
shove
say
that aside.
anything?
I'm saying that's something that if you're just talking crap,
Yeah.
then whether I'm a man or a woman,
Yeah.
would it make sense that you'd be sort of antagonizing the person, sort of inciting
Yeah.
some sort of
Yes.
response
That's
from
what
that
happens.
person?
It's called a tit for tat. That's how it works.
But it didn't seem tit for tat. It seemed like I made a comment about a thought that you had.
Yeah, you were trying to take parting. You were trying to
I
take
could've
parting
talked
shots
about
where
how
I just sat
you-
there and took it. You're trying to take parting shots where I sat there and took it. You want to get your. That's why you went over to the mic and were like, "You're all small dicked men." It's the same shit. You're trying to get your dunks in for your parting shots, and I didn't let you have your parting shot. You got upset. You ran over here because you didn't get your parting shot. Freaked out, embarrassed yourself, made yourself look bad, and now your argument to me is, well, Andrew, it's true if you came over and did that to me, it would have looked terrible and awful, but it's okay. I can do it. Well, because you're stronger than me. So therefore, I'm justified doing horrible things to you that you're not justified doing to me. That's literally your argument right now. Just pointing that out.
I want to say that what you did would be legally considered harassment, especially in a workplace.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
no,
is.
it isn't.
Way more than what you're saying me being assaulting.
No, I
assaulting
guarantee you that it's not going to be considered harassment for me to make fun of your voice. It definitely is going to be considered battery if you come over and shove my chair and get in my face.
Shove
I
or
promise.
pull.
Huh?
Shove or pull.
Wait, it doesn't matter.
How did you wait?
Am I applying force to hurt or am I applying force to direct?
But the chair moved this way. If you pulled it, it would have
Yeah,
gone
she
towards
shoved
you.
it.
It was a shove.
Is this considered a workplace?
No.
Because I know the laws on that.
In addition to that, nobody here, you're not employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
this-
that was my question.
So it wouldn't be considered a workplace harassment.
So then what are we if we're not?
And just to be clear,
You're
let's
independent contractors?
Just to be clear, even if we were to grant that, your conduct would have been deemed workplace harassment.
And by the way,
Definitely.
it's completely legal to make fun of people at work. You can get fired. That's true. But it's not illegal.
None of it has to do with disability.
Nope. You can make fun of people with disabilities
No,
at
I've
work.
sued 2 people for that and won a bunch of
Were
money.
they above you in station?
Wait, we need
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
It
why.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, yes, it does. If I'm at work and
No,
there's some
no,
chick
I know
with a
law on
disability,
disability.
and I'm like working on a conveyor or something, I can look over and make fun of her.
Hold on. We don't need to get into
Yeah,
like
but
discussion.
you're
Okay,
wrong.
I
Just
need
saying.
to do a couple of.
I mean, you can sue people for anything.
Hold on, because we have people joining the panel, I need to do some seating adjustments so we get everybody in frame. You stay where you are, Priscilla. Can you scoot your chair that way? And then I need you to scoot as far that way. You guys are going to be like leg to leg. And then scoot your mic too, please, so we can just get all y'all in frame properly. One sec, guys. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Yeah. Oh, did you have something, Sav?
She doesn't have a microphone.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait. So I need you to have good discipline tonight.
I'm
Can you
going
s-
to. I'm less
I know,
nervous.
just can you scoot your microphone to the edge of the table
I mean,
and then just leave it there. So if you
Yes.
want, you can put a microphone on the table for you. There should be one down there, somewhere down here on the ground.
That's it.
What number is that, Andrew? Here.
Just tightening it.
Where are they located?
Do you see how it says
And get
two
a
right
drink. Hi, everybody, by the way.
That would be the correct one then, I think.
Hi. Oops, what are we caught on?
Does it say 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then just put that right in front of you. Put it directly straight in front of you. Straight in front of you, like center it. It's kind of a interesting way to do a panel, but
But here we are.
here we are. Okay. So, guys, if you want, get 100 in for a read, 200 for a TTS. Would appreciate it, guys. Like the video, twitch.tv/whatever. And then if you want, you can Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Well, okay, so let's, I guess, get
So
back.
anyway, making fun of people, not a crime. Definitely shoving their seat or getting in their face, yeah, that's arguably a crime.
Mocking to where it incites hostility or
Not a crime.
Yes, it is.
No,
Look
it's
it up.
not.
Well, why don't we just look it up?
Do you know what the First Amendment is?
Freedom of
Yes,
speech.
I know.
Yeah, freedom of speech. It's unabridged. It means it protects hate speech too.
What if we just
I
look
can go
that
out on
up?
the street right now in front of a bunch of deaf people or homosexuals and be like, "Hey, you blah 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 blah." Right? I could be like, "Hey, you blah blah," and they can't do. It's not a crime. Now those guys could get really pissed.
I don't wanna
They could
talk
be
about
really
it
upset,
anyway.
but it's not a crime.
I don't want to talk about that.
No, yeah, I don't care about what your preference is for what you want to talk about because I want to talk about this.
Okay,
I
then
would like
go
to.
on.
I would like to discuss why you think it's okay to.
I would like to.
based on
okay,
based on
I'll
an
tell you
insult.
why. Do you want to know why?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you why.
Okay.
I think that everyone grows up differently. That whole conversation precipitated from you trying to present an argument that the C word, which I actually thought was a woman's, I thought that's what you guys meant of the C word, because that would be anyone's natural when you say C word, that's what you would think.
I did think that.
Well, hold on, but maybe that's because you guys weren't paying attention because the context immediately before the C word was brought up was related to the N word. And we were talking about race. So I don't know how you could, I don't know why you were asking for clarification on that, because if you were listening to the rest of the conversation, he referenced talking about the N word and it was about race. So, and it's clear you knew because the words came out of your mouth.
Right.
You knew what the other C word was. So that's my confusion. In any case, we don't want you to say either of the two C words because not because me and Andrew, if this was off stream and you wanted to say any of that stuff or it was a different platform, we didn't have an objection as it pertains to like the use of those words, but we have to, the platforms have rules and guidelines for monetization reasons. Some of them are stricter than others. TikTok's notorious for this. It's about the platform, not, and you got confused there. You're like, oh, why aren't we allowed to say the C word in like a general? No, it's because of the platform.
Yeah, we don't personally care.
But I don't need to explain to you. And in fact, in the pre-show instructions, we do explicitly say for our own guidelines and because of the platform's guidelines, avoid these topics. Don't say these words. You were on the show with Sav 2 Sundays ago or whatever, and then you were on this week. We went over the pre-show information. Don't use slurs. Here's a couple slurs to avoid, and we say including but not limited to. So when we were messaging in the Instagram DMs, you're like, well, did you explicitly tell me not to say the C word? The problem with that is if I were to do that, you realize how many different slurs there are? Like there's hundreds of different slurs. It would not be practical for us in a pre-show environment to like, first off, even if we listed every single slur not to say, which would be in the hundreds, if not thousands, nobody would remember each individual. No one would commit to memory hundreds or thousands of slurs to not say. So we say, don't say these slurs, including but not limited to the, well, I'm not going to say it, the R slur, the F bomb as you dropped it, the N word. Those are like kind of the basic ones that could come up. But in any ways, it just seemed kind of strange that you're like, well, you didn't tell me not to say it. But actually, if you watch the video back, like in the moment when you're like, what's the C word? I was like, don't say it. I said that. I said, don't say it. And then you said it.
And he did drop the F slur, and he knew you weren't supposed to do that.
And the R slur, too.
Yeah.
After I was already told to leave, which I'm sorry because that was vindictive.
That, yeah, you did it maliciously because you like, oh, now I know not to say these words. Let me just try to fuck his business.
No,
Right.
I already,
What's the point?
I initiated this whole thing with the apology for that. So do you
Okay.
forgive or not?
Do I forgive you? I mean, I'm over it, I guess. It was a couple of days ago. I don't know if I forgive you for it, but I'm over it. Like, I'm not going to linger on it aside from this conversation we're having.
I just was shocked, and when it was coming out of my mouth, it was more like me like externally realizing what you meant. Like, I was processing it and saying it at the same time.
Saying what?
The C word. I was like, is that what you mean? So it came out as I was thinking it. I was like, what?
No. But so if you watch the video back, there was like an initial moment where you were like, wait, what is the C word? What is, and I was like, no, don't say it.
Right.
I said it there. And then of course the pre-show information were like, don't say slurs. And then you there was a little bit of heat going on in a couple different directions. And then you're like, and then you drop it. And then you got the kick.
It was an extroverted thought. It was an extroverted thought.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I do want to say that saying that all your viewers are tiny,
They actually, I did a poll, and they
do-
all have huge penises.
I do want to
And
say
Andrew has the biggest of them all.
You can send pics
It's
and
giant. It's is this sexual harassment? Is this workplace harassment, Andrew? I don't
Yes.
know. Holy shit, are you going to
send pics and I'll let her know.
You're going to file a civil
I already did.
Oh, fuck. James Sexton is on it, on the case. But yeah, it's true. In fact, I even required verification, so they all had to send me a photo too, my viewers, so I could verify. You think I can't just take their word for it. I got some verification. So I polled my viewers. I was like, how big, like, is it, and they told me, and then they sent photos. And then also I got some labia pictures too, there is a predomination of large labia women also, because I'm a large labia advocate.
You're not digging yourself out of that hole, bro.
But okay, anyways,
You're just kind of like in that
do you
one.
have
oh yeah, you were sorry.
do
you
you
were,
just have like a bunch of pictures of all of their stuff? on
Do you
your
have a
wall,
dick
like-
room, Brian?
I print out what's that camera that used to print out
Polaroids.
I print out Polaroids of. It's just.
Red string connecting it to each.
It's yes, yeah, and I categorize it by like, does it slope, like the slope direction, and then like. Anyway, okay, this is getting weird. Wait, so can you were gonna say something about how I don't know if it was about to be an but you're saying, and I also said that your viewers are teeny dick, misogynist, or something or whatever. And what were you gonna say? Yeah.
Are you allowed to say that?
How about say PP?
Okay.
Shrimp. I like to do
Yeah, that
shrimp.
was very blanketed of me. And you taking the poll, I mean, that just shows.
Yeah.
There's your proof.
That they have huge, that they're hung. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, What else did you say? Like they're also misogynists?
Right.
Oh no, okay, so hold on. There's a couple other things to break down here. As I was trying to get you to leave, but you were like, no, I'm gonna take my time to waste your time or whatever. And as you're trying to leave, you're like, you hate women, to me. Is that what you think? I'm not offended if you think that, but is that what you think?
Where were we when I said that?
We were standing in the hallway right there, and I was like, can you leave? And you're like, no, let me take a really long time to put my shoes on, to waste more of your time.
Scream
and then
at
you're like, you just hate women.
This is going to sound like not true, but I did black out for a lot of what I was saying to you after I left.
You blacked out?
Like, as in, like, I know you're recording.
I think your
and then
accountability blacked out.
I think your accountability also blacked out.
I don't know. I completely and totally take accountability for making fun of you when you were making parting shots.
Thank
Totally.
you.
I 100% take accountability.
Is that an
for
apology?
That. Absolutely not.
Then
Absolutely
then
not.
I'm definitely not going to apologize.
Well, the
either.
person wrong does the apology,
Yeah, both
not
of
the
us.
person who's not wronged.
I would say both of us did something wrong.
No.
Then also where I come from and I wanted to say
Here
that
we go
whole
again.
conversation.
It's about to be where I come from. Men do X.
It's not about men or women, and that's what's silly.
Okay. Here we go. Go ahead.
I wish it didn't have to be men versus women, but I'm just saying every single person has a different.
Well, how can it not be when you're like, my argument for why it's perfectly acceptable to lose my mind and do horrible thing to you is okay based on the fact that you're stronger than me. So I'm just pointing that out. But anyway, go ahead.
No, because after I left, I saw what you said about it, and you were like, "Look, she was looking for things to hit me with." It's like,
She was.
You know what?
You were looking for
there
things.
was a bunch of things to hit you with. If I was looking for things to hit you with, and I wanted to hit you, then don't you think that I would have done that? So I think that's total slander.
You know, the thing is, the thing is like there was multiple.
That baby.
This is what she was looking at.
So there was multiple. So there's
That would
multiple
make it
women at the
totally.
table who agreed with that statement.
3.
And the reason they agreed with it is because, like, I'm pretty good with understanding people's body language. Talk to thousands of people all over the world, right? And you get a familiarity for what a person's kind of thinking, what it is that they're kind of moving towards. And the thing is like, it was very obvious to most of us. Now, your rational sense may have kicked in and been like, okay, maybe doing that is one step too far, but you were definitely looking around like you were going to throw something for sure.
I promise you that.
Well, how
was
do you know?
not.
You were blacked out.
How do
remember?
you know? I said when I was just talking.
How do I know that you
crap
were
out there.
not seconds away from blacking out here and grabbing something? I mean, you're just prone to blackouts
What if
when
you
you're
tried
upset,
to grab
you know?
his penis? What if you
Blacked
blacked
out.
out and essayed him?
When I left,
Rachel would have really had to come down.
you
Sorry, go ahead.
started saying that I was trying to find something to hit you with.
It sure
There's
looked like
plenty
it. Mm-hmm.
of stuff to hit you with. Look, there's glasses.
shit.
There were those little crystal things.
Sex
I got-
doll.
There's so many
crystals.
things.
Yes, I'm aware that you
Put her in the
didn't do the
crystal.
action.
I
That
had-
doesn't mean it didn't look as though you were going to, which was my claim.
Okay, well it wasn't true, so I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not convinced.
Okay.
Yeah, I remain unconvinced.
Unconvinced.
Yeah, I think that if you could have in the moment gotten away with throwing something at my head, you definitely would have.
There's plenty of stuff to throw at your head.
Yes, but you not doing it doesn't mean that if you thought you could have gotten away with it, you wouldn't have, nor that you weren't looking for something and then just thought better of it.
I wasn't.
Well, I don't know. Who knows? Because you blacked out after you left. You know, you don't even remember. You don't even remember what you said. You don't remember.
That was the only
your
part.
version of events aren't so clear because you weren't conscious for some of them. You know, like maybe
is
the
so
part,
unfair.
maybe the part where you were looking for things to throw at me, you just missed.
I did
because
not.
in that moment you blacked out for just a few seconds.
I didn't look.
How would you know if you blacked out?
Well, first of all, it was all being filmed, so I think we would know if I picked something up to.
We should watch the film because it definitely,
Can we?
Sure.
We can pull it up.
yeah, it definitely looked.
We can pull it up.
You'll see. You'll see. if
Okay,
you-
I just want
you-
to say what I was about to say so that
Yes.
you don't think it's men versus women. I was going to say each individual person has their own path and how they were brought up, and each circumstance is different. And that whole conversation precipitated by you were about to present an argument of which is worse, the C word or the N word. I wanted to say even presenting that argument contributes to the systemic oppression of black people in the U.S.
Wait,
and I
were
thought
you
it was,
about to drop the N word right there?
No.
I thought you were about systemic oppression
Yeah, it seemed okay.
She was about
but
to
anyway,
drop the
so
hard R.
So, but I also want to say that my mom was affiliated to Crips, which is a predominantly black gang, and how. And I want to say deep in my I don't think it's correct.
Did they jump her in?
I don't know. I just want to say deep in my subconscious, it's like the whole thing is if you want to talk poop, then you're gonna. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, don't just go around. And I feel like you
okay,
and
I see.
And I want to say.
So your mom taught you.
No, I want to say.
To violently assault people.
What, did your mom teach you to mock people for that? It's insane. Okay.
You know what's happening? It's so funny to watch this in real time. So here's what's happening here. So you take a woman, right? She's small, she's unassuming, she seems like it's not a big problem, this or that. Then you take a minor squabble where the woman goes fucking crazy, does a bunch of shit, which clearly is insane, right? Loses their mind to the point where they black out. Come back the next day and then gaslight you. Literally gaslight you. Listen, this is like so many relationship stories like this. Listen, baby, it wasn't really that bad. It wasn't what you think. You're misremembering things. Honestly, I'm just a dainty little thing. You can trust me. I just did. And then the difference, though, here, we have the fucking. It's like impossible to gaslight me because I've watched it 30 times. You were an irate lunatic. Pull it up. You were look at yourself. Irate lunatic.
I don't think it's an apology or accountability if you like make excuses for it. Like putting in like, we all
do
grew
not
up differently.
apologize to him.
And take no accountability. Exactly.
You don't apologize to Andrew.
I don't apologize to Andrew. I apologize to Brian
For what?
for violating the contract and your rules.
I would never have filled
and
out that stuff
and
for
also
assault if you
for
had just
making little jabs
apologized.
on my way out.
Okay, and what about the interrupting? Not
Right.
following the rules?
And for not following the proper structure, the flow. But I want to
Do you
say.
guys want to arm wrestle or something? Like,
Yes,
wait, no,
yes.
let's not do that.
No.
You know what though? Should we play the video?
Yes.
I think,
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Do you have an edited version of it?
Why
Well,
did you
it'll be
bring me
like-
in on this?
It'll be after the
Okay.
the bombs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have something before though? We play the video.
Watch it on the big screen. You'll see.
Right. I just want to say that you. Wait, actually, do you have something to say?
Oh no, I
Hey,
just don't want to
whoa,
watch
whoa.
the video.
Are you laughing at her, bro?
No, I'm just embarrassed to
Are
watch
you
the
laughing
video.
at my homegirl? Why are you laughing at Priscilla, bro?
I'm
Yo,
trying.
we will both mash you, son. What?
I'll
you
arm
want
wrestle
some of it?
you.
She had-
Let's go.
She had crypt training.
Let's go.
It's true. It's
That's
true.
what she said. She had crypt training.
No, I
Let's not
want to
talk
say
about gangs.
that
Let's
is
not talk about gangs. Yeah.
that is misrepresentation, and I felt that you just being. I felt like you were improperly using. This is a power dynamic, is it not? Like this is an
What
unfair
power do I have?
dynamic.
I'm
You-
just a
are-
fucking gaslighter.
You're not a
There's a lot
guest. You're like a Would he be like your
No,
co-host?
I'm not a
or-
co-host.
Andrew is
He does
actually
have
my
power.
indentured servant. I have a contract from his great grandfather enslaving him to me, and this is slave labor here. And so Andrew,
Least amount of power then.
yeah, he like cleans the bathroom after the show and like cleans up all the women leave their nails, their fake nails everywhere. Disgusting. He cleans it up. There's hair on the floor and shit. Sometimes the amount of the bathroom's all fucked up after the show. I blame it on the women. Totally fucked up. Whoa. And yeah, so he's in there after the show. Like what's that girl with the red hair from like the 20s in that movie?
This is some fucking burrito revisionism right here.
What is that? Bro?
Fucking-
Wait, no, I'm
Are
telling
you talking about like I
Annie.
love Luke?
This is too much.
He's like
guacamole
Annie.
to this.
He's like Annie there, like, it's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. And he's just in the bathroom cleaning. It's crazy. I don't even give him a Swiffer. I'm like, I have a toothbrush in there that he has to use, and that's how he cleans the bathroom, like some military shit.
You need to get him the Annie wig now and make him wear that.
So power dynamics, like, it's crazy. Like, you guys coming in, like, yeah. I have to
Sure.
see all this alcohol he's drinking. for him to tolerate doing this job, he needs to be tanked out of his mind because it's just brutal.
More tanked.
Okay.
I get that. I get that.
Cringe. Okay, I'll shut up.
Do you
Okay,
guys feel like-
neither of us are. I feel like we both. You're right. I was taking sort of little jabs, and I feel like
But I hadn't taken any at you.
right, and I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I just want the record to show that you actually provoked me. So the argument in defense for your whatever these weird simp goons have been making on your behalf, which is you provoked her. No, the opposite's true. You provoked me, and all I did was barely make fun of you. It was like a little. All I did was
I
mock
don't
your
like that
which,
you're
by the way-
minimizing it.
Well, it's not only minimized, but listen. That is like the lowest tier form of mockery, just kind of making fun of somebody, right? When they're acting hysterical and you kind of mock their voice. It's the lowest tier. It should not take you from zero.
Hysterical
Yes, hysterical. You
happened
should-
after you started antagonizing me.
Oh, I see. No accountability again. So I can control you with words.
It's like I did a jab, and then
I can control you with words.
and then you punched me, and you know.
It's like I punched you.
No, I did a jab.
Sorry. Keep going. I was interacting with the chat.
Okay.
But Rachel wants to call in. So that's the wife, and I feel like she needs to talk to you like woman to woman, lady to lady.
Oh, your wife?
Oh,
Oh,
that's real
Yeah.
accountability right there. If you do
please
it.
don't point at me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
Yeah,
to.
yo,
She
hey,
she might
what
freak
do you-
out. You're gonna.
Jen.
Your chair's gonna have trouble soon. Just-
See, to paint me in a light that I was going crazy,
You were going crazy.
when I told you to look at me in my face,
no, you didn't tell me.
to
You
invoke
screamed.
just a shred of
You were
empathy
screaming.
from you.
Yeah. You don't get to force me to empathize with you. Do you understand how absurd that sounds? Do you understand how absurd it sounds to say you need to have empathy? Yeah, it's like paradoxical to say
I did a jab, and then
Yeah.
and then you
and
went
then I
below the
mocked
belt.
you. And then I mocked you.
I did a jab. You went below the belt.
Yeah, I mocked you.
And you made it a personal thing because instead of actually having a proper rebuttal to what
There was
to
no rebuttal
the
to
other
have. It was a
cultural
parting shot.
insensitivity.
We're supposed to have a debate while you're walking out of the room.
You're
Okay.
right, you're right.
It's a parting shot. So you made a parting shot, I made a parting shot. The difference is I didn't go haywire and ballistic, have self-control, didn't lose my mind. When you came over here, started screaming, I actually, to decelerate you from going to the next level of Looney Tunes land, walked away. Even though I was totally justified in provoking you further.
Oh, and then I just want how I don't want to say pathetic. I just want to say after I left and
No
you're like,
accountability.
why didn't any of you come to my defense?
It's true.
Oh, floof
True.
off. Floof.
See, a lot of empathy you want from me, not a lot of empathy from you.
No, because you're not understanding how you were antagonistic.
Yeah, the whole world doesn't revolve around your version of fucking empathy. And the whole world doesn't revolve around your feelings. The whole world revolves around facts and evidence and what really happened. Here's what really happened.
So
you
you're
obnoxiously
losing your
turned
temper
around.
and
you obnoxiously turned
you're
around.
flubbing up.
You obnoxiously turned around, talked a bunch
And
of
you
shit.
know.
And
And
so
I
I
didn't.
mocked you and you lost your fucking mind. That's objectively what happened.
So you did it twice.
Did
So
what?
So
Did
am
what
I?
twice?
So is it okay that I say you're crazy right now? You're just unhinged because you keep
For
on
what?
going against the rules.
What rules?
You just keep on cursing.
Cursing's not against the rules.
You can say those.
You're allowed to say.
You can't say certain slurs. You can say shit. You can say fuck. You can say things like that.
What?
Yeah.
Well, so
Just
obviously
not
I
every
don't
other
know.
word.
All right.
Yeah.
I do agree that
I didn't break no rules.
I don't like people making fun of my voice, so I agree that
If I
and
would
the
have
way
said
of
something,
saying that
is a nice way to
you
trigger
are either
feminists, I must admit.
physically
I
or
do enjoy doing that.
mentally have something wrong with you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look at Jess Gerald. He
Yeah,
says.
I don't
So
really
basically, she's
agree
saying,
with
"I'm
that."
sorry you made me do that." that's your accountability. I'm sorry that.
and
you
that's
made
your
me do that.
accountability too.
No,
so
no.
I did a jab,
It
so
was
then you can
ableist.
attack me
I
personally.
gave you the exact
Ableist.
opposite.
It's really not ableist.
Gave
I have a
you-
lisp, and then you
I
totally
gave
That is
you-
ableist.
undercut the perception.
Well, that's funny because I didn't make fun of you
Ableism.
with a lisping voice.
I know.
I mocked your. What I did was I mocked you using a childlike
You
voice.
said she sounded like she was deaf. And
You were
then
making.
that.
Yes,
in
I
my
was making
face.
fun of her
Why
voice,
are you
but I
changing
wasn't
the
making fun
narrative,
of a
trying to make you
disability.
look
That's
better,
still
and then you're painting me
deafness
as
is
a
a
crazy
disability.
person.
Is she deaf? Clearly not.
It's still the
She's
same thing.
clearly not
It's
deaf.
still
Even though,
ableist.
okay, do you know after that happened, people were actually, if it's not harassment and it's not
Mm-hmm.
inciting violence, then why were people coming to my page and telling me that I better be careful?
Because who?
Oh, they're threatening you?
Yeah.
This is my fault. How? Do you think that
Also, I got a bunch of deaf awareness
do you
stuff.
think,
That was
Do you
nice.
think that I called each of these people and told them to go to your page and harass you?
You have a responsibility to sort of. Do you not?
Oh my God! I have literally a million fans. What responsibility do I have to a million fucking people?
So he doesn't care about the messages that he's sending you guys, I guess.
Yeah,
He
here's
has
the-
no
here's the
responsibility
message.
towards actually giving you correct information. He's just trying to incite contempt for women.
I see. So
Because
again,
what if we all
I'm
had a good
making
time?
them do things.
What if on this show everyone had a good time? That would show that
People
men
on this
and
show
women.
do have a good time often.
Well, yeah, it's true.
I don't
You're
know.
such a misogynist, Andrew.
Yeah. But that is your
can't
law.
stand
So
it.
I had
just can't
actually the
stand
exact,
it.
just so you know, I had the exact opposite argument. I said I take full accountability for the fact that I mocked you.
And I do
just
too.
gave you an account for the tit for tat for why I did. The distinction
And
here
as did
is that
I.
your argument is, Andrew, you made me do it. You made me do
That's
it.
exactly what you did. You just
No.
said tit for tat.
No. You didn't make me do the tit for tat. But what you're saying is that I provoked you to the point where you just had to lose your fucking mind, come over here, get in my face.
I didn't
totally
lose
my fault.
mind.
Watch
And
the
and
video.
to say that if I would have, if
I don't know
wanted,
why Brian won't pull up this video.
If
He's
I-
saving
I'm
it
gonna
for
pull.
something.
No, I'm gonna
if
pull
I
it up.
wanted to hit you, then I would have hit you.
Wait, Rachel,
think
we
you wanted
tried
to hit
calling
me.
on Discord.
No, if I wanted to
Rachel,
hit you,
you
it
wanted
would
to
have
hit me,
tried
happened.
just
calling
thought better
Andrew's
of it.
Discord.
No.
Do you have?
Nah,
Can you
you
log into?
didn't.
And also, I would have gotten your consent if I wanted to do that.
Consent?
Consent?
Yeah, because there is mutual combat laws in California. We could.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No.
I don't. In,
No.
In like,
Why don't we just Google
I think
it?
in Seattle you can do.
No,
that.
that's here too. You
In
can have.
Washington, you can like Washington. Wait, Oregon. I don't think there's mutual.
I think
combat
so.
In California.
Yeah.
It's like somebody just has to ask me if they can hit me, and then I say yeah, and then they
Well,
can.
like you could, for example, if you were like at a bar district or whatever, and you're in Seattle or Washington or whatever, and there's a cop, you can be like, "Hey, me and that guy, we want to do mutual combat," and they're not gonna like arrest you. Now, like once the guy's knocked out, and if you start beating him and he's knocked out, then they'll intervene, but they'll let you like you can fight in front of cops and they'll let you do it
Okay, that makes sense.
to a point.
To a point.
Right.
Yeah, like if they're knocked out on the ground, then it's over.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Rachel, I tried to call you on through Andrew's Discord. I don't know if there's a different way, Rachel. Can you maybe,
She's pretty rough.
Rachel? Can you message me on Instagram?
Yeah, she's
at
way better
whatever?
debater than me.
Yellow shirt needs anger management. Okay, she did black out during that moment.
Yeah, she blacked
you better
out.
Be careful. You are the definition of abusive and narcissistic. You hit a man, he's gonna lay. Oh, if you hit a man, he's gonna lay you out.
See, that is also.
Oh, these are below the threshold.
That is also. That's weird. I feel like I said, if I was a bigger man, you would. If I was a big
Wait,
man.
you have a penis?
If I was a man and I was
Oh,
bigger
my
than
bad.
him,
I'm sorry.
he would not have done the same thing.
See,
so
I-
that is used. So I'm
it.
also using your same logic.
Prove it.
So who was the aggressor with the tattoo guy?
At that case, I mocked him incessantly, constantly. I
And
was
you were
mocking
the
him.
aggressor.
I don't.
So you have a
Do you mean the
history
like-
of
provoker?
this.
Do you mean the provoker?
I would say, yeah, I would say that I definitely
You drew first
disputed.
blood.
Yeah, I disputed his worldview first. Yeah.
I don't
That's
think
what he
Disputed
does all
his
the time.
worldview.
Yeah.
Andrew, I don't think that's provocation to like threats of physical violence. You were super respectful and
Until
then
he became disrespectful, much
but
like
so
this.
He was but Wes Swanson was the provoker.
Sure. Okay.
You disagreed
yeah,
with him.
That's true.
You disagree. You were perfectly respectful.
Yeah.
You disagreed with him.
Like I am with
but
everybody
then
until they go crazy.
He threatened you
Stop
with physical.
calling me crazy.
Then, well, I'm sorry, but
I could call
act-
you a lot of things.
act like a
Oh,
lunatic.
if we're allowed to cuss. If we're allowed
let's
to cuss.
not get into like a screaming
Yes.
match, insulting back and
Not
forth.
yet.
Wait, Priscilla, can I have you scoot your mic that way just a tad and just keep it?
No,
tilted?
you can. I mean, you can hit me with it. Tell me what you think about me. I don't care.
Before you guys do that, we have a chat. Oh, can you unmute over on the keyboard, just hit the mute button at the very top of the keyboard. It's on the keyboard, very top.
In confronting Andrew,
Oh,
Brian
my bad.
was justified in the kick. 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 lefts make a right. Live, laugh, love. Glad you came back.
Priscilla fan, the beginning part was just what Priscilla did was justified in confronting Andrew. Sorry, our audio was muted. There you go. You have a fan, Priscilla. The thing is, though, she was.
I think
saying
if it
some
happened
shit
in reverse,
beforehand.
I'd be in jail right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Well,
I would literally be in jail.
Oh yeah, you would be.
But I also feel that way.
That you would be in jail?
Wait.
Yeah, it just.
Do you know
I'm-
that? Do you know that the Santa Barbara Police Department contacted me and I told them not to press charges?
Really?
Yeah.
They contacted you.
Yes.
That sounds truthful.
And they contacted him.
That sounds
They-
very truthful.
They contacted both of us.
They did.
So
They
they're just
did.
big fans of the whatever show.
Probably somebody called them.
Somebody called, and I got a call from. I mean, I have the voicemail, but I'm not going to play it.
Did
but
someone call the police then?
Probably.
somebody called the police and reported.
I think you told them to.
I'm just saying that if the reverse had happened,
You did. You said someone
right?
called
They
the
wouldn't be
police when
calling
were
you
there.
to ask
I don't think you
anything.
really meant
They'd
it.
be in this building. My ass would be getting kicked all the way out to the squad car, and I'd be in fucking prison right this second. That's what would have happened. And so it's really funny to me that you think you can put me in a compromising position because, well, Andrew, you're bigger, so therefore it's justified. That's really what your argument reduces to. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because if the same thing happened in reverse, I'd be in jail. We all know I'd be in jail. They all know I'd be in jail. Everyone here knows I'd be in jail, including you. I'd be in fucking jail. And so the thing is like, it's a total double standard because they mocked your place. It's it's so stupid.
I'm wondering if it depends on the size of the man if you would be in jail or not.
No.
No.
Who cares? Like, why would that matter? If they're really, really big, you're still not justified in doing horrible things to them because it makes you feel good. Like, do you get that? It doesn't matter if they're 7 feet tall. You still can't go get in their face. And if they do that to you, they go to fucking prison. That's where they go. They go to jail. I'd be in jail. And they would have kicked my ass on the way out, by the way. They would have, and probably justifiably so, right? They would have kicked my ass here. They would have cuffed my ass. They would have thrown my ass in a squad car. My ass would be in a jail cell right this second. Guarantee it. Everybody here knows it. There's nobody's confused about it. The only person who's confused about it, you. I would never put you in that compromising position or myself, but you felt justified because I'm a man, because you hate men.
No, you
You
felt just.
hate men.
You're just painting me as someone that I'm
You
not.
are. You're
like
monster.
a crazy person
You're a
that
total
hates.
monster. Like you did a monstrous thing, take no accountability. Now you're coming back in trying to gaslight people and pretend you're the good guy.
This seems like projection.
Yeah,
it
it's
really
projection.
Does.
Pretend you're the good guy, even though I'd be in jail if I did the exact same thing. You can just wave the behavior away. It's like maybe I should have pressed charges. I don't know. Maybe that would have been the best thing to do, but I didn't.
It was all on camera. That's why you didn't. And it's pretty clear what
Oh
the
my
actual
God.
law is.
You know what? In the future, this is the third time this has happened where a woman has assaulted me.
For you painting it as an assault
Maybe
is
next
insane.
time, I think in the future, I am actually going to follow through with the charge pressing because they just don't give a
I
shit.
did not touch
Like
you.
they'll acknowledge that they did.
I did not
this thing,
lay
that
one
you would be in
single
jail if you did the
hand
thing,
on
but they
you.
still don't care. They're just like whatever.
How about I forgive you and we're fine?
No, forgiveness requires accountability. That's how forgiveness works. You don't go to
I
someone
did
and
say
say,
that. I said, I
"Hey,
think we-
I'd like you to forgive me for this thing that I didn't do to you."
I think we both got upset, and I think
wasn't
that.
upset. I'm still not
So
upset.
that's just how you act.
Yes,
yeah.
That's how he does this. He tries to.
Yeah, if you're a
tries to
dick,
get
I'm a dick, and if
reactions
you're
out of
cool, I'm
people,
cool.
so-
I had a respectful debate with both of these gals, and they're here. They were totally cool. She DM'd me beforehand and was like, "Hey, I don't want to get into like some personal flame war," and I said, "Yeah, me either. I'd rather deal with the ideas." It was fantastic.
That's what I wanted.
You're the common
deal
denominator.
With the ideas. But you're right. I did make a
You're
jab on
the
the way
common
out.
denominator.
But you painting me as someone as I'm not is not okay because I love, with capitals, I love men.
yeah,
I love
you
them.
love to put them in compromised position where they can go to jail.
No, I don't. I think it's funny because the reverse is
know
that
what's really
you
funny?
wouldn't have done that if I was a bigger man. So you're right.
Do you see how this is right here? If I had just stood up in the wrong way, I had to actually stand up in a specific way. I had to make sure that I moved the proper way to stand up to get away from you because I was afraid if I stood up too quick and it just bowled you over, just me standing up, I'd be in fucking jail. So you can actually see in the video me shifting slightly to get out of the chair. I'm shifting my body weight this way away from you. I stand up super slowly and away just so that the very appearance of like, oh, my arm brushed against her, right? Wasn't there, so I didn't end up in jail.
You're assuming that I'm the type of person that would do something like that, and would make
the type of person who blacks out.
You just went to my face and said, "You hate men. You hate men."
Well, I can't. The only thing that I can draw, the only conclusion I can draw with your double standard, is that you hold.
There is no double standard.
No,
there's a difference we're different. We're different.
Yes, and you think that difference enables you to get in men's faces and assault them, and I don't think so.
No, you think that you could run your mouth because you know that I'm not physically stronger than you.
Why do you think if you're a man, I wouldn't run my mouth? I run my mouth to men all the time. And you know what? Most of the
How
time
many
they
times
laugh.
have you had your
Most of the time they laugh. And the other thing is that men,
How many
they
times?
don't do the shit that you did. They don't go they don't make little passive-aggressive jabs and shit. They debate. They get in there, they debate.
Yeah, then if they don't do that, then why did you make a little passive-aggressive jab at me?
Because you
Men
made
don't
the
do
passive.
that, Andrew.
You made the passive-aggressive
Men don't
jab.
do that,
I
not
made an
real men.
aggressive jab. It was aggressive, not passive.
So I'm going to let you pick Priscilla.
You talking about pressing charges?
Wait, Priscilla. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
No,
No, I said I should have. I'm not going to, but I should have.
He's not. Priscilla, I have 2 presents for you.
really? Don't play with me.
You get to pick. You get to unwrap both of the presents, but you get to pick the order. I have Rachel, Andrew's wife, on the Discord
How
line.
is that a present?
In some way it will be. And then 2, we can, so it's either Rachel and then the video, like us reacting to the video, or video and then
These are not
having
presents.
Rachel. I feel like it's a present.
Can I know why I'm talking to your wife, who I've never met in my
because
life?
I feel like getting a woman's
Because
perspective.
of what you do to me affects her too.
Don't you think there's a conflict of interest here?
I'm sorry, didn't you just say I'm a big, evil, scary man, and that if I was a woman, there would be other results? It's like, well, now you have the
didn't-
perfect opportunity.
Not one time did I call you big, Andrew.
She has to stick up for her man, you know?
Then, even that, then how could you be intimidated then? What do you mean?
Wait, Rachel, are you? We tried calling, but I don't know if you were all ready. Let me. Is she on the call over there? Can you see her or no? Okay, we'll just wait a little bit. Here, let me just read this chat here while we. Kenneth
MAGA.
says, or you know what? Let's have Sav read it. Sav, can you read this one?
Oh, God.
Oh, wait, hold
No, don't put that.
Watch it back, lady. You said.
I'll read it. She does sound like
Okay,
a
there we
deaf sped. He mocked you
That's
because
not
you
cool.
deserve
just
to be
leave
mocked.
it.
Watch it back, lady. You should apologize to Andrew. I think we should take this time to give my son Maverick a shout out. Not the women, please. Oh, well, I wonder why you don't want the women to speak. That's weird. Okay, and definitely not misogynistic podcast. He's the best guest there is. MAGA.
Did you vote for Trump?
I think that am I allowed to say, I think
Vote
that,
for Kanye. I mean, what do you mean?
I think that they're all PDF files, so that's what I think.
We're not going to get into
That's
that.
where
but
I
good,
stand.
Good job for using the change. Wait, do you want to do a shout out for Maverick really quick, Andrew?
Well, was it his birthday or something?
He says we should give this time to give my son Maverick a shout. I mean,
Well,
it's up
shout out to your
His
son,
son, Maverick.
Kenneth Maverick. Shout out to you, Maverick.
Are you gonna do a Seg Hill thing too, or
What the
I don't know. Just trying to stay on theme here.
Wait, I have a question.
The theme
for you.
is that I'm a Nazi?
Well, you're okay with
That's what they call
this
the
like
Trump
a
supporters.
slur for disabled people. So
That
maybe-
makes you a
no.
Nazi?
I mean, if you're okay with
Okay, can I
slurs,
say
then
something?
maybe-
Making fun of people
Maybe
is now
you're okay.
Nazi-ish
Wait,
behavior?
Can I say
I feel like
something?
the Nazis were pretty respectful ultimately.
ableism
they did
is
horrible
a
things,
form
but they were
of-
respectful about it.
I really do want to try
Wait,
to
just
bridge the gap here.
Scoot the
Like,
mic to the.
That's nice. Bridge the gap with my wife.
He's going for a smoke. He's coming back. He's coming back. He's going out for a quick.
I would
smoke.
also like to go for that too, since we're both equal guests.
Well, I can't have
it
you
safe?
both.
But he is the slave boy.
I can't.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I can't have you guys out
turns.
there on the same at the same moment.
Why do you
But
feel like
it's just it's a
tempted
small balcony,
to
bro,
do
and-
something?
It's awkward.
Okay.
Awkward.
Okay, so
I'm not going to talk to this man's wife if he doesn't even want to be next to me. Why would I talk
what
to
the
his
fuck?
wife?
I don't think he even wants to be next to me.
wait,
I don't think he
Priscilla,
wants to be next
Priscilla,
to me
my,
either, to be fair.
Priscilla, my question for you is like, you're a stand-up comedian, right?
Yes.
And it's like, don't you get heckled? Like, so why? I mean, aren't you kind of used to people saying shit? You know?
No one
like
has
talking
ever
shit?
said anything like
Nobody's
that.
heckled you?
Not like no,
I guess.
not really. But it does
do you
happen,
do
and
open mic stand-up, or do you do booked gigs?
I'll do both. Both
Do
all
they
the time.
is there heckling at open mics? don't
I
know.
prefer heckling because I'm like, well, normally it just doesn't happen because I have a
Sure.
structured set for them.
I get it.
Right.
But I feel like what Andrew was doing was in effect heckling. You know?
The
like it
only
was
thing
heckling.
he's right that I was, but to paint me in the light that I'm just some crazy lady, like, and he's invalidating his actions and then minimizing them. I don't think that's very fair.
True.
Thank you.
That's true.
This is just what he does.
Do we have Rachel?
And I,
Hold on. Can you try to like hit the call button on the thing? Wait here. Wait.
this is even a bit
Is the Discord-
antagonistic, especially her calling me improper.
Wait. So
Like, let
actually,
me
wait,
judge
no, I can't
her.
show the-
Let's know a little bit about her.
We're waiting. Rachel, are you ready, Rachel? Or we tried calling. I don't know what happened. Rachel, is the Discord calling? So, you waterboard people?
Oh god.
She waterboards people, bro.
Oh, I need.
Damn. Can you demonstrate on Priscilla?
Oh my gosh! See, that's the threat.
He'll
That's
forgive you.
threatening.
You won't do it? Or she's got to pay. You don't do freebies? Can you give her a waterboard?
Waivers signed.
Can you give her a waterboard freebie? I know you do
No.
that for work.
As a spin.
Savannah, will you do a waterboard freebie? Will you waterboard Priscilla?
Why do you want
I think that's probably it. You can't do that on YouTube.
No.
I don't think you can water. You know what? I saw Christopher Hitchens get waterboarded on YouTube. For educational purposes, I think you can do it. But the video probably gets age restricted if you're doing torture techniques. So wait, what about waterboarding?
Did you have another question?
How many different people have you done it to?
I would say a fair handful.
A fair handful.
Can I ask what the cost of waterboarding is?
Oh yeah.
I can't give out
Okay.
exact numbers, but it
course.
depends. There's a lot of talking that happens beforehand. There's waivers that get signed.
Okay. And
There
they
are
get
discussions of
like
boundaries.
they get like sexual gratification from it, or
Either
they
that
just
or they
like
just
paying.
feel brave. But yeah, I mean, sometimes they do. It kind of depends, but
Interesting.
kind of a weird niche.
I don't even
but-
know how you do that. I don't.
I once had a dude DM me asking for me to put on heels and stomp on his balls. So
some
Super
guys like
common.
that.
didn't do it, but
Super common.
That's crazy.
yeah, he only wanted to give me like $250. If he offered a couple grand, maybe. Not joking.
I could not do that. I couldn't.
What, really?
No.
And then I found out
could
he
not
was
do
in like
that.
all of my friends' inboxes. It was just his thing, I guess.
Wow.
Wow.
Do we have her?
I think we have her, but we have her muted, and it's just an image of her.
Okay, here, I'll come back and fix it. So, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
You guys, for like a minute, you guys,
Cool.
look into this camera and wink
let's-
or something. A hey gal or whatever, I don't know. Anybody?
So,
Sad? Do it.
What? I winked. I winked it like 4 times.
She did. It was really cute.
Thanks.
Hello? Rachel? Do we have video?
I don't know if we're supposed to keep talking.
Wait, can you guys
Yeah.
say, Rachel, are you there?
Rachel, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
yes. Hi, Rachel.
Can you ask her if we have
Can you turn the
Can you
camera
turn
on?
the camera on or no?
I'm sorry, I can't turn my camera on right now, but I can talk, so you can enjoy the beautiful picture of me while I tell Priscilla that if she comes anywhere near my husband, she's gonna have to deal with me. I'll fly out there and she could try getting in my face and see how tough she feels then. Because I guarantee if it was me sitting across from your ass, you would not have had that kind of energy whatsoever. That is bullshit. And for you to think that you can physically attack my husband, like get in his face, say you want to take him outside on a national TV show that everyone saw, and then come back in the studio and act like you didn't do nothing, like, well, he made fun of me. Too bad. Are you a child or are you a grown woman? Have some self-control. And if you can't have some self-control, I'll come over there and teach you some. How about that?
Wow, Rachel, it sounds like you're a little unhinged. Are you okay?
You're the one that's unhinged there, sweet cheeks. I'm not the lunatic who tried to attack a grown man on a live podcast. What the hell was you thinking?
I'm wondering, are you threatening me on a live podcast? You're saying you're gonna fly down here and you're gonna teach me a lesson?
Yeah, she just a stern talking to.
A stern talk. That's exactly what I wanted to do when I said I wanted to go outside with Andrew.
Wait, and,
I just wanted to give him a stern talking to.
Sweet cheeks, you ain't going nowhere with him. And what I'll do is I'll come and get in between you and him so that you can deal with someone your own size. What do you think about that? Now, are you going to calm down and apologize? You are the one who is unhinged, and the whole world sees it. The whole world knows it.
You sound like a delight. First of all,
she is delight. She's a delight.
Nobody's buying your tears. You're completely full of shit.
I'm not crying.
You're crazy. You have no business doing comedy. You're not funny. Don't do any more podcasts.
You're not funny.
Go get a job at a grocery
Oh gosh,
store or
Rachel.
something, okay? Because that's what you should be doing. You should be like ringing up groceries. You're never going to be a comedian. You're never going to be a podcaster.
Do you look down on minimum wage workers, Rachel?
I'm making fun of you because you deserve it, because you're a laughing stock. You're absurd and you're ridiculous.
Absurd is true.
Yeah, you're not funny. You're not entertaining. Nobody cares about your little sob story. Nobody cares that your mama was in a gang. Like, what the hell, dude? Like, what the hell? What's wrong with you? Do you not hear yourself? Do you have no self-awareness? Just stop.
Right back at you, Rachel.
I acted like a lunatic. I physically threatened a man, a grown man. I physically threatened him in front of the whole world. I was wrong. That was stupid. Even if I was upset, I should have controlled myself. That's the correct answer. And if your mother didn't teach you correctly, I'm here to correct your behavior. Now stop your bullshit.
Is your wife reprimanding me right now? I think.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
You made it. Hey, made it funny.
How to behave.
It wasn't
You need
funny,
your mom. You need a mama to come in here and tell you what appropriate behavior looks like. So that's what I'm doing. You're welcome. Now stay the hell away from my husband. Don't go try to smoke out on the balcony with him. Don't you dare get within 20 feet of him, or I'll be the one calling the Santa Barbara police. You got it?
First of all, I didn't lay a hand on your husband. Painting it as assault was insane. And I did not make a threat. I asked him if he wanted to go out and
you want to
talk.
step outside. What does that sound like?
Cash me outside.
Cash me outside.
How about that?
What difference does it make?
What did?
Oh, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference.
Was
If the
that-
police are calling
was-
us asking if we'd like to press charges, it makes a difference.
I don't
You
think
better
that's
watch your back,
true.
sweetie.
Do
Okay,
you want to
well,
hear? Do you want? Brian can play the message.
sure.
Do you not believe it?
She
And you wanna just-
doesn't believe it.
So she's still going to double down and act like she did no wrong here. She's still going to act like
Because-
you making fun of her when she was already acting like a damn fool.
You've been
is
Rachel,
grounds for
Rachel.
threatening you physically.
You've been sick for the last couple of days. You need to go back to bed. You've said your piece.
You're true. You're right. That's true. I have been sick a few days. But I'm glad I got a chance to talk to this girl and let her know that she's ridiculous. She should never show her face in public again. Don't do podcasting. Don't be a comedian. Just go work in an office or something, okay?
You're
And
lovely.
stay away from Andrew.
You're really lovely. Thanks for the
She is
talk,
lovely.
Rachel.
She's excellent.
You're welcome. See you soon, Brian.
Anything final, Rachel, or is that?
Oh, I think that's it.
Okay.
I think she understands me pretty well.
Well, Rachel, I hope you feel better. Andrew told me that you've been feeling under the weather the past few days, so I wish you a speedy recovery and hope you get well soon. And looking forward to having you back on the podcast at some point.
Yeah,
And thank you.
I can't wait to come back and do in person. And hello to the whole whatever chat. You guys are awesome. Love you guys.
Thank you for calling. Boxing.
Those guys are pretty awesome.
Boxing match.
Even though she called him small dick.
I'm totally down for a boxing match.
She
That'd
called
be
him
great.
small dick something or
Wait,
another.
do you want to do a boxing match with Rachel?
Mud wrestling.
I would
No,
do.
not mud
I would.
wrestling.
I was gonna say I would do like a jujitsu thing or something.
Priscilla's strong though, Rachel.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. She's strong.
Oh my.
She's got guns. Okay, you got to be careful with this one over here. You know. But if you want, we'll look.
Pilates every day. Who should show
We'll do,
themselves on the podcast now, Rachel?
But yeah.
255-pound deadlift for 5 reps. So I mean, I ain't no weakling either.
Yeah, Rachel's strong too. In mind and body. She's got the constitution. But yeah, Rachel, thank you so much for calling in. I hope you feel better.
Go get some rest.
Okay.
Yeah, get some rest.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show.
Good night, Rachel. All
Thanks,
right.
It just sucks. I can hear it in her voice.
Yeah. Okay, we got a bunch of chats coming through here. I'm going to let a couple wait, do we have? Yeah, we do still got some. Savannah, I'm going to have you read for us the chats.
You said, I like heckling. Challenge accepted. I look forward to seeing you on the road.
Do you travel for any comedy stuff?
Sometimes, but mostly to LA. Or
I see.
where are these people? Where are you, Bird
I'm
man?
gonna find you.
Sav, can you read this one for us?
This donation is for octopus for everyone for mukbang.
I don't have any, so
No more
I,
octopus.
You know what? I'll look on
Thank
DoorDash. So
God.
gross.
I'll look on DoorDash and see.
Oh my God, you're gonna order octopus?
No, thank you.
We had the guests
don't have
order
leftovers?
octopus. Oh yeah, you had some, right?
I had some, yeah.
See, Priscilla, you missed out.
You missed out on some.
You could have been eating
some
octopus with the rest of the girls.
Do you know
That's for
octopuses
Sure,
are
why not?
highly,
Very
highly intelligent?
Yeah, I feel
Wow.
bad, but
Yeah, I know.
it
It's
was
like
kind
almost
of a
eating like
dare.
a human.
Yeah. How dare you even buy it?
That's true. I don't know if you can order octopus at 10 p.m. in Santa Barbara.
No. I don't
Like a
think so.
sushi place.
You know what? I don't see any.
I don't think there's.
I
gonna be
wasn't ever
octopus
going
on
to
the
try
menu.
to
I
hurt
don't
you
see
or try to
any-
throw anything at you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all. You know, we could.
I
dig
just don't believe you at all.
I
We
promise.
could dig through the trash and see if there's like 2-day-old, 48-hour
Let's
old.
watch the clip, bro.
Yes. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I said, are we gonna watch it?
Yes. Yeah. We're
Okay.
gonna pull it up.
Yay.
All right. Let me just clear the
I
chat.
watched it and I don't feel bad.
All right.
And,
Watch it on a
painting
bigger screen.
yourself as the victim is pathetic. So let's see it.
Painting yourself as the victim is what's pathetic.
It makes you seem,
That's what's pathetic. I have a right to do whatever I want to you because you're bigger than me.
I
That's
didn't
your, that's
do
your argument.
anything to you.
We'll see.
Making you look into my eyes and pulling your chair
Making
does
you-
not constitute assault.
Yeah, making you do a thing so that you could
And
be
the only
empathetic,
reason,
right?
but I just want to say,
Paradoxical.
what if we just had like normal rapport? Like,
I'm
what
having
if we?
normal rapport with you.
I know, but what if instead of your wife basically threatening me,
She never threatened you.
I didn't think
you were not there when she said, "I'll come down and show you
It
and
was,
teach you," and
Yeah,
She was
so?
mothering you.
yeah, so.
So she's threatening to have a conversation with you with
That's
spirited
what I was
language?
threatening to
Spirited.
do.
Nah,
with
did
you.
like
Rachel
that.
say step outside?
It basically, that's what it meant.
Nah.
I'm going to come down there and teach you a
Nah.
lesson. And I think that's in a similar spirit.
it was.
As beating you in a debate? That's the lesson
Beating
she
me in a
teaches.
debate, you personally attacked me.
No, her.
as a
Her,
rebuttal.
Her. That's how she does things. She beats people in debates.
It
I'm
was-
disappointed in you.
You know,
No, I
Andrew,
don't care.
I don't. It was.
There's nothing more disappointing than a gaslighter. That would be you.
I'm not. You
it
minimizing it at the beginning is
There's
gaslighting.
nothing to minimize.
That's gaslighting.
Who got in whose face? Did I get in yours?
And
or
then
you get-
calling me
Who
crazy and
got
then
in
acting
whose
like
face?
it wasn't
Who
valid.
got in whose face?
As I should
Who
have.
got in? You should have. See what I mean? It's like, what do you do with that?
This was you, Priscilla. That was you, bro. Hold on, let me- This was you. Oh, Andrew.
Talk
Say
shit,
it to
get
my
hit.
face.
Talk
Look
shit,
me
get
in the
hit.
eyes. Look me in the eyes, Andrew.
Wait, do the fingers. Do the fingers with the baby. The little like this.
Oh, I can't. I don't know how to do that. You know, look. I think it was spirited.
I do not drink alcohol. See, this is all.
It was a scathing rebuke. A scathing rebuke. I like that. Okay, let's watch the. Do you know how to get it pulled up, Mick?
I didn't lose control. I was in full control.
No, yeah, you looked like it.
I was. I
You
definitely
blacked out
was.
before? Does
No,
that
I was saying out there when I was talking crap just mindlessly.
She was in total control and then
to
blacked
Brian,
out.
I said that I kind of.
You know, you know how that goes.
goes.
You know how it goes when you're like in total control and so angry that you black
So
out.
just
Totally.
So
in
just
control.
not give any information to you then, because you're just going to use it against me. Because I was being honest. Because if I had blacked out in here, then I would say I blacked out in here, but
Yeah.
that's not what happened.
It's nice that
I was
you're
in
honest
full
about
control.
the details of the exchange, but then dishonest about your conclusions about your
No,
responsibility.
I
in the
said I
exchange.
did. I actually did take accountability. I said we both did something wrong. That's what I said.
Okay, well, who did something wronger?
No, I don't think so.
Accountability. If you
Well, I just
say we
asked
both
who
were
did.
wrong.
Who did something wrong?
Yeah, I'm taking accountability for my part, and you're not taking accountability for your part.
What part should I take accountability for?
For the antagonizing.
Oh, I see. I antagonized you because I
Ableist
quipped back at
behavior.
you. I see. And then I ran over and got in your face and started screaming and
I did not scream
pushed
at
your chair.
you.
Yeah, you did.
No,
see.
I didn't.
You're gonna see for yourself.
Okay, yeah, we will see. Let's see if I screamed.
You did.
I did not scream.
Screeching banshee.
Okay, let's see.
Banshee activity. Okay, Mick, can I? have
Everyone's
you-
going to watch it right now.
Yes, I'm aware.
All right, that's cool. Okay, can you put it to the video tab, por favor? Yes.
I was talking to you in a normal tone of voice.
Oh my God.
You watched it, right?
I didn't want to see
You saw
myself.
it, didn't you?
so-
And by
Was
normal,
I screaming at him?
if you mean
Oh, well, aha.
if you mean really loud in comparison to the way that you talk the rest of the podcast, then sure,
Voices were raised.
a bit.
You thought I was raising my voice?
Yes, for sure.
Well, we're about to see, so let's
yes,
see.
yes, we will.
This doesn't even involve me, and I feel like my mom's about to whoop me. She hasn't been talking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just like, oh my god.
got that vibe about
I
her.
love that she's so assertive. She seems wonderful.
That's such
I did not try.
That's the best picture ever.
God. Someone needs to make a meme out of that.
They did. They got
did
one
they?
with Trump when he's making fun of like that
Oh.
dude, and then they put that side by side, and I was like, "Fucking awesome! That looks great."
Oh, okay.
Oh. Yeah. So
So what?
For the hour.
I'm
Get up and leave.
awkward. I don't know.
Is it awkward?
Yeah.
I think it's
Is it? It's a
crazy.
bit awkward.
See,
Uh-oh, here
like,
we go again.
I never. So why,
More
when I start
revisionist
talking,
history.
do you start immediately undermining me?
Because it's just
immediately
gonna be-
chipping away because
here's
I have
what's gonna
something to
happen.
say.
It's
Let's
just-
not listen to me.
It's just going to be revisionist
as
history,
soon
but go
as
ahead.
I talk.
Go ahead with your revisionist history. I'm ready.
It's not revisionist history. That's what we're about to do.
Okay.
All
So what
right,
were you going to say?
I think.
Sir, what
I-
were you doing to my pen? Were you?
I did cap the pen.
Did you?
It's my own form of OCD, bro.
What did you do?
I
you just
capped
put the
it.
cap on
Yeah.
it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hit the video.
That's Andrew OCD.
Hit the video tab. Okay.
I'm not completely in
Wait,
control of
Look
that.
at my face.
Yeah,
what
what
the
are you
hell?
looking- Yo,
what the
you-
hell? My face, I go like that because of my neck.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I have to pop it all the
okay.
time. Thank you for that.
Oh,
LOA.
that's what you were doing all
yeah,
show.
because I have to go like this. I told you I have back issues.
I understand. Okay.
What the hell?
If
This is why I didn't want to watch
but
myself.
Mick, be prepared to hit pause in case. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, hit play.
I
Wait.
can't hear anything.
Hold on. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Is it muted? Okay. Play it.
Hour, get up and leave. Kindly get the fuck out and leave.
Ooh, spicy.
Ooh.
You're a little man, Brian. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you.
And here's where you come
I
back.
saw your discussion with the crew.
Get the fuck
There we go.
I
out.
just want to say that
Get the fuck out,
You
lady.
don't know her culture.
Get out.
Talking shit.
You're deaf and you're freaking stupid.
Hey, pause it.
What did we talk about?
You're gonna physically assault me?
Oh, look. You shoved it. You didn't pull it. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Pause it. Pause it.
Back it up.
So,
She
Nick,
pushed
so-
the chair. She didn't pull it. Look.
Hold
It
on,
was like
let me-
a
I need to
bit.
tell- I need to tell
Lying
him
through
how
your
to do
teeth.
it.
First lie. We're catching you in the
Okay,
first lie
can I
live.
say that it was more like a
Use
swivel?
the-
Yeah,
Nick,
no, you said
use
you
the
pulled it
arrow
towards
key.
you. You
Because it
pushed
felt
it.
like it because I
Back.
swiveled
Here's what's
it.
going to happen.
I
We're going to watch you
swiveled
in
it.
real time shove
Forward
my
one,
chair,
forward
and
one.
you
Look at
lie.
you.
This
Look
is the
at
first
you.
lie we'll
Look
catch
at
you.
you.
in.
How about
First
you look
lie.
at you? Look at you.
First
Look
lie
at you
we're
right
going to
now.
catch you in.
Ready? Go ahead.
First lie.
I swiveled it.
Here we go.
I
First lie.
Okay, this was a swivel.
Yeah, so first
Play
lie.
it.
This was a swivel.
First. Oh, yeah, swivel.
That was swiveling to look at me.
You should stop. I want to talk about it.
Am I screaming? First
Yeah.
lie. First lie.
You're about to get to
First
it.
lie.
Shh.
First lie from Andrew.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
not
wait,
screaming.
wait.
That's the first lie.
I'm right next
First
to the
lie.
mic. You're not.
First
and
lie.
you are screaming. Yeah.
First lie.
You're screaming.
I'm not screaming.
You're
First
screaming.
lie. First lie.
You're screaming.
Wait,
First
hold on.
lie.
You're screaming right now.
First
You're
lie.
screaming right now.
Wait. Let's watch the rest.
Okay.
We got to be quiet though while it plays. Bring it back to the video tab. No, don't click.
Are you gonna?
No. Oh my. Where's the fucking alcohol? Where's your vodka?
Woosah.
Andrew?
I drank it all, bro.
Mick, you already know that if you click on the video tab, okay?
Someone can pay to get me drunk again.
Okay.
There we go.
Go back 5 seconds.
This is great.
What are you doing? No. What do you want?
There's
There we go.
Did you hit 5?
what's it called?
Wait. What?
Some alcohol in the fridge.
No,
Not
but
wine coolers.
so if you
seltzers.
stop. It's hard enough trying to explain this. If you hit the arrow key backwards, the arrow key, like not the one, it'll go back 5 seconds. No, not that far. No. There's the arrow key, like in the bottom of the keyboard. Does that make sense?
The bottom one?
Yes.
Too far, I think.
No, dude. Oh my God.
That's right there is okay.
All right, just play it.
You're gonna.
You not talking.
I think she's gonna hit. Are you gonna hit?
See, I said no. I'm not gonna hit you.
Hang on, here you go in the screaming in a second.
Priscilla, this is not making anything better.
Right there. There we go. Told you.
It went a little bit.
Let's go.
I could just.
De-escalate a little bit.
It's still funny.
Yeah, let's.
You see how I had to shift myself away?
Girl, I don't feel safe. You don't want to make the other girls feel safe. Let's go.
That's what you sound like, by the way.
Told you.
I don't feel safe.
Come on.
Don't walk this way.
You disgust me. All of our followers
Screaming.
disgust me. That is a yell, but not at you.
That's screaming.
Not at you, though.
Yeah, still screaming. You were screaming at me before this.
Thank you. Composed.
Yeah, still screaming.
Composed.
And then how were you over there when you were screaming even louder?
Not screaming.
You were screaming.
You guys were screaming at me.
I wasn't. I was on the
You're like,
balcony.
get the fuck out.
I was literally on the balcony. I didn't say a word to you.
If that's not screaming.
When I walked away, I didn't say a word
Why
to you.
rules for. It doesn't make sense.
Did I
Rules-
say a word to you when I left? Nope, nothing. I went to the balcony.
Right, and I didn't say it either, but we did make eye
Yeah, but I
contact.
can hear you screaming from
If I
back
wanted to go to you, then wouldn't I have done that?
there. Yeah, I know, but what does that have to do with you
wh-
screaming back
And
there?
I want to say it's to
What does
me
that have to do with
say
you screaming back? Can you answer my question?
I wasn't screaming.
Yes, you were definitely screaming.
No,
we have
I
the
wasn't.
we have the cell phone of that too. You were.
No, I wasn't.
Oh man, just like you weren't screaming when you put your head this close to me and started screaming.
That was not screaming.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, that's
We
why
just
they heard you
watched
through
it.
the mic. Yes, and what happened is you started by not screaming, and then when you got close, you started screaming.
The voice went up a little bit when you started.
Yeah, because you were screaming. That's what happens. Your voice goes up. That's how that works.
That was not a scream.
It was a
and like
scream.
a banshee.
Yeah, well, you did sound like a banshee. Yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, especially when you went up right up to the mic and then started cussing at the audience. And just wasn't.
I
well
did say
done.
that was a blanketed statement.
But remember how you pulled my chair? You didn't push it.
I swiveled it. Remember how I was screaming like a
Yeah,
banshee?
you shivved it, or you swiveled it by pushing it, like literally trying to
to
push it out
look
from
at
under
me, not to push it out.
Okay.
And see, that's not honest.
Except we literally just watched it.
Yeah, to look at me. I
Oh.
swiveled it for you to look at me, not
How
to
do you
push it out from
swivel it
under
without
you.
grabbing it and you shove it? How's that a swivel?
It was a push.
It was a push.
You're right. It was more of a push, but it
wasn't a
wasn't.
pull.
It wasn't to push you off of
Definitely
the chair.
wasn't a pull. Definitely not
It
a
was
pull
like
like
a
you said.
swivel.
No, it was
Not a
more
pull.
like a shove.
Definitely a shove.
It's a different sort of force. It definitely is.
Yeah, it is different than a pull because it's the opposite motion. Yes, I agree with that.
I'm gonna find someone who knows more about physics than I do, but I'm just saying I didn't
I don't
shove
think it's
you
a
out.
physics thing.
I wasn't going to
We
shove
should
you.
consult with perhaps a PhD.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it's
maybe a master's.
I don't feel like it's a physics thing. I feel like if
I
your
have
hand
something
goes
else.
like that, it's a push, and if your hand goes like that, it's a pull.
What I wanted
Where's
to
your
say
source,
like 10 minutes
That's true.
ago.
I don't have a source.
What
for-
I wanted to
Do
say
you-
like
do you have a
10
source
minutes
for the
ago.
pull-push
What I
thing?
wanted to say a long time
PhDs in
ago.
waterboarding. I'm afraid I can't help you.
Okay, that's fair. Totally fair.
We're screwed.
Reasonable.
I think that it's far crazier to attack someone's character, to attack their dreams like your wife did. I can understand where her rage is coming from because I'm sure I would feel a lot of protection towards my person as well. So I get that. But to shit on someone's dreams, that seems crazy to me. If we're going to talk about
That's
what's
what's crazy.
crazy.
You should chatted on my dreams.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't
care.
mean to, and I apologized as
You
soon as I
shouted-
got in
wait.
here. What are your dreams?
Well, there was a moment in the BTS thing where you said like, wait, Mick, are you able to pull it up? The Discord. So go to the Discord.
Oh yeah, this is.
I don't
really
have a
funny.
Discord, and these are your cult little followers. Not,
Oh, I'm not gonna pull up like their messages or anything.
oh, well.
Do you have the Discord open?
Yeah. What do you mean? He would just be referencing your behavior.
You're in the behind the scenes tab. No, we're actually not going to show it like that, but do you have the video? I have the video. Here, can you just play it? But just the audio is fine? Just the audio? Yeah, the audio is fine.
How about when you make fun of me, you look at me in my eye?
Wait.
Why are you laughing? Don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at that.
Wait. So skip
Don't
forward.
you laugh. Don't.
Here, I'm
Don't. Why are you laughing? Don't
It
laugh.
was funny. I'm
It's
sorry.
not. Yeah, it was funny. I agree. That was funny. Just that you don't laugh either. Don't. Yeah. Okay. Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
No, you're laughing.
It's not helping. You say don't laugh.
Wait, stop.
No, I'm just letting you guys go out here. Can you bring her down the stairwell, please? This stairwell right here, okay? Can you get out? That's fine. She can tie her shoes.
Wait.
Anyone will ever let you impregnate them so you actually ever have real power? Any woman is ever going to listen to you without you paying them? You should listen to this and masturbate to it. That was my favorite part. I'm glad you got that on film, honestly.
Go back to the pregnancy part, about the pregnancy part.
I'm sorry.
Can you bring it back?
I do remember
Because I didn't
that.
hear it clearly.
Hang on.
Right before the
I said,
pregnant.
do you think anyone will ever let you impregnate them so you have real power? And then,
Wow, that's mocking my dreams of one day wanting to have a family and children.
But Brian, it's okay because when it's you, it doesn't matter. It only matters when it's her.
do you think any woman is ever going to listen to you without you paying them?
No,
I
that's
sound
not
like
it.
a badass.
It's before.
I want this. Can you
Go
send
back.
this to
Go
me?
back.
You have to join the
I want this
Discord, right?
audio. Can I have it?
Join the Discord, right?
What? No, he'll give it.
You got it?
I sound like a movie character.
Can you get out? That's fine. She can tie her shoes.
Why are we listening to it over?
Do you think anyone will ever let you impregnate them? What the fuck, bro? That's such an evil thing to say.
That was pretty good.
That's so evil,
Props.
dude.
Props.
Wow. I want to have kids one day. I want to be a father, and you're all over here like, you think a girl's ever going to let you?
But Rachel, but Rachel shit on her dreams, bro.
Y'all say
Look,
that shit about
Look,
older
she
women.
can't believe it.
She has
can't believe
post hoc
Hey,
justification.
take your hands away. Let's see the shame on your face. Or she thinks it's funny. She thinks take your hands.
It was
Move
really
your hands.
good. That one was good.
Move your hands.
So it's funny when you mock somebody, not funny when I mock somebody.
My
That
one
was
dream.
private. That was private, but
so
we
now
just
it's
made
just- now-
public.
It was an intimate.
No, it
moment.
doesn't matter.
It was a private.
It's only okay if you mock people when other people can't see it. Got
That's why I said let's go outside. We could talk about it. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say mean things about you. I'm not gonna shit on you at all.
It was a private conversation about her
Between a man and a woman.
Her hoping that I don't continue my bloodline.
Oh my
What do you not
gosh.
understand about that?
Fair.
Oh boy. Okay, that's cool.
Just like the double standards are endless.
Wow. Uh-oh. Can you read this one?
You're supposed to be napping, honey.
Okay.
Your husband said to get to bed.
That's true. I did.
Patriarchy wins again. Wait, okay, so
See, everyone's just lying.
here, I'm
we
getting
just
into
listen to it.
the show notes from Priscilla that we actually, you know what, we'll come back to Priscilla's show notes because we had show notes for you, but you know, the whole getting kicked out thing. You're back. Welcome. Do you want to say hi? I don't know if you even
Hi.
introduced yourself.
I said hi.
Can you
Hi.
just, you're getting cut out of the frame because we're staying split
Yeah.
primarily. So, sorry, honey. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't mean to press
Did you
that.
say
My bad.
sorry, honey?
Well, that's her
my
name.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What's your name? Honey?
Yeah.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Look at you,
I thought
ready
you were
to be
talking to him.
offended. You're ready to be offended at a moment's notice.
Oh, am I?
Well,
What?
I mean, that's what it seemed like.
Oh
when he
no,
said sorry,
I thought
honey.
it was funny.
Oh,
So,
Oh, I thought
Jen-
he was talking to you
no, I
when
thought
he
he
said
was-
that. That's why.
I don't know. It seemed like he
That's
thought he
all-
was talking to you.
No.
So, you know,
No.
keeping in the spirit of this conversation, you
Yeah.
said you wanted to add notes after
The
your experience on the
ableist.
show.
I already addressed the ableist thing pretty
Oh,
much.
well, yeah, you wrote, I would like Andrew and you to explain your acceptance for ableist behavior, but not accepting other forms of bigotry. Andrew's hand gestures making fun of people with physical and mental disabilities. Wait, hold on.
Wait,
are
I
you
meant-
saying that? Are
No,
you? Yo, why are you
I
talking
said-
shit about my girl Priscilla?
Dude, that's not what I
understand
said. I said meaning
Priscilla,
like,
you gonna let her call you mentally and physically disabled?
that's not.
That's literally what you said,
Dude,
bro.
I mistyped, bro.
Bro, you can't.
Bro.
This
bro,
is what you wrote.
bruh,
Andrew
bruh,
hand gestures
bruh.
making fun of people with physical and mental disabilities.
I
it
was
directed
thinking
at Priscilla.
acting like they have.
Priscilla, let me ask you a question.
No, you're making
Hold up.
fun of actual people
making
with
fun of
physical.
Priscilla.
I'm actually,
not.
yes.
I
Priscilla,
wasn't.
she made fun of you.
Whatever.
Priscilla.
That's not,
For sure.
Should I add something?
That's not what I said. I said you're making fun of people with.
Physical and mental
Yeah, but
disabilities.
this gesture
Are you-
makes fun of people with physical.
But are
That's
you
like
saying
one of
that
my
about
favorite
Priscilla?
gestures.
No.
Priscilla, you gonna let her say that about you?
Continue reading, and you'll
my
see
bad.
that it was a typo.
And then you said you pretty much right off the bat laughed at me for messing up a word when I actually do have a disability
Yeah.
that causes me to do that.
Everybody's fucking disabled.
But
I am.
I didn't know that you were dyslexic.
I had already talked about being dyslexic at that point.
I don't listen to like 70% of what the women say.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
just-
yeah, that's very nice. That's very nice.
I'm listening. I'm kidding.
But yeah, that's why I got upset.
I probably missed that part though. Good talk. But I mean, you got upset because like I was like, oh, what did you say? Because you said the word you used, it was like fraternity, I think, right?
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Isn't the dyslexia about reading?
No, I mean, yeah, with ADHD, I have cognitive issues to where I tend to mess up words when I speak or write pretty often, and my mind blanks, and I mess up my vocabulary very often.
But that's not your dyslexia.
It is
though.
dyslexia. Dyslexia is more in depth than what you would think. Look it up. There's like a very, very long list of symptoms. Even like driving is hard with dyslexia. You get directions, like my brain gets all confused and stuff
Your
sometimes.
brain gets confused.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I call that being frazzled.
Yeah.
There's a lot of frazzling with you.
I do get it.
A lot
I
of
get
lot
that.
of frazzlement.
My brain doesn't always brain
that.
correctly.
Your brain isn't braining. So did
Yeah.
a bunch of dudes slide into your DM?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of them. Thank you, guys, by the way, for being so nice.
Gross.
After
How long have you been celibate?
year and a half.
You think it's like finally gonna end or?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, she's celibate
good
too.
luck.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a virgin.
You kind
actually.
of look like from the chin up. You kind of look like a nun.
Wait, did you say you're a virgin?
From the chin up.
Totally
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't.
Oh, I was like, oh, yeah. I mean, I'd rather date
like
someone
you
local.
have a nun look to you.
I had a little old lady tell me at the grocery store once I looked like the statue outside of her church, so I didn't have the heart to say anything but thank you and walk away.
Yo, wait, chat. Does she not look like she would be in a Renaissance painting? Like you have that look to you.
You have the nun look.
Yeah.
Now you got to figure out if
In a
that's a
pretty way.
compliment.
It's a compliment.
It's a compliment.
An
It
insult.
could be either or.
Okay.
You just have a very sweet, angelic look in the face.
So moving on, Jen, you said Andrew
Yes.
also
That's
right
why you
off
don't
the
trust
bat-
these demons.
Yeah, y'all
Okay? You don't can't trust
y'all
these
kind of
demons.
went a little hard on me because y'all were mad about all of this situation.
I don't feel like
Pretty.
you're hard on you at all.
The first thing you did was start laughing at me, like I had said something crazy about
Said some crazy
Did you say something
wanting
crazy?
a family farm. You said I was a communist because I want to own land with like my family.
No, because you were mixing up. Okay.
No,
I was.
that's what
I
you
wasn't
said.
laughing because.
That's legit
okay.
why you started laughing. You called me communist because I wanted a
laughing
farm.
no, that's not why. Let's like. Do you
I-
want to be
'cause
honest
it-
about it? Or
yeah,
no?
yeah,
Okay, so
sure.
we can be honest about it. So, what happened is you said you want a farm to move away from capitalism, and you're a libertarian.
I'm just talking about because the way the government is right now, and nobody can afford to live in this communist situation. I'd rather get out of that.
Yeah, I
because of
know,
the way
but
society
all I was
currently
doing
is.
was laughing because you were using terms which were contradictory to each
Well,
other, and
I
I
mean,
would try
you
to
can be a
explain to you
libertarian
why.
and
I would try to explain to you why. You can be a libertarian and be adverse to capitalism. How?
I'm averse to the way our government is like going about right now.
Yeah, I get that, but that can mean anything. You know what that's why I'm
Because
saying you
we
can't
can't
use these
afford-
contradictory terms. Is all I
I
was
mean,
saying.
yeah,
That's
I
what I was laughing
can.
at.
I mean,
you can,
I
but
can-
that's going to make guys like me laugh because they're contradictions. When you contradict yourself, I laugh. That's how I can't help myself.
I mean, no, I'm not.
It's like you
I'm
say.
not
It's like when you say I can fly like Superman, and then you go, but nobody can
then you
fly
start
like
calling-
Superman. And then, of course, I'm gonna laugh. It's like what? It's absurd.
I can want a small government and lack of zoning, all of that, and not want to depend on the government where no one can afford groceries and everyone has to.
Yeah, that's all consistent.
But
that wasn't what you were saying. So
It's what I was saying.
no, it wasn't what you were saying.
Okay.
Just saying. Yeah, that's not actually what you indeed did say. So all I can do, I can't, and people have a problem with it's not just women. There's just people have
You
an
take
issue.
everything really literally.
They have an issue, yeah. But the
you
thing
call
is,
me a
they have an issue
how
with
is it
the idea that
communist?
I can live in their brain, that I can go in their brain and explore. I can be like, that's what they meant. No, this is what they. This part of the brain. I'm in here now. This is what they.
No.
I can't
You
get in
didn't
your brain. I can only utilize your words.
Yeah.
And then based on the words you tell me, that's my interpretation of what you're saying.
But that's not what you said. You kept calling me a communist.
Yeah,
then-
because
and you said that I would get along with a
because you said
Marxist.
you wanted to check out of capitalism to go live on a commune farm. Yes, of course, I thought that sounded a lot like communism.
Farm. It's a family farm. Like how is that?
A communal family farm.
Yeah, but that's not communism. We all have jobs and we
It's
stay.
not communism until you say, I want to check out of capitalism.
We both have jobs. We all still have jobs.
I get it.
I'm still in
Yes,
capitalism.
I understand. I'm just explaining
like
to you that
to
these are very strange
Fix
terms
the
to utilize.
issues with capitalism by sharing land and cost of stuff so we can actually afford to live.
That's a
And
that okay.
and
That's
we're
a
still
lot.
using
That sounds a lot like if you're gonna share land and you're gonna
does
share
that mean people with a
resources and-
duplex?
Like everyone
Does that
has-
mean people with a duplex live with their parents? Is that communism?
No.
Just because it's on a farm.
No, but when you make an OT prescription,
I mean, I
no.
don't-
When you make an OT prescription, what I'd like to see people do is X, right? I'm assuming that this has some kind of government backing.
No, I mean,
No?
why government backing to have a farm and
No,
grow
that's not what
crops?
you said, though. You said that you want to see. That's not what you
Because we
said. You see
can't
what I mean?
depend on the government.
Let's back up.
That's what I mean.
Okay, let's back up.
For
In
for
very
food.
concise language, so we're not equivocating.
Yeah.
We're not talking past each
Okay.
other. I actually understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
What do you actually want to see? Concisely, what do you actually want to see happen?
In the government? Or
no,
what?
just for
For my life?
No, for what when you're talking about, I want to see communal farm and communal resources, what are you talking about?
I want to live with people that I love, and we'll buy land together and then have separate parcels of land and live happily ever after. And I like farming, so I'm going to use a lot of the land to farm, and no one has to do anything.
Okay, that's a whole...
If they want to.
That makes sense, but that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's why I was like, how am I a communist?
All right. Okay. Maybe in the future, just like not even super concise, just a little bit concise.
Y'all kept calling me a chatterbox and stuff for trying to explain myself.
No.
And you started laughing before I could even do that.
Okay, here. I'm gonna show you the distinction, right? So, what I would like to see is capitalism regulated by the government. You understood that, right?
Yeah, but do you realize?
Hang on, stop.
Okay,
You understand? Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's how you would have said that. Like, it's just when talking government stuff and land.
Y'all were attacking me.
With the government stuff in the land, I would like to see it's a communal, and then like what we can do. Stop. Let me finish. And then like what we would do is the sharecrop inside of loved ones and margarine hat. Hang on. That's a distinction. Like when I tell you something, when I'm speaking to you, I try to be not even super concise, just at least expressing in basic terms what my worldview is so that you understand it. That's how you actually sound to us.
I get that, but I literally had just started talking and y'all were coming at me. I'd never been on a podcast before. I couldn't really speak without y'all if it was a conversation like this, I could have articulated that to you compared to y'all coming at me like crazy. So, and just laughing at me. That's what happened.
To be fair, I don't think Brian laughed at you. I think I laughed at you once.
No, he was like, oh, are you a feminist? You'd get along with that girl. That was his take on all of it. So
you probably would get along with that girl. So just saying. Probably would.
If she want a farm,
Well, she wants everybody to be on a giant global farm.
Ooh, yeah.
Because she's a communist.
Or Amish people? Does that mean are Amish people communists?
Yeah, not you two. There was a Marxist feminist who was here.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. They want people on the giant communal farm basically.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, probably.
I'm introverted. I'd rather just be around people I want to be around. That sounds like a great life to me.
Yeah, but you can understand from my position, I can only understand words that I hear from a person.
You started laughing as soon as I started saying...
Because it was absurd, so it's laughable.
I couldn't explain myself. You started laughing before I could even explain my stance on it.
And when you're all over the place for 30 minutes straight...
Literally, that was when I had first started talking. You came at me immediately.
Well, I come at people based on what they say. What do you want me to do? If you say absurd, crazy shit, I'm going to talk to you about it.
You just said that what I said wasn't crazy, like living with my family and stuff, but I didn't.
But that's not what you said, Jen.
I did say.
Yes, no, it's not what you said. It's really not.
Okay.
I know you want it to be, but it actually just in fact was not.
If y'all didn't come at me like I was crazy the moment because y'all took out this girl's stuff and not the other girl's stuff on me. He was annoyed. You were whatever and mood.
I was fine.
Well, y'all came at me.
I don't take any of this shit personally. I never have. Like ever.
Oh, you guys.
Oh, I'm done.
What? Wait, why are you looking at me that way?
Where's my fucking ice cream, bro?
Where's
my fucking ice cream? No, I don't want it. I don't want an ice cream. I'm fucking around. I don't want one. I don't want one, Brian. I just want to point out that I said I don't want one.
You feel comfortable doing that?
Like, do not. I don't actually want this fucking. This motherfucker's gonna bring me an ice cream no matter what.
Like something. So.
Why did I open my mouth? I knew. There's nothing you could do at that point, right? He's gonna mess with me now. Yeah.
You have to eat it.
No, definitely.
I already ate octopus on screen.
I'm old.
Bite it.
Old people can't have sugar. You know how that goes.
I don't even like to eat bananas in front of people.
And when I was a young person, I still couldn't have sugar, so don't feel bad.
I will PRB.
This one. Cookie. No, I'm good.
The chat's gonna hate me for this one.
You gonna?
I'm holding it like a
eat a
cigar.
burrito, bro?
Anybody want a popsicle?
No.
Wait.
No.
No, that's for her, right? Give it to her.
Nope. No. No, nothing, please. I'm good.
Oh, we have a chat here that we're gonna have come in.
Gilulu Derek donated $200. First time donator. Long time watcher. Had to chime in because this Priscilla chick is the worst kind of woman you can be around. Not worth trying to explain her childlike brain. Total idiot.
Yo,
Thank
chat.
you for the $200 to Lulu Derek.
What's going on down there? Hey, no alcohol, no drinking. No, you had your medications and contraindicate. Nope, you're banned. You're
Just
banned.
wait till after.
We're probably gonna wrap.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it soon. So,
Chat. 1 in the chat if you prefer Priscilla. 2 in the chat if you prefer Desiree.
oh my god.
What the heck?
Wait, is that the right framing for the question?
Even I prefer Priscilla over
Prefer them to
Desiree.
do what?
Is Desiree worse?
She's
than,
worse.
I've never
Desiree.
met
Not
Desiree.
well. Fuck.
Here,
now that
wait.
I'm thinking about it,
Wait, chat. No numbers. Priscilla or Desiree. Go ahead.
Oh gosh.
maybe because Desiree's smarter, but that might be worse. I'm not. Now that I think about it, like they're both pretty fucking horrible, honestly.
Could you ever imagine the words "Desiree is smarter" coming out of your mouth, Andrew?
I couldn't have until just a few moments ago, but that was a worldview shift.
She's gonna post that.
Yeah, she's gonna put
on her OnlyFans or some shit. He's coming back. He's just getting a smoke. All right, guys. We're gonna probably do like a bit of a roast session or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you, Sev. The chair one. Heavy eye contact with the camera while you're getting blocked by the microphone.
Yeah.
This is the camera right here. What the fuck are you doing, Sev?
What are you doing?
What do you mean? What am I doing?
You gave this to me.
I'm eating a cookie. There's no weird.
It is weird.
I don't know how to eat a popsicle on camera. It's making me nervous.
That's exactly why I said I'd have one later. Like, yeah, I don't even like to eat bananas in front of people. It's awkward.
Oh.
It's like I take little pieces off of it, you know?
How does it make you feel, Brian, when you eat a popsicle on camera?
It's less awkward. I mean,
I don't do it.
Is this degrading?
What do you mean?
Are you degrading me right now?
What?
yeah, he is.
No, I'm
the chat's probably like, oh, yeah.
I'm
like
being
that
a
they're
gracious
rainbow.
host, offering my guest a
Kindly giving me a
podcast
popsicle.
snack. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're just going.
I was smart enough not to do it, so just saying.
What are you implying?
They're gonna like.
People will subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Oh, you have an OnlyFans? Okay. Well, yeah, that's great. You should do that.
Anything can be sexualized. That's the other person's thing.
True.
Yeah, let me tell you.
True. She has experience in that.
Have you tried the waterboarding yourself?
Yes.
How is it?
You can buy that video.
Ooh, how much does
it's
it
terrible.
cost? How much does it
It's
cost?
so crazy.
It's like I got Dookie on my hand. What the fuck? I'll be back.
The video?
Dookie hands.
All right, you girls try your best to entertain.
What did you say?
Oh. Nothing. He said he looked
I feel
like he
like
had Dookie on his hands, so I called him Dookie hands. That's that. Have you been on the show before?
No.
Oh, okay. Where are you from?
Outside of Las Vegas.
Oh, cool. Fun stuff.
No,
Where are y'all
matches your
from?
hair, which is
Arizona.
Arizona? Where are you from?
kind of Long Beach and then a small town.
Nice.
girl that was
what
here-
month does it get warm enough to like go to the beach? Here, around here.
You can go to the beach
It's kind
all
of cold.
year round.
I mean,
in
it's
California.
kind of cold.
The
like
girl that
to
was
like
here.
be in a bathing suit. Like, is it ever that warm? I don't know.
Oh, I mean, you can go year round.
It's cold.
Today was a nice day. You could have gone today.
Yeah, I didn't feel well.
I mean, obviously, some days.
Is this like normal weather? Like
No, I mean in the summer it's
year-round?
warmer.
Oh,
But I mean,
wondering when that is.
Santa Barbara has like
Like what?
300 plus days of sun, clear skies a year. So, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, guys, kindly send in a read for 100, TTS for 200. Like the video if you're enjoying the stream. Twitch.tv/whatever. If you have guys, if you're watching on Twitch, where are we, by the way? If you're watching on Twitch, we're almost at 100,000 followers on Twitch. And if you can, drop a Prime sub. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Also, go to our Discord. Can you pull up the Discord? Discord.gg/whatever. And keep it on the behind the scenes tab, and I'll switch it to the window tab when you have it. Let me know when you have it. No, not video, just window. Do you have Discord up? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Guys, we posted. We got Priscilla in the building. We got Priscilla here. I posted it to the behind the scenes.
Shoes?
Well, that's when you made the statement about I hope you can never get a girl pregnant or something like that, or whatever you said.
Is that just a
Can
picture?
Can I see the video version?
I'll show it to you after the show.
Okay.
Guys, if you want to see, join our Discord behind the scenes. Shout out to Top G Ogle there on the right. I posted it in the behind the scenes tab, discord.gg/whatever. If you want to see the full Brian's point of view cell phone footage, that sounds weird. That sounds really weird.
And maybe if you want, maybe since I'm so crazy, maybe if we pop a bottle, maybe Andrew and I might get into a little duel. So maybe if we pop a bottle,
What's
I'm
a
just
duel?
kidding.
You want a champagne pop for a duel?
Hey, you got helmets, dude. Is there any
Oh.
I mean, you look like a nerd, so like Star Wars.
Why don't you guys just
things.
thumb wrestle?
Wait, is anybody here like Kamala, like Team Kamala? Did you vote Kamala?
Voted for her, yeah.
Oh, you already put on the MAGA hat, though. Did you vote Kamala, or would you put on a MAGA hat for a champagne pop? Because you're a big time Kamala supporter.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Also, integrity.
Fail. Integrity. Oh, okay. You wouldn't put on a MAGA hat?
I don't care either way. I think people should respect one another because all throughout our lives we're gonna have different ideas and different perceptions of what is.
Okay. Yeah.
Rachel is on the warpath tonight, by the way. Oh man. Close to
Andrew Santino's drunk.
I didn't see him.
Wait, what did he say?
Oh, also, guys, Venmo, Cash App. If you want to support the show, I'm going to do a couple shout outs. Thomas, thank you for the 3 on Cash App. Colin, thank you for the 15. Jasper, thank you for the 5. Noah, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Randy, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Thomas, thank you for the 2 on Cash App. If you want 100% of your contribution to go to the Whatever podcast, you can include reads, by the way. So if you send like 100 to Venmo, we'll do the read from Venmo or from Cash App instead of the Streamlabs. And 100% of your contribution, because, Streamlabs, they take 3 to 4%. YouTube takes 30%. So if you guys want. All right, let's see here. We have just a few more final things, then we're going to hopefully get this wrapped soon. Going to the rest of your stuff, Jen, sorry, my bad. I don't know. You said, wait, what? Okay, we already did the communism stuff.
Yeah.
You said that I kept getting, oops, hold on. I should probably be in front. You kept getting on me for interrupting you, but then y'all were interrupting me and acting like a Karen before letting me even finish my statements. I also don't agree that I'm backpedaling for giving context and well, that's a different thing. You're kind of interrupting a little more.
Yeah, that whole I'm doing it now.
Whatever.
So, yeah, when that thing about I was talking to you about business stuff. I was like mid sentence when I brought up Brian, and you were like, Brian, hear this, and then you like laughed and like said something that was like not what I was getting at all, because you interrupted me like mid-sentence, started laughing and told him that I was like saying he didn't work hard, which is not the case at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, really quick, Mick. I'm sorry, this is not related. Can you go to the Discord and go to the research tab in the Discord? I got something for Priscilla. No. Okay. In the Discord, do you have the Discord open? Do you?
Brian, patience.
You have the Discord open. Okay, so in the left side, there's different like there's the behind the scenes tab, there's a research tab. It's going to be below, a couple below the behind the scenes tab. Do you see it? So that's above the behind the scenes. Below, so if you look below the behind the scenes tab, it's going to be like 3, 4, or 5. You see it?
Behind the scenes, yeah.
No, the research tab. You got it? Okay. Okay. Do you see the picture of Priscilla?
Yes.
Click it. You got it?
I do.
And it's like full screen? Yeah, I'll switch it over though. So we did before you left, we did a gender swap. And so the question is, Priscilla, can you, in the sources tab over here, do you see the sources tab in OBS? Where it says TTS Monster, Twitch Alerts, StreamYard, do you see that in OBS? Can I get a confirmation? Yes, I do see it. No, I don't. So, do you see the 2 small camera angles? Do you see the? Wait, yes, you almost had. Wait. Okay, no. Oh my God. Yeah. Scroll down in the sources tab. Use the scroll bar. No. Scroll bar. Scroll bar. Yeah. Wait. Back up. A little bit. Huh? Oh, wait. Scroll down. My bad. Scroll up. Yes. Okay. Do you see where it says right corner? Okay. Do you see the eyeball? Click the eyeball. Okay, Priscilla. That's you, and then that's the male version of you. Would you, and then put it back on now? Boom. Would you date the male version of yourself?
See, what's funny is I love men so much that it's even clear, as a man, I also love men. So if I was a man, I would be gay, so female Priscilla wouldn't have a chance.
Oh.
Wait. No, like you as a woman right now, would you date that male version of you?
He wouldn't give me a chance.
He wouldn't give you a chance.
Yeah, because he'd be gay.
But like, you would give him a chance, is what you're saying. Like, I get he's gay.
I have a history of dating gay men.
Dating gay guys.
So yes.
Okay, I see. There was something. Can you pull that back up real quick? Wait. That's like, you know what, chat? Tell me if this sounds right.
Can you
like,
tell that I'm gay?
This is like the one on the left. Yeah, that's like Attack on Titan meets can't be within 500 yards of an elementary school.
I mean,
you know what I mean, chat? Do you know what
I mean?
No, am I?
No.
I'd hit it.
Is that pretty?
No, I think
he looks like a. He looks like a. Oh, I like Attack on Titan.
But not the.
No, I thought the other one was.
The other one's
too.
pretty.
They're both pretty good.
I see the girl on the left, and I think, how could anyone be mean to that precious angel?
We put that through AI and a couple filters.
I know. I'm just saying, still.
Because they know that angel can go from 0 to psycho in 4.2.
We were doing a lot of favors. Okay, we did a lot of favors on the one in the picture. There's some AI tools used, some highlighting done, midtones. We boosted the midtones. Did a bit of smoothing. Why are you looking at me that way, Sav?
Wait, what are you saying?
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
What? You hate... What?
Well...
You're a racist? What did you say? Huh?
Okay.
She did agree to the immigration stuff, so maybe a little bit of racism there.
And she does live in Tucson?
Yeah.
Is that a border?
Yeah.
You should probably...
She even said most of the people around hate...
I didn't.
She said most of the people around hate in the border town hate the illegals. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but there are also illegals there in Tucson, right?
That's true.
Well,
yes.
yeah.
Lots of.
She does own a firearm though, so I think we're
many.
Well, she needs him where she's at.
You need it now. Ever since. Imagine the whatever podcast.
See, now, if we would send the army down there, you wouldn't need firearms no more. I'm just pointing that out.
I don't have firearms specifically for illegal immigrants, but
Thank you, Wrath. Appreciate it. We have a chat here from Spyro. Wrath PSA, thank you for the gifted 20 subs over there on Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a prime sub. What the heck? What the heck? Sorry, I'm waiting. Oh, I already played it. Okay. Spyro says, Brian, giving Mick instructions, open up the fridge. Yes, that fridge. Do you see it? No, to the left. Do you see it? No, to the left. No, that's taco. Not the taco, the burrito. Scroll back. For fuck's sakes. Oh, man.
That's the fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that?
You know, it
Was
is what
that
it is.
me? Was that direct audio of me?
That was definitely you. This is like internal Brian. Okay, let me get through the notes. We have, I think, wait, is that it from our homie Jen? The interrupting. You said you also don't agree that you're about the backpedaling. You don't appreciate being called sexist for basing your man and bear answer based off statistics. And you wrote, you're more likely to be killed by a mosquito than a bear. You're more likely to be killed by a dog. More likely to be killed by a bee than a bear. You're more likely to be killed by a certain species of snail than a bear.
There's a long
bear
list.
are
There's
the
a lot
second
more.
most deadly animal on the
No,
planet.
least that was a typo.
Oh, sorry.
Typo.
That's fine.
I meant men
second,
are.
Wait, bears are the second?
No. That was a typo. What I meant was men are the second most deadly.
Bear, the second. Well, you wrote.
Mosquitoes are the most deadly animal, and then it's man.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, that was a typo.
something on the
that
planet
was-
is way bears are way further down on the list.
Yeah,
than
there's
men.
all typos.
Before you looked at the statistic, okay, and you said mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes are the
deadlier.
deadliest.
Yeah, that's because of malaria.
Oh, I know, but if you look at a list, like there's bears are like on way at the bottom
you
of
realize
deadly.
Because of encounter rates.
it's per
But
capita.
still,
Still.
statistics. I mean,
Wait, question.
Why would I?
If I got a question for you, if everybody else here left the room, and you were in here alone, and we just pumped the room full of 1 million mosquitoes, you can pick, or we drop in like
I get it.
we drop in like 3 bears. Which do you pick? You pick the mosquitoes or the bears?
I would pick the mosquitoes because if you drop in some bears, of course they're gonna be in attack mode because they'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Well, then you just kind of negated your own argument there.
No, because bears, if you surprise them, they're more likely to attack.
Yeah,
and if you drop me in another
I mean,
country
you
that has
kinda
malaria,
Yeah, but your argument here that you stated was that this thing is more deadly than a bear. Men are more deadly than bears. Bees are more deadly than bears, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But when situationally applied, you still, even understanding that mosquitoes, 1 million of them, the potential that one has malaria is pretty high. It's probably pretty high.
Well,
right?
in the U.S., it's not high.
Hang on.
But we're in the U.S.
Hang on. So
I know.
anyway,
You said forest and
you would still prefer that over 3 bears dropped in, which means that just because men are deadlier as far as they kill more than bears do, human beings, right? And mosquitoes kill more than men do. You still would prefer the more deadly species of mosquito over bears. And this is saying, this is just showing you like
the context of the situation. If you drop bears in, they're going to be in attack mode automatically because they're going to be freaked out. Like, if you're teleporting bears in a room.
Tell you what, we'll give you a tranquilizer gun for the bear situation.
Well, no, I mean, what if you give me bees from a different country? I mean,
But we're in
mosquitoes
America,
in
right? So
yeah,
like mosquitoes.
that
aren't
wasn't
really
in the
dangerous
question. You
here,
said
as
random.
far as I know.
I mean, yeah. In my list, I'm just listing all of the animals. Like, I mean, I wasn't. Yeah, you said
like
in the woods, random mosquito in the woods, random bear. Yeah. I mean, do you want to compare that to every animal I listed, like the snails or what?
It just seems a bit like of a disingenuous example to give that mosquitoes are more deadly.
I don't think it actually
But,
is.
like,
I'm
the
just saying I
actual
based it
bug
off
itself,
statistics.
It's because they're disease carriers.
I
It's
know
not
that.
because,
I know that.
Right.
That was just one of the several things. I mean, I could send you the entire list of animals that are more deadly. If you said to drop me in the water with a hippo, I'd be like, or a man.
Right, but I would say
I would be a man.
Right, but I guess it would, even if the mosquitoes we pumped into this room carried malaria, I'm actually confident that all of them had malaria, and it's almost assured that you would get malaria.
I would not want malaria.
Would you rather? But if
if it's dropped if they were dropped in this room, or what?
They're dropped in this room, and you got to stay in the room for 5 minutes, and then you can leave.
I only have one, like tranquilizers.
Mind you, malaria can be treated, but
I mean, if they're dropped in, no, I would shoot.
Okay, remove.
How many people die from malaria?
You don't get the tranquilizer.
Oh, then I mean, I'd choose the mosquitoes.
The mosquitoes, even with malaria.
I would choose the mosquitoes.
How about this? Let me ask you a different way. Would you rather be in a jail cell with a bear or with another man for 10 minutes?
A man.
Okay, what about a cage?
A man?
How about this?
That's the same thing.
You're at the top of a burning building, or why? Maybe not the burning building. Wait. I forgot how to.
Do I have to jump?
I don't know if the bear's gonna help me. We're both kind of.
You're at the top of a burning building. There's one stairwell that you can make your exit through. Do you go? And the stairwell can either have a man in it or a bear in it.
I mean, the man. There's not really a way to escape. I mean, I'm just basing it off the situation you gave me in the woods.
So your objection to it, though, is that you said it was bad faith for you to go around using such horrendous terms. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You said that it was bad faith for me to go around using such a horrendous term about you like that for using statistics.
No, it's not either, because here, and I'll show you why.
And the term is sexist.
I'll actually show you.
Oh, that's what I said.
Yeah, but I'll actually show you why this isn't a good argument, and I'll do it really easily.
Okay.
Would you rather spawn in a forest with a man or a bear? You said a man because...
Oh, spawning would be different than you said come across. It's different.
Even come across.
I said man.
Yeah,
no, I said bear.
Yeah, bear, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you rather come across in a forest a black man or a white man?
Either.
But what about statistics?
I don't know them. Are they? Okay, I don't know the statistics on that, do I? Do I know the statistics
saying,
on
if you
that?
just want to move off of statistics,
I didn't look at the statistics ahead of time on that, did I?
Okay, so if one was more dangerous, would you pick that one over the other one?
No,
No. You don't want to sound racist, do you?
No, I mean, if you show me the statistics, then I'll say that one. I mean,
okay.
It is what it is.
Just pointing that out.
It's just pointing it out.
That's and you can make those statistical arguments back. Is my point, right? So you got to be cautious with that. That's all I'm saying.
What's your answer to that?
I mean, you use statistics all the time in your arguments.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a white guy or a black guy?
Yeah. What is your answer?
Wait, me?
You.
Which one would I rather be?
Yeah.
Stuck in?
Stuck with.
Oh, with. Yeah, probably a white guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
It's just it's crazy to assume, not knowing anything about either person, that
We're just
one
going
would
off
be,
of, I thought we're just going off of statistics. For
That's
like,
the
which one's
argument.
more dangerous or something.
Towards women, though, I would have to look up.
Well, towards men and women in this case.
For me as a woman, I would have to look up.
Yeah.
Because I think murders for black guys are mostly black on black, and white guys are the ones that are killing.
Still more dangerous the other way.
But not towards women, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd have to
more
look that
dangerous
up.
towards women too.
I don't know.
Statistically, just saying. Yeah.
in the
I don't
are you
know.
saying
Serial
the whole
killers,
world?
PDF files, and school shooters, all white people. I'd have to look that up.
Are you saying for the whole world?
No. If the idea,
America.
listen, here's the idea. The idea is just this.
That is true.
Would you rather be spawned in a forest with a bear or a man? The idea is women pick man, say because man more dangerous, right? Then bear, because man can envision like horrible things that he wants to do and the bear won't. Then maybe the bear will run off or this or that. And it's like, I see. So then you can even reduce that down again. Okay, well then, what type of man? What if it was this type of man or that type of man? And generally, you get a disingenuous answer from the person because they don't want to tell you the truth somehow then, which is very bizarre. Just saying.
Well, I'd have to look up black on white
Yeah, that's
murders
fine. We
before.
won't linger on it. I'm just pointing it out.
What if you were confronted with a woman and we changed it? Like, would you rather be confronted by like a woman or a bear type thing?
What do you mean?
Would you rather open up to a tree?
You mean would I rather spawn with a woman or a bear?
Like, would you rather come across a bear or a woman?
Women.
A woman?
A woman?
And that's really easy, right? But there's tons of women that would choose the bear.
You're kidding.
No, I'm just saying, like, which one? I'm just saying, because one is scarier to come across, right? And I don't think anyone would choose the bear, and if it was between bear and woman, because women are kind of.
Well, I think most women still would actually choose man if they thought about it for a second, but they don't think they usually think about it very much. They just kind of do a knee-jerk reaction. So, just saying. And all of a sudden, by the way, here's why I know it's disingenuous, the answer from most women, is because suddenly every woman who answers this question is a fucking hiking forest genius. Somehow they're like, oh, I've been camping my entire life, and I know how to do all sorts of survivalist stuff. And then when I press them on what survivalism they know, guess how much they actually know?
Actually,
Nothing. You do, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a survivalist, are you?
I mean, not an expert, but yeah, a little bit.
Do you have a go bag? Or wait, a bug out bag?
Yeah.
Do you have a...
I keep it in my car.
See what I mean?
In case there's emergencies.
That's what I mean, right? They're all survivalist
like,
experts.
Do you
all of
have
a sudden.
rations? Do you like stock rations?
Oh, no, I want to.
Like I've got, I need to build mine up. I got like
I want to.
I got a week supply.
It should be more. It should be more. Oh yeah, I want more.
Maybe it's more actually.
I just moved, so I don't really have anything like that, but it is my goal to have that.
You got a setup like in case
you should.
Shit hits the fan.
I mean, I'm in Texas. There's hurricanes and crap. Like we deal with all that stuff all the time, so you kind of have to have all of those resources.
Yeah, you know, Andrew, it's great talking about. We should start a survival show, you and me.
Dude, I'll be on it. With bears.
Do you have a setup
in the forest with bears?
Andrew's got a plan.
Boys versus
right.
girls.
Hits the fan. Like you have a bug out bag. And all that shit.
Let's see who can survive longer.
That would be
me
fun.
versus you. I bet I could.
I doubt that.
Let's do it. We'll get a lot of views.
Where are we putting you guys?
I'll tell you what then.
But there has to be bears.
Wait,
then let's.
There has to be bears in the forest.
Let's do it right.
We're gonna put them there.
I mean, I think California has black bears.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. I mean, we can have we
she
can.
has to die in the forest.
There has to be some sort of prize or something. And
I thought you meant like do it
like
right,
a survival show.
If we die, we die.
Oh no! See who?
Like fuck! I can't get water.
No.
I guess I'm dead.
No, let's see who can survive. Like you can tap out. See who can survive in the wilderness longer.
I thought it was a situation where like, oh shit, I wasn't able to get like drinking water. And then, like, I'm over here with my camera, I'm
poisoned.
With my, like, primo fucking water, just pounding it. And you're like, Brian, can I have some? I'm like, sorry.
But here's the rules.
Man first, Insta host. Let's do it. Y'all first, the
Yeah,
Insta
we go in
host.
different parts of the forest. We just get a knife.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, we can agree on whatever, a knife, or maybe we can pick, like,
just a knife.
That's fine.
Wait, hold on.
I would rather an axe. Can we make it a knife?
Hold on. A knife and a loincloth is fair.
Well,
Wait, do we have to do the naked thing?
Okay.
I don't want to be naked.
and afraid.
I was watching Apocalypto yesterday.
No, we can make money off of this, and I can prove that I actually do know survival stuff, and they can prove that they're all big and manly. So
Would
let's
you
see.
eat the entrails of a squirrel?
You saw me eat an octopus on the freaking.
That is.
I've eaten bugs, so yeah. I did. You ready? I mean, you already lost the bet on the $100. So what? Let's bet on this, or like do some sort of show. I would love to.
Mm-hmm.
That would, you
would get a lot of views on that.
About wanting to produce a series like the survival show. It's been done already, but like we put a group of men on an island and some women on an island, but instead of like it's feminists on the island.
Oh, God.
So it's not even like survival chicks.
Do I
like,
count
there's some
as a feminist? I think so. So I want to be on it.
Ogle, are you watching this? Do you want to be an executive producer on my... We need funding for this because islands are...
Funding. Stop buying champagne for a bed and just put it into the funding of this show.
Feminists, you know. For the feminists.
There should be a winning
you
prize.
Need tubs of ice cream in case they decide to... Sorry, what?
We need like a winning prize or something.
Okay. So what? So let me ask you this, right? A winning prize, and this is funded on this side of it. What do you bring to the table so that
y'all are
you have
getting
a
money
stake?
too from views?
Yeah, but what do you get? What do you bring for the stake?
Okay, I want to say that it's
nothing.
Much
They're
more
paying
fun.
for it, not
it's
you.
Much more fun to watch ladies.
Ladies, it's great television.
That brings a lot of viewers.
Dude, you will get a lot more viewers than this, and you're getting paid through that.
Yeah,
great television.
I do.
So that's what I'm bringing to the table.
I do my own content when there's no women around.
Well, this is. I bet this would get a lot more
Sometimes
views than
his
that.
wife brings him food though.
That is true.
And
occasionally.
Beer and
but
cookies.
she's off camera.
But
nobody can
you're
see
not.
it.
You wouldn't be funding it.
She's wearing a burqa for all we know. Yeah.
Probably.
You know, I was thinking about. Never mind.
Are you an IPA
I would love
guy?
to do this. It sounds fun.
What do you like? What beer?
I like piss water beer.
Coors.
Mm.
Sometimes he slums it and drinks a bud.
Didn't you say you don't even like hiking? So I mean, I think that, yeah.
That is.
Are you going to be in this? Because I feel like it's not fair if you don't survive
No, I'm
too.
just gonna. I'm executive producing it.
That's not fair.
Why is that not fair?
So it's like me versus you.
That's
like,
what you wanted.
Okay, just
5
me
seconds
versus you.
ago. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Let's do it.
That'd be a fucking vacation for me. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's got to be a ton of girls.
Well, then it needs to be a ton of guys then.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can think of all of it later, but I would love to do that. It sounds great. But there has to be bears just to make it fair.
Do it on Channel Island.
This is like the ninth circle of hell, Brian. It's the ninth circle of hell.
It is. It is. So what do you guys think about?
We can see that you're playing solitaire.
Think about what?
Fuck, my bad. Shit. I didn't. Okay.
Wait, was it like porn on there or something? What was on there?
You're just playing cards.
I was playing solitaire. I was
yeah, the conversations. Thank you. That's.
You were talking about survival stuff. Well, you were. So I was just kind of checked out.
That's so sweet of you. That makes me feel great.
Andrew, what's in your bug out bag? You got a bug out bag?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got like a bunch of them planted in different locations?
No.
Around Michigan?
No.
You're like, oh fuck, I need one by the lake and shit. Okay, here's one.
And if I did, it's not like I would say
you wouldn't
anything.
say.
Yeah.
Of course.
Not like I would say anything. Just like
He
if I
has
had
one, like,
guns
hidden here
buried in
somewhere.
PVC pipes, I wouldn't be fucking telling people about that shit.
Guys, $69 roast session. I'm going to let some of them come through. We have... Oh, can you audio? Oh, is it not going to do? Oh, that's my... No,
Brian, if I don't get out of here in time to get in and out tonight...
Oh, we're getting out. Trust me, we're good for tonight. We're good. We're Gucci. Una memento, por favor.
I haven't had fucking any in and out since I came. It's the only reason I come to Santa Barbara.
There's no In and Out anywhere except for California.
Actually, wait,
They have them in Texas.
in
They
Nevada.
just got them in Texas.
Oh.
Arizona too. I used to work there.
Wait, I'm just going to have Sav read them. That's better than TTS, I think. Well, this one's coming in as TTS, but...
Spyro donated $69. Brian helps Mick fly the Death Star run. Mick, target the exhaust port. Not that one. AIM left. Keep it there and center the target. Now scroll. Scroll, Mick. You effing missed it. The Empire wins now.
How do you feel about that, Mick? How do you feel?
Spyro donated $69. Brian helps Mick rainbows after a drunken night. Raise the toilet seat, Mick. All the way. Yep, okay, now aim the stream.
Oh my
Nope, that's the wrong angle. Tilt it. Tilt IT, Mick, you're hitting the effing wall.
Damn, Spyro. That's crazy.
Spyro's doing some good roasting tonight.
That's wild. That is absolutely unbelievable.
What are you doing with the goober hat, dude?
You know, I think I'll let these come through.
Spyro donated $69.
Thank you, Spyro.
Brian, as a handicapped gangster with no arms who gets Mick to help him shoot a rival gangster. Unholster my gun, Mick. To the left. Yep. No, wrong gun, Mick. That one. Okay, pull it out. AIM away from me.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank you, Spyro. Thank you.
Oh, no, there's more.
Spyro donated $69. Mick flying a plane with Brian. You see that landing strip? That one? Land there. No, to the left. You're scrolling down too fast, Mick. Mick, turn left. Place crashes. Opening scene to Survival.
Is this a Lost reference? Thank you, Spyro.
Mick, build the shelter. No, left. No, put the boards left. Left, Mick.
Andrew, would it do any to mend the wound here if Priscilla put this on and for the rest of the show? Like, do you think that would be a good olive branch to apologizing to you if she wore this?
Of course.
I think we're both.
Priscilla.
I'm not gonna do that.
Priscilla.
I'm not gonna do that.
Matches.
It would really bring out the beauty of your eyes.
Thank you. I'm not gonna.
I would wear the hat.
The color of your eyes.
I mean, if she doesn't want to, don't force her.
You're not gonna wear it?
No.
It's got a propeller. It's got a propeller.
But I did offer you a peace popsicle.
This is a peace propeller.
Why don't you
Got
like
a propeller.
No, not unless you also wear a hat.
He can wear a hat? What if he wears a fedora?
I'll tell you what.
Or you want the MAGA?
You first. I got to see you put the hat on first.
No, we put it on at the same time.
Now you got to put it on first.
Same time.
You got to go first.
Trust issues.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you have to.
Well, you could have fooled me.
He did live up to his word with the bet, so I think that he would live up to it.
I did.
Let's do it at
Andrew
the same
is a
time.
man of honor.
It's true.
He is a man of integrity.
As am I. I'm a woman of honor. So, we're both honorable.
No, I mean, lunatic, screeching, banshee, chair shoving, like you get in your face type woman, I guess, is
I guess if you're like, I don't want to do this. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm better.
Don't do it if you're uncomfortable with it.
Right.
You're all welcome for being graced with my amazing roast tonight, says Spyro.
That was good.
You know what we're going to do here? We're going to wrap the show. We're going to do $30 TTS. That's going to be the roast. We need to... Okay. So guys, TTS roast. Actually, it's going to be maybe not a TTS roast. Maybe we just... we'll do TTS roast. Okay, that should be enabled. Here, do you want to wear it or no?
No, thank you.
All right. Your loss, because you would really... It would go a long way to curing the grievances that you inflicted on Andrew. It would go a long way.
Many grievances.
Many grievances. Many such cases of grievance. Sav, do you want to apologize?
What? For what?
You know what you did.
You know what you did. Oh.
Rawlight43901116 donated $69. Why bring back that walking impediment? The fat tongue is bad enough without the endless drivel from that vapid flowers. She's insufferable. Chair 3 is just permit waked. Don't smoke meth, kids.
Yeah.
If I was on meth, I'd be a lot skinnier, by the way. People were saying that. I was like, if I was on meth, then I wouldn't
Have you
be
done
thick.
meth?
No.
Wait, are you able to scoot your chair like a little closer that way just because you're getting a little caught up?
Never?
Never done it?
No.
Not even
Guys,
$30.
$30 TTS.
Not a single puff of meth.
Not a single meth.
Not a single meth.
Not a single meth.
What was that ad in the 90s about with marijuana? It was like just one time.
Yeah.
Do
you ever see Reefer Madness?
Yes, Reefer Madness.
That was great.
Good times. Okay, guys, $30 roast session. $30 roast session, guys. Get it in. Savannah desperately needs to be roasted. She's been getting a little ego there on Twitter. I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Right? Savannah, do you have anything to say, Savannah, for yourself?
I get roasted a lot on Twitter.
Do you want to say anything for yourself? To yourself? I don't know.
Do you want to apologize?
To To you?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
You know.
Apologize to her, Brian.
Apologize.
Apologize right now.
I am sorry
Thank you.
that you have herpes and chlamydia and AIDS. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that you made Brian insult you.
Okay.
I'm kidding. She doesn't.
All right.
She does not have any of those.
I don't.
He
She
knows
just has
because she
syphilis.
gave it to him.
I
So.
don't.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a terrible joke.
Who the fuck?
Wait. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Okay.
Spyro. Thank you, Spyro. Appreciate it. Thank you. $30 roast, guys. Get them in. Okay, they're coming in now. Get them in. This girl needs to be roasted. She waterboards disabled men.
I would like to clarify that is not true.
The waterboarding part.
Unless it's a kink.
Uh-oh.
ShiftJet donated $30. I hope Mick doesn't get paid. Poor guy can't rewind a video 5 seconds. Are you hiring boys?
Are you hiring boys or are you hiring boys? Like
Liquor04 donated $30. Brian, why the hell would you invite Priscilla back? You put your business.
Wait.
Willing to stand your ground. Not one step back.
Wait.
Rachel W.
Wait.
Okay.
You guys got to keep doing that. Yo.
Brian, why have you abandoned me?
The
Wearing
lint
white
roller.
and grey hoodies to avoid me.
Oh,
We
shit.
could have had something special.
Yeah,
You
that's
missed
true.
out.
I'm sorry.
Oedipus Rex donated
Thank you, Oedipus Rex.
$29.99. W. Brian. W.
It's a
Andrew.
joke. It was a joke.
W.
guys.
Savserpes.
I'm sorry.
W. Quasimodo and Chair 3.
Wait, what did it say?
Look,
Quasimodo?
Sav has never had an STD.
Spyro
I haven't.
donated $30. Sav, some dude posting really hateful and racist remarks against all kinds of ethnicities. It was horrible to see. Apologize for this now.
Look, I just want to clear something up here, okay? I want to be really serious. Really serious. Sav has never had an STD.
That's true.
She's never had any medical procedures relating to like anything sex related.
It's true.
Besides an abortion.
But she had a hysterectomy. She can't give you children.
I still
But
have
that's
my
the only
uterus.
thing. She
But
had
that's it. That's
at
the
least
only.
one
Yeah,
abortion.
that's the only thing.
That's the only thing.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
How many? Just can we? How many abortions have you? Oh my god!
A million.
Wow.
Have you guys had abortions, or have you had an abortion, Jen?
No.
Even in your line of work?
There
What
were
do you think I'm
condoms.
doing?
Isn't it your?
Oh my god.
I mean, your job is fucking, right? I feel like
Safely with
Okay,
protection.
wait. Into the Priscilla, have you had a? Why am I? Okay, I'm kind of being a buzzkill a little bit. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
dude, it was fun
What the
until
fuck?
that.
Oh, it was fun until that.
Spyro donated $30. About 10 years ago, I stubbed my toe on a coffee table. Sav, you better apologize right this very second, young lady.
That's true.
I'm very sorry.
Look into this camera, deep in its eyes.
Very sorry.
Spyro donated $30. Mick Shaw made a lot of careless mistakes with the stream tonight. Sav, why is this all your fault and why haven't you apologized
I know.
yet?
It's been pretty
Apologize,
ridiculous.
Savannah.
So sorry.
We have a few more coming in.
Anon donated $30. Seat 2 is the perfect watch out for every guy. Looks nice and innocent and is still insane and violent and takes zero responsibility all show. She literally can't understand how she's completely in wrong.
Have you ever like gotten to like a physical fight with a guy?
No, not with a guy.
They, them?
Kind of.
It was a trans.
It was like before when people were cross-dressers when they weren't trans yet.
Wait, you
remember when everybody was like,
You're not even old enough for them days.
that's how it was.
No, you're not
I
even
am old enough
for
for
that.
that.
The T thing's been going on for like 10 years.
Actually,
What do
could
they
you tell
call
me my whole
the-
childhood? I'd like to know.
Drag queen? Was it a
No,
drag
you just
queen?
weren't
Let's not
really
say
you
the
weren't really
word.
around when it was referred
There's a
to as
bad word.
cross-dressers. Really,
It's like the it's like the, you know what it is, like not a dam.
Oh, speaking of which, you guys have to do all the TTSs have to have a lisp.
That's rude.
No, it's
Oh wait, okay. I do want to say the biggest.
make it so the Brian. That's the name of the TTS voice. Make it so he has a lisp.
With the you know, actually, one person did make me laugh out loud
Who was
because
it?
they said that was the only hateful comment that made me laugh out loud, and they put Priscilla Goose. It's pretty funny because my Instagram handle is Priscilla Goose, and I'd like to thank everyone who followed me. At Priscilla Goose.
Anon donated
Wait,
$30.
did this one already come in?
Yeah.
Two is the perfect watch out for every guy.
You could be
I'll skip
nice
it.
and insane. You could be both.
Yeah.
Right?
if only you were both of those things. Instead of just the
Spyro
insane
donated $30. Did you know a former president slept with Monica Lewinsky at least once? Sav, you better apologize.
That's true.
Sorry about all of this.
You gotta do it.
I'm sorry.
Daniel_Mac donated $30. Approaching someone in a threatening manner is assault.
It is true.
Especially pushing someone's chair to promote confrontation.
That's
Battery is when it's physical. I'd consider charges so she can learn.
I wouldn't recommend it as I am very good with litigation.
What, you're good at litigation? What do you mean?
I can read. I know the laws. Like I can.
Good at, wait, what is litigation?
It's just I don't want to have any legal problems.
No, but what is litigation?
It's just in court, sort of legally.
She's good at this, Brian.
I don't know.
She's good at it.
I don't know. You know what litigation is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, okay.
Pasty George donated $30. It's interesting that Chair 3 Gen wants to live an off-grid lifestyle with like-minded individuals.
He wants her.
I know.
I'm planning to buy land here in Canada and am looking for people who want to live off-grid.
Hey, George. Yeah, possibly.
The simps are out in... Oh, wait, hold on. That reminds me. Okay, Mick. Mick?
Spyro donated $30. Mick needs to apologize for his performance tonight. Mick, just say you're sorry. No, don't say I didn't mean to. Say sorry. Just sorry. No, not that. Scroll, Mick, scroll.
Very sorry.
He apologized, Spyro.
Spyro, thank you.
Spyro donated $30. Brian, since you're clearly firing Mick the second this stream ends, need someone who knows their way around tech. Get Andrew to give you my deeds. Mick, stop scrolling, minimize.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's fucking amazing. That guy.
Spyro?
At tech.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, amazing. Yeah. Well, at least I'm making you some money. I've contracted him out for work on the Crucible before he did a good
Mark
job.
donated $30. Savannah and waterboarding are probably the two most tolerable guests you've had ever on the podcast other than the Conservatives.
Oh, there you go.
Priscilla laugh like she has enough extra chromosomes to make a new friend.
You guys got to throw in some more H's, I think, into X.
The first guy had it right.
Yeah, how did he do it? Let me see if I can find it. No, it's gone. It's gone forever.
It was so funny. Priscilla.
Was there something up there, Priscilla? I don't know. It's just you were looking up there, Priscilla.
Spyro donated $30. If you were dropped into a random forest and came across a bear, 1. Why is this Sav's fault? And 2. Why did Mick screw up the difference between bringing a tent and bringing a bear? Just saying donated $30. Only do the survival show if you can do a whatever greatest hits. Gorlock, Destiny, Nick, Chase and whoever else you can think of. Men versus women.
Yeah, it'd be good to do
Big
like
Sass
a
Energy donated
super
$30.
panel.
Prathilith Kalili Rator.
Oh no, guys, you got to keep those coming in. That's so funny. I'll play it twice.
Andrew's Lighter donated $29.99. Chair 2 definitely hath a withered Swede.
I don't get that one.
Lee 19 donated $29.99.
Oh no. Oh, you have a nickname.
Lisp Silla absolutely assaulted Andrew last night. You know she sprays when she says.
What the fuck? Oh shit.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. Prathilith Kalili Rat ordered.
It's weird, it's like sending all these.
Nico04 donated $30. Brian, on behalf of the Discord and the chat, please don't invite Prathilla back. I'll take a drunk flirty Desiree hitting on you and sighing Andrew over this side.
That's crazy.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. Prathilith Kalili Rator.
It's funny every time I see it.
Oh man. Okay. Thank you, Big Sass. Good to see you. Thank you, everybody. We got a couple more come through.
Based Thor donated $30. Holy dumbass Prathilla is back. She's the reason some men prefer goats. Her crash out would make a great condom commercial. Don't get bitter, just get better.
Goats?
Learn to take accountability.
Yo, why?
Pasty George donated $30. To Chair 3 Jen.
Hi.
Would you be interested in settling down with an indigenous man in Canada?
Dude.
Yes, Brian, I am simping, but because of ism, it is really hard to find a woman who wants to live off-grid.
I need to do a simp tax. If a dude sends a simp type comment, you got to drop a follow-up. You got to drop a $69 TTS. It's called the simp tax. If you're going to simp, you got to do $69 instead of 30.
So bad.
Very bad. Wait, why are there goats in Severance? Has anybody seen that show? Have anybody been watching Severance?
I just started it.
It's not a spoiler.
Oh.
But there's goats in it.
Oh, just like everywhere?
I won't say more, but there's randomly goats.
I look forward to that part.
And I don't get it whatsoever. Okay.
What if it's like demonic symbolism or something?
Could be.
Max K donated $30. The funniest part of Prathilla's set was the audience.
Yeah, that's funny too.
What's that?
If you did like a stand-up set.
Shift Jet donated $30.
Stop laughing so hard at it. So then I'll keep doing it.
Kalili Ratorted Ath Wuwak. Prathilith Kalili Ratorted Ath Wuwak.
Fuck.
This only makes me feel better than you.
Spyro donated $30.
I think you have to use H's.
What the dude now met mix. The white mouth he couldn't kick. What told to kick next, but if brain queerly hexed. The viewers in stream all vexed.
The viewers in stream.
George donated $30. To Brian and Andrew, you should do the survival challenge here in Canada. I know a lot of good places for it here, and I can get the land for the event for dirt cheap.
Yes, and I think George wants to come along.
Naruto the 7th donated $29.99. This is for Chair 2. You seem like a very kind and cool person. Don't let Brian, Andrew or anyone else bring your spirits down. Always stay positive and I hope you have a very good year. Take it easy.
Much love to you.
Brandon53323 donated $30. I'm good at litigathion. You better litigate your ath into your crystal.
Litigate your ath into your crystal. What?
GMD Jim donated $30. Prathilla, was your father's name Elmer and did he always talk about Waskilly-Wab?
How is that funny when it's a different speech impediment?
Jeffrey James donated $30.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna play this. Sorry,
no, let's see that. I would like to see it.
We can't be going about Yeah. We have Hector coming in here. Wait. We're good.
HXCTXR donated $30. Ladies, would you rather would be stuck in the woods with a bear or a Brian who thought you were a burrito?
I do like burritos.
Bear.
Wow. Oh, here.
Forget a Beauty donated $69.
There you go.
Good sport for coming back to stand your ground. I enjoy this content more than milquetoast people. A list isn't bad and you should not take offense. Love you, Priscilla. Simp tax paid.
He loves you.
Tax paid.
Wait. Do you have a 5-minute set? Like, how long's your set for stand-up?
I have a lot.
But you have
I have a lot of 5-minute chunks.
Do you want to hear?
No, it's not.
Totally
it's
want
not
to
like
hear a 5-minute set.
I want to say that.
Wait, do you actually?
Yes.
Did you actually like her one joke though about the job when she was 11? Like, was that funny?
No. Wait, can I clarify about that?
No, it's okay. No,
wait, no, wait. Can I?
We can't.
I really do want to clarify.
No, it's okay. There's more chats coming in. Maybe later.
Their Master Chef donated $30. I thought a thutty tat.
Why didn't he just say
thutty tat?
Thutty tat. I thought thutty tat.
I do have a Looney Tunes joke though.
$30. Saf clearly didn't really feel bad about her actions and the better apologize profuse we.
Just making fun of people's speech impediments, the whole thing.
Hard Big Huge donated $30. Priscilla must have jumped into the gene pool when the lifeguard wasn't looking. I bet she counts to potato.
He spelled potato with an E.
Outcast donated $30. I showed the clip of Priscilla to my girlfriend. She disagrees that my pee-pee is small. Even Brian can verify. He asked for a second clip. Daniel _ Mace donated $30. Priscilla, you do know you committed assault, right? Awful kind, not up pressed charges. Litigation is when you argue your case in court. In this case, it would be a lawyer. You're thwarted.
Whoa.
The Conjuring donated $30. Chair 4 looks like she was summoned by a Ouija board and then forgot about it.
We have
like one of those Japanese horror villains.
Donated $30.
Oh, yes.
Priscilla, please say she sells seashells down by the seashore.
She sells seashells down by the seashore.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was pretty
there
good.
You go. There you go. What the fuck? That's below the threshold for Reed. There's one about me. Oh, no.
Pasty George donated $30. Okay, I will stop simping now, LOL. Andrew the King, how did you stop from simping? I need help. Brian the Boss and Andrew the King, I am so jealous of your epic beards.
That counts as a simp one.
Donated $30.
That is simping.
Brian woofs his buitters told youth that he quizzes them small whittle quizzes before eating them.
That's fucked up, man. That's crazy. That's crazy, Spyro. Damn. How you gonna come at me like that? Wait, what the hell? Wait. I gotta read this one first before. Here we go.
Pasty George donated $30. Priscilla put down my PP. Well, she hath loud puffy energy.
Not great. Wasn't in the top 10, George.
What is Louth?
Based Thor donated $30. Chair 1, is it pink? I hope it's pink. Please tell me it's pink. Oh my God. I bet it grips like an autistic kid when you take away their Lego set. Still not funny. We want an apology about our penis.
Oh my God.
Disappointed donated $30. Andrew, just curious, what does the Bible say regarding antagonizing and bringing others to anger? I'll wait for you to deflect.
Disappointed donated.
What does it say? You tell me.
Priscilla, I do need an apology. You need to apologize to my audience.
Wait, do you not remember when I first came in here? Did I not already address that? And then you said that they all sent pictures. Remember?
I remember that part, but I need a second.
I said it was a blanket
because I'm petty
statement.
like that.
I'm sure some of them do.
I need a second apology now.
They need an apology.
Here, just
Say it to them.
Priscilla,
I apologize
for
for making a blanket statement. I'm sure only a part of you guys have little tiny penises.
that doesn't really
Not
sound
every
like-
single one of you, and that doesn't make you less of
It's
a
like one of
man
those
either.
Narcissist
You're still a
apologies.
man.
I'm sorry I made you feel that way. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Or wait, no. I'm sorry you feel that way. What's the narcissist apology?
That sounds right, yeah.
I'm sorry
I'm sorry that hurt your feelings.
you
or...
are offended.
Oh, yeah,
Or
yeah,
some
something
shit
like that.
Okay, we have this one. This one.
Spyro donated $30. A good survival show would be Brian on an island with all kinds food except burritos. That would be Wheelie Skia or We for Whittle Sky Bree Bree.
Octopus.
Marcus Winters donated $30. Heard Andrew say he'd go to jail for what Priscilla did. Like prison? I was in prison. Have you been to prison?
Did I mention I was in prison? That's funny.
Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus.
He's making
for the,
fun of
TTS. Guys,
Mr.
$30.
Watson. He's making fun of a Mr. Watson there.
Guys, $30 TTS. I'm going to read. Can you read these, Sav?
LBC is home of the insane Crips,
What the
so maybe she's affiliated because she's crazy. Her mom said DP coming soon.
Okay.
I said that I was affiliated.
Priscilla the Crip Killer.
Wow, that's a
But
good
yo bith ath cath me
Yes.
outside ho.
Okay, you're pretty good at that.
You're insane. Don't forget to play the recording of the police reaching out to you. Remember, Priscilla didn't believe that you received the call.
Brian, thank you for the super chat. I don't know if it's really necessary to play
Well,
it, but
maybe we should.
I don't think Andrew's actually upset. It's just that in principle, he's not willing to let you off the hook because, as he said, a man would have been subject to a different set of circumstances for the same behavior.
Correct.
And you would have treated a man differently too, I think.
Yeah, but don't you understand that even if I granted that was true, so what? It still would not make your point.
I just want to
It
say
still wouldn't help your point, like not even a little bit.
I agreed that I agreed that we both did something wrong.
No, you did something wrong.
We both did.
No, you did.
So did you.
No, just
Disappointed
you.
donated $30 just to let you know how he felt.
Yeah, that you did something wrong.
No, that was for you.
No, that was for you.
About antagonizing others. Should we bring that back up,
Bring it back up.
Brian?
bring what?
The antagonizing, disappointed, sent $30,
I didn't.
saying that the Bible
You
says
might have
not
just
to do that or
imagined
something.
that. I don't remember that coming through.
This is gaslighting.
I don't even think that
Gaslighting
I
doesn't
didn't even
exist.
see
You
that.
made it up.
Brandon53323 donated $30. Disappointed. She was already angry. He just showed her how ridiculous she looked.
Thank you, Brandon, for the TTS.
Pasty George donated $30. Priscilla, you really hurt my feelings when you put down my PP. I'll have you know that I have a huge 4.5 incher.
Wow.
Very respectful.
That's
It's
nice.
plenty, honestly.
Congrats.
Good to know, George.
Proud of you.
Good for you.
I am proud of you. Wait, so going into the notes here, Priscilla, you said that the show has misogynistic undertones and implications. And I think that's, I had those in your notes before you came on last time. I don't remember. Or you came on the show with Sav, and then you sent me these notes. So, but you got kicked off. So we didn't get to get into it. So the show has misogynistic undertones and implications. How do you define misogyny?
Misogyny is when men have general contempt for women.
Okay, I'll accept that. So what are the misogynistic undertones and implications pertaining to the show, or things I say, or Andrew says, or Sav says?
So I think some of the things you don't know that it's happening because you can only see it from a male perspective, but...
Did you just assume my gender? Go on.
I don't want to be... That is what I truly believe. That's why I said that. Like, I'm not to be undermining or anything, but I mean, I do think, like, for example, like, I think it would be like if I were to have men come into a podcast in a similar way, and I was the host, and I was just like, how much money do you make? Do you think that, and just started saying a bunch of stereotypes for men, like, do you think, do you think
mean like The View?
I have not seen it, but yeah, like I do want to say that both, I don't think that I can understand how you guys are both pushing back, but I do think it's extremes. Like, there's feminist pushback to your extreme, and then your extreme to the feminist pushback, and it just feels very hateful on both sides. Like, I don't understand when women hate men, and I don't understand when men hate women.
Do we hate women?
That's what I feel.
Yeah,
I don't know if you hate them, but I feel like you have contempt.
You feel
It
that we
seems-
hate women.
It seems that it's been displayed that you have general contempt, because I don't think that judging people for their life choices has anything to do with dating in general. I think it's just to knock down their character. Yeah, but that's personal.
What?
No, it's not personal. It's the idea is if you're having a dating podcast, then people have all sorts of preferences when it comes to dating. Because they have all sorts of preferences when it comes to dating, they're going to take things into account like body count, your sex life, your sexual past. They're going to make all sorts of judgments. That's going to be out in the open that you're talking about those things. So
only when you're romantically involved. Otherwise, it's not anyone's business.
Yeah, but the whole point of it is to discuss what people are interested in when it comes to romantic involvement. And so you're getting people's stories, what it is that they're talking about, what it is that they're discussing. They make all sorts of value judgments about us. We make value judgments about them. Everybody makes value judgments about fucking everybody, because that's how the human experience operates. We make value judgments about each other all the time, nonstop, every day, all the time.
But then the best way to deal with that is to say, okay, I don't want somebody that does A, B, C. I don't want this. So then you don't pick that person. But to say that it has to be this way or that way for someone, it's not everyone has the same standards.
We're not saying they do.
Right, so it doesn't matter your body count, really. It doesn't matter.
That doesn't follow at all. So, here's what
maybe
happens.
it matters to you
this
personally.
Person doesn't want me. Why? And then they say because A, B, and C. And then he asks the person, well, why is that? Why is that you wouldn't want a person like this? And then they're going to give their reasons. And then other people are going to push back against that because maybe they think the reasons are bad. This is just a simple value judgment, value assessment that everybody has.
Right. We can all decide what is appropriate and what our expectations are, but it's different for every person. Like some men might care about the body count, some men might not. Some men might care.
That's not in dispute.
Right. Okay.
Like that's literally not in dispute. I agree. There's got to be at least some men out there who don't care about body count. I agree. No dispute.
And I don't think preferences of any kind are bad. Like, it's all personal.
I think there's some bad preferences.
Yeah. Like if you want to diddle kids, that's a pretty bad preference, right?
I was going to say.
Pretty bad preference.
No, for your
Smoker's
partner.
cough.
Like, I don't think any preferences for your partner are bad.
Like, what if you wanted your partner to be 16? That seems pretty bad.
That's way different, though.
No, it's just it's a preference, right? It's just a really bad preference.
Well, that's illegal versus legal. Like.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with preference? Like, if it was illegal to have sex doggy style, I assume people would still do it.
Isn't it in some states?
Sure, and I assume people in those states.
No, I think sodomy.
Yeah,
sodomy.
No.
Isn't that sodomy?
Isn't it sodomy?
I think even the UCMJ has a sexual morality code, the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, pretty confident soldiers still do that, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the legality of the thing really has nothing to do with the preference of what you want to do, right? But we would just objectively say some things are just bad preferences and wrong, and we don't want them, and they need to go away because we don't prefer them. And I don't prefer any preferences but mine. Therefore, mine should be legislated forever, and everybody should follow them at all times.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Christian nationalist viewpoint.
Well, I mean, that's just the viewpoint of subjective morality, right?
I'm going to do some Venmo Cash App shout outs because a couple came through. Randy, thank for the 5 on Venmo. Joseph, thank for the 100 on Cash App. He says, for insert thumbs up for all of chat. Thank you, Joseph, for the 100 on Venmo. And then we have Thomas, thank you for the $2 on, oh no, sorry, it was Cash App from Joseph and then 2 from Thomas via Cash App. 100% of your contribution goes towards us instead of these platforms taking their cut if you send it via Venmo and Cash. I got to include that. You know, it'd be great.
I'm going to get in and out. You're being a goblin, bro.
I swear, we're almost. Wait, you got to hear some of these, and then.
Can I say something?
Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry for aggressing.
Josh donated $30. I'm a fan of Andrew, but to watch you insult someone's voice and then sit there and laugh as others mock her and insult her is the opposite of Christ-like. I get the temptation, but grow up, bro.
Grow down.
Shift Jet donated $30. Andrew did something morally wrong by making fun of your lisp. Seat 2 did something illegal by literally assaulting him. Andrew asked Seat 2 which one is wronger. Which one is it? Assault or bullying? Hard Big Huge donated $30. Andrew should have dwarfed Priscilla. I like her even more. I love my women like I love my fish. Watered.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. Priscilla is still very clearly right-ordered.
It's losing its zest, Big Sass.
Mark donated $30. Bring Savin what board again please, no joke. All shoe Priscilla you expect Andrew to apoloish when year 3ing to do it for him. Rui both did something wrong, admit what you fucking did. Snapmore donated $29.99. Petition for a new Stream Deck soundbite. Stop thimping. Luther.
What the fuck? Yo, Snapmore, thank you so much, man.
Christopher Scott donated $30.
Thank you,
Priscilla,
Chris.
how dare you besmirch my PP the way you besmirched Andrew. I'll have you know I'm hung like a stud hamster.
Brian didn't quite get it, the TTS voice reader, but.
Daisy's coat hanger donated $30. The feminist put hot quaffed played in this show. Priscilla Muth hang like robe of withered.
Some Shakespeare shit.
Yeah.
Thank
Very
you.
well done.
Thank you, Daisy's coat hanger. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Pasty George donated $30. I have been watching the Whatever podcast for a long time now, and I can confidently state that Brian or Andrew have never said anything misogynistic or any kind of hateful thing towards women. Ever.
That's probably
true. $30.
Not a single thing.
Brain. How about a challenge? Chair 3 takes a legit IQ test. If she gets a 140 plus, Brain gets waterboarded by Chair 4. If she scores below 110, Chair 3 gets waterboarded. Deal?
Yeah, I like it. That's a good deal. Wait, Brandon, I apologize. It's not letting me pull it up. I don't know if it already came through, but it might have fallen off. He says, this is Brandon 53323. Disappointed, sir. She was already angry. He just show her how ridiculous she looked. Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we have. Wait, why were you laughing when the super chat about how me and Andrew, the guy said he confidently states that Brian or Andrew have never said anything misogynistic or any kind of hateful thing towards women ever. Why were you laughing?
I'm sure there's some stuff I could find. Let me go through it.
Like what?
I'd have to look through the
find
stuff.
It. Okay. All right.
I mean,
Wow,
I
is it-
haven't watched that many of them, but I'm sure
I've
there's
said
some,
hateful
some
things
I
towards-
would disagree.
I've said hateful things
with
towards
that are
a woman,
There's
not
some-
hateful things towards women.
True. Okay, we have.
But they do all belong in the fucking kitchen. I mean, let's be real. But I don't think that's hateful.
See, that's crazy.
I don't think that's
19
hateful.
donated $29.99. You aren't technically allowed to give oral in the military. They are considered government property and may be injured during wild sex. If chain of command is in rainbows, the soldier could get in trouble. Otis Driftwood donated $30.69. Priscilla says Sally the salamander shines shoes on Sunday. Also Edward Furlong with a wig is not fooling me in chair 3.
Did I say chair 3?
By the way, there's still another hour. But if you want to, what?
Are you serious?
No. What I'm saying is, like, you're not gonna miss in and out.
Before it closes.
But I'm wrapping this. There was
Before
one
it
last note
closes.
for Priscilla, if you want to do that. And
Oh, no, I thought you said we're going another hour. I was like, what?
Oh, no. I was saying there's another in and outs open for another.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, there's just like 2 more things, and then.
But Brian, sometimes 2 things, and I'm okay with this normally. Sometimes 2 things turns into 6 things, turns into 8 things, and I'm fine with that normally. But if I don't get the in and out tonight,
He's hungry.
you know.
You're gonna get it.
Yeah.
You're
just
gonna
saying,
get it.
just saying.
It is true though.
It is true.
I'm like 10 more minutes, and it's 2 hours
it's
later.
2 hours later. I know.
Priscilla, you said in your notes you think focusing so much on looks is toxic. Because that was our big disagreement, the whole rating 1 to 10 thing. Let's go around the table. What do you rate your looks on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm not playing that game. I've
What-
seen those clips. There's
what
no right
clips?
answer.
What do you mean?
You know what I'm
Wait,
talking about.
I mean
There is actually a right
There is a
answer.
right answer.
What is it?
Well,
Is it a
that's we
number,
wouldn't.
or-
Yeah, the truth actually.
Yeah, I don't
that's
play
usually
that
the right
game.
answer.
You don't play that game?
I think looks are subjective. Just because I may say, oh, I think I'm this number, there's obviously going to be people who disagree with
into
me.
the mic.
There's obviously going to be people who disagree with
Yeah,
me,
what-
and
what
that's
is it?
totally fine, but I'm not playing that
You
game
can't pick
personally.
7 though.
100% completely don't disagree with you. All looks are subjective based on the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from your subjective view, you the person, what do you rate yourself?
I'm not answering that
Just on
question.
pure
Oh
looks.
my god.
Oh.
I'm not answering the question.
I'm not. Why?
Because the same thing happens every single time
What
happens on this podcast.
What happens?
You question my answer.
No, actually,
Not
we usually
necessarily.
don't question most women's answer.
Oops.
We only
Maybe
question
they're
it like,
mistaken then.
yeah, so
Very
like if there's a literal land whale perhaps who managed to blowhole its way into the studio and then says, I'm a 10, I'm an objective 10, we might give a bit of pushback on that, but generally speaking, not really. Like we don't really give too much pushback on it.
I have.
Here, watch.
also
Check
not
this
seen
out.
enough
What do you rate your
episodes.
looks on a scale of 1 to 10?
11.
6.
Not biting the bait.
I would choose 7
You
if I
should
could.
bite the bait though,
Just
because
saying.
you didn't say all that much on the podcast, so you should. This is your opportunity.
I know there
We
was
believe in you.
a lot of things about this podcast that were a lot different than I thought. Not in a bad way. Not dogging you.
We believe in you.
Will we move on so we can all go eat if I give you a number?
Boundaries are
Yes.
allowed.
9. Woo.
Do you mean that though?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you're lying and now we have to drag the show on. So.
I have a lot of confidence. I couldn't do what I do for a living if I didn't have confidence, realistically. So
Is it confidence or hubris?
I'd accept either.
It's self-love.
Pride? Ego? Oh, yeah. We do, is it,
What is it?
Makeup wipes.
I don't really look like she's wearing makeup.
I have to look at the ingredients first. I have allergies.
Oh.
that's called the allergies.
If I come back on the
seriously
show, I'm gonna bring back a good one that doesn't
Allergies.
cause women.
It did make me break out. I
they all
won't
have
lie.
allergies to the
No,
makeup
no,
wipes,
no.
but not the makeup.
would've brought
No,
my
where
own if I knew
everyone
this was
says
part
you
of
need like the
it.
micellar water or whatever it's called. I'll bring you some.
Cellar water.
It's like and you use paper
That's
towel
crazy.
and no, it doesn't. Yeah.
Priscilla is a 10. Wait,
I'll bring it.
Priscilla, tell us a guy who's a 10.
No, she said she's an 11.
Well, I do think it's wrong to care about looks. So, but you're just saying like a very handsome man. In general, anyone
That you think is a 10. A guy who you think is a 10. Like, but name somebody who's like a famous or celebrity, so people can see. Because if you say, "Oh, Bobby from the 7-Eleven," you know.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, just
Who
if
do
you
you-
can, just be quiet.
You guys have any celebrity
No, who like think of a celebrity that you think is a 10? Male celebrity.
I don't know. I've gone through phases. Like, I used to think Mario Lopez was really attractive when he did Saved by the Bell.
Okay, young Mario Lopez in the 90s or whatever.
And now.
Yeah, sure. He's still a good-looking guy. What else?
Also, Orlando Bloom.
Is a 10?
He's pretty attractive, too.
Okay, so Orlando Bloom and Mario Lopez, I think those are good jumping off points. Do you think that that's... is the Discord still up, Nick?
Oh, like, do we...
Is that do you think that they're comparable for men in looks as you are? When you say that you're an 11, do you think that you're in the same league as those guys?
These are also men that wear makeup.
True.
Great, but anyway, so that's the question would still stand, right?
I think that they would like me.
Okay, good talk.
Mario Lopez, no. If they're married, I'm sorry, I just want to say that's bad. So they wouldn't want me because they're married, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, so question for you. Who's a guy that you think is a 9?
God, what's his name? Embarrassing answer. Matthew Gray Gubler from Criminal Minds. 10.
Who the fuck is that guy?
The fuck?
You've never seen Criminal Minds?
No. Is there somebody more famous that comes to mind?
I gave you an answer.
Matthew. Look, you don't want me
I said it's
trying
an
to Google
embarrassing
some
answer.
shit. You gotta give me somebody I can picture. No offense, Mick. Johnny Depp when he was young. Brad Pitt. What do you rate Brad Pitt? Oh, this is good. What do you rate Brad Pitt? Like young Brad Pitt.
Young Brad Pitt?
Yeah. You know. What do you rate young Brad Pitt?
6, maybe.
Holy fuck.
Just because I don't think he's attractive doesn't mean he's
I kind of...
ugly.
Wait,
Just
hold
not
on.
my type.
Young?
Just not my type, that's all. He's not ugly. I'm so sorry that upset you so much.
I'm very upset right now.
What would you rate him?
Young Brad Pitt? I mean, like looks maxer types are going to disagree because of the fucking epicanthal tilt or some bullshit. Young Brad Pitt is like a 10.
8, 9 to me.
Probably a 10.
Okay.
He's at least a 9.
Yeah.
You think young Brad... So you're
not
a 9.
Not my type at all.
You're a 9.
Brad Pitt couldn't get her, Brian.
Young Brad Pitt couldn't get...
Yeah, she's out of his league. Dating down. Just dating them 6s.
She would be settling for young Brad Pitt.
Yeah, she'd be settling. Yeah.
That's a reach.
Well,
that's why I don't like this game.
Well, wait. If you say you're 9, he's a 6, then you would be settling.
Oh, my bad. Oops. Okay.
Just saying. Like that would be how that would work, right?
That is how this game works, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a fun game.
Bro.
I try to not play. I got peer pressured.
Can I say that's why it's bad to focus on looks? Because saying dating down or dating up, that doesn't make sense because we're all way more complex than just what we are on the outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll believe you when you're dating like a hunchback with half his face melted off and you can see his teeth and he only has one eye and terrible hygiene, right? And then I'd be like, yeah, you don't care about looks. You don't. You just care about what's inside.
You can see my dating history.
Just care about what's inside. They don't look like that, I promise. They don't look like that.
I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. Hold on.
Brad Pitt in Fight Club.
I'm actually shocked. I don't get shocked very often on the show, like especially with the rating shit. Like girls say I'm a 10, blah blah blah, but like you said you're a 9. You said young Brad Pitt is a 6.
Can't believe that was the most flabbergasting thing I've said on this show so
that
far
is
tonight,
definitely
based on everything else I've said.
Yeah, all that whatever that other stuff.
He's like, forget about that stuff.
My girl.
I think you're into Brad Pitt.
My girl. That's crazy.
I'm so sorry that I ruined your entire day.
My day is fucking ruined.
Yeah, that's
my
not my
day
fault.
is ruined. I'm gonna. Wow. Okay. All right. Well. What do you think? Who's like a really good looking? Oh, Henry Cavill. You know Superman.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
what do you
God.
rate him?
From The Witcher?
The
Him with
Witcher.
the-
What do you rate him?
The beard.
I'm a 10.
He's really hot. He's really hot.
Oh,
Okay.
He's a 10. Brad
With a
Pitt's
beard.
6.
Yeah.
Young Brad Pitt's a 6. Okay. If Brad Pitt had a neck tattoo with a spider on it, would that change anything?
No, that would be worse. There can only be one. There can only be one of us.
Can you like tilt your neck, like face turn that way so they can see the, like pull your hair back?
I had a clip at one point. I can
Well,
just
just-
put it up.
I mean, no, just you're doing
Be
too much.
easier that way.
No, just like pull your hair back and then turn your head that way so they can see the,
Turn that way?
or just turn your head so they can see the spider tattoo. That's,
Yeah, which side it's on?
is that like the Maori fig? What is the leaf for the
Should just like tattooed
I
a
don't know.
giant red flag there.
Thank
spider?
God.
Yeah.
Oh.
That hurt. I think that would
Yeah.
hurt. Yeah.
All right, I'll let the rest of the chat.
Spyro donated $30. Brian, I want in and out, so only one more thing. No, not two. Just one. No, Brian, that's 3. Go back. Control-Shift-Tab back, Brian. That's 8, Brian. Scroll down, Brian. Brian, don't be Andrew's Mick tonight.
Oh.
Pasty George donated $30. To the women, you are floating on the ocean for whatever reason. Would you choose to spawn a great white shark or a dolphin? You must choose one.
Why do you keep asking that?
Daisy's
It's a
Contempt
dolphin.
donated $30.
Thank you, Daisy.
Priscilla says yes, if self-love. The post-mortem albino snowflake in seat 4 saying she is a 9 is wild. Is she is a 9 then Daisy was really pregnant.
I love when
Jay donated $30.
Last call on the
Chair 1
TTS,
went
guys.
to
We're
the
wrapping.
Pizzeria,
Look
came
what you
back with
did.
gonorrhea. Chair 2 spits drool. Chair 3, let those 2 puppies free. Chair 4,
Final
the
call,
ghost
last
of
call.
yore.
Yo, Jay, thank you, man. Spyro, thank you.
Donated $30. Brian runs this show the way he orders burritos. Okay, just 2. No,
fucked up,
wait,
man.
6.
It's fucked up.
Wait. No, 37 hours and 30 pounds
That's
later.
crazy, bro.
Okay, just 2 more.
It's fucked up.
Chor XD donated $30. If the Japanese water demon that crawled out of your TV backwards last night is a 9, I'm starting to buy Andrew just saying he's a 10.
Yeah.
Wait, can you put your hair in front of your face
Yeah.
for the rest of the show?
That was a good one, by the way. That was a really
'Cause
good one.
The ring. Right. Oh, we got this. Oh boy, I'm scared. Venmo. Yo, Zechariah, I think for the 30.
Donated
help?
$30. Dolphins
I
are the
love
biggest grapists in the animal kingdom.
What the fuck?
They even
Okay.
grape dead things, LOL.
The hell?
I'd rather get graped
Actually, I
by
have seen that.
a
Yeah.
dolphin than eaten by a great white shark.
Crazy. Dolphins are kind of grapey.
They do
though.
grape-
That's crazy. Zechariah, thank you for the 30 on Venmo. He says, you guys are rock stars. As a veteran that likes to cook, it would be super cool to meet Andrew and cook dinner for him and his family. The panels are fun, but I want to make some real human connect. Zechariah, thank you so much for the message there via Venmo. We have this. Okay. Thank you for that. Super chat. 2013 says, we may have small peepers, but baby, I'm hung like a Tic Tac. Let me freshen your breath. Okay, I like that. That's fine. Wait, what? So when are we gonna actually put our foot down to Paige being an actual flirty pick-me in chat who doesn't even understand men care more about body count than women? Who is Paige?
Paige.
There's some like chat drama or something. I don't know. But Moonlight, thank you for the very nice $50 super chat. You're a legend, Moonlight. Thank you for that. I do very much appreciate it. All right, guys, like the video kindly on your way out here. Kindly like the video. Let me see if there's anything else. I mean, there's more notes for Priscilla, but maybe we'll get her back on the show and do the rest. So let's see. Last thing, asking women history questions to undermine their intellectual image is rude and demeaning. What decade was World War I? Priscilla, go.
I only know about World
What
War
decade-
II.
What
is
decade
when I
was
know.
World War I? So it was before. I'll do you that solid. It was before World War II.
So, was it like maybe in the 20s or something?
What decade was World War I?
I'm gonna say 1905.
What decade was World War I?
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I'm starving.
I just asked what decade was World War I?
Oh, I don't fucking remember.
You don't remember?
Oh, no,
Guess.
I drove 13
just guess.
hours
Just
to
guess.
get here. I'm
no, it's okay.
exhausted.
Just guess. Just guess. Just guess.
Early 1900s. I don't remember.
19. Okay. What about you?
Is it 1919? I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Was it?
Say answer.
1914, 1918.
14. Oh, okay. I got one of them.
We have more notes for Priscilla, but we'll have to get to them next time. Guys, like the video kindly on your way out. We'll let this come through if there's any others.
Go_get_ in then out donated $30. Priscilla is the prettiest, Sav second, maybe Andrew third.
There you
Somebody
go.
thinks you're pretty,
Andrew,
Andrew.
you're the third prettiest girl at the table.
Makes sense.
All right, guys, like the video. Final call out, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Check if you have a Prime sub available before we wrap this. Discord.gg/whatever. Can you show the behind the scenes tab? Guys, Priscilla over here just brutalized, ravaged. Whoa, not ravaged. She did something to Andrew. I don't know the word, though.
I have an idea.
Battered?
I have a really good idea,
What's the idea?
Andrew.
Nope, no ideas from you.
See, who is the one not taking accountability? Like, yeah.
What accountability do I need to take for your ideas? I don't need to take accountability for your ideas.
Okay, guys, debateuniversity.com. If you want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew here, he's one of the best in the biz. He's one of the best. And we already did that. Okay, guys, like the video, please, on your way out. Let me just double check everything. I'm going to do a quick Twitch raid. We won't even pull it up. And I want to thank the panelists here for coming. It was an interesting stream. It was cool that you guys were able to come and crash the show. Appreciate it. Made it.
Thank you for the invite.
Made it a little spontaneous and interesting there. A little spontaneity. Never hurt anybody.
Was it boring before we got here?
It wasn't spicy. We weren't fighting.
We brought the spice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, those of you watching on Twitch, I'm sending a raid over to Peekaboo. He's playing. He's playing World of Warcraft. Season of Discovery, World of Warcraft Classic Season of Discovery. Whoa, what the fuck? Stroked out. Let me just double check, make sure everything looks good. Oh, Leonardo, thank you. Oh, final one. What do you rate Leonardo?
I'm going in and out.
No, I swear, Andrew, I swear to God. No, I'm wrapping it, Andrew. I'm wrapping it.
Fuck off, Ryan. I'm going in and out. I'm not missing it again.
I swear, bro. It's okay, it's okay.
Bye.
Young Leonardo on a scale of 1 to 10.
You're going to hate that answer, too. I'm so sorry.
What do you, into the mic, what do you, Titanic Leonardo DiCaprio, what do you rate him?
7, 8, maybe. That's just my perspective. I don't think any of them are ugly.
What
Leonardo's
is there?
not.
Do you prefer Leonardo in like the beach?
That was a good one.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of something where he's a
That
bit
was a good
older.
one.
Maybe you like a bit older.
I like really hairy, tall men.
Me
So
too.
all
What
of
about
these-
Leonardo in Django Unchained when he was a racist slave owner? What do you rate him in that? On a scale of 1 to 10.
I'm not
What's-
touching that with a 10-foot pole.
He was older and.
All right. Okay, Leonardo, thank you for that. Appreciate it, man. Guys, like the video, please, on your way out. Okay, no other chats came through. That's good. All right, I'm sending a raid to Peekaboo over there on Twitch. Thank you guys for tuning in. Guys, like the video on your way out. And, of course, remember, check out the Discord, discord.gg/whatever. You can see the behind-the-scenes clip. You want to pull that up real quick? Do we have it? There it is. Behind the scenes clip, guys. If you want to see the full POV Brian cell phone of the kick out of Priscilla, who, by the way, I think she came on. This was a redemption episode. She did well, so we got to give Priscilla some credit. You know, I think she's a work in progress. You know, she made some progress tonight. She made some progress. We'll get her back. She's going to be a based red pill Trump voter. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, whatever. All right, guys, like the video, please, on your way out. Thank you guys for tuning in. 07s, really quick. Hold on. Oh my God, sorry, guys. GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Okay, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. I hope you guys have a good night. We'll see you next time. Good night.